Good morning and welcome back to Carnival City. It is Thursday and that means it is day 2 of the Grand Slam and the Little Grand Slam. Now the Little Grand Slam had a great response yesterday. We had 67 entries on the first day. There's still plenty of time for late registration for that. Going into the start of play, our chip leaders are Tiens Watkins with 570,000, Hardus Swanepoel with 379 and Prashalan Pile with 339,500. But don't be scared if you're still coming into the tournament. You do start with 150,000 chips, so there's plenty of opportunity to build up your stack all the way up to the chip leader. Then, of course, the Grand Slam carries on. Some of our chip leaders in that event, we've got Sheldon Grove. Now, he was the winner of our Super Slam event, the 25k freeze-out. He's sitting with 248,000 chips, and Paul Mancias is sitting on 242,000. Of course, there's a whole bunch of other players in those fields. You can catch all of those redraws on our Facebook pages if you want more details. Catch all of that action on the live stream. The 4K will be featured first. Catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and on YouTube. Good morning and welcome back to Carnival City. It is Thursday and that means it is day 2 of the Grand Slam and the Little Grand Slam. Now the Little Grand Slam had a great response yesterday. We had 67 entries on the first day. There's still plenty of time for late registration for that. Going into the start of play, our chip leaders are Tiens Watkins with 570,000, Hardus Swanepoel with 379 and Prashalan Pile with 339,500. But don't be scared if you're still coming into the tournament. You do start with 150,000 chips, so there's plenty of opportunity to build up your stack all the way up to the chip leader. Then, of course, the Grand Slam carries on. Some of our chip leaders in that event, we've got Sheldon Grove. Now, he was the winner of our Super Slam event, the 25k freeze-out. He's sitting with 248,000 chips, and Paul Mancias is sitting on 242,000. Of course, there's a whole bunch of other players in those fields. You can catch all of those redraws on our Facebook pages if you want more details. Catch all of that action on the live stream. The 4K will be featured first. Catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and on YouTube. Good morning and welcome back to Carnival City. It is Thursday and that means it is day 2 of the Grand Slam and the Little Grand Slam. Now the Little Grand Slam had a great response yesterday. We had 67 entries on the first day. There's still plenty of time for late registration for that. Going into the start of play, our chip leaders are Tiens Watkins with 570,000, Hardus Swanepoel with 379 and Prashalan Pile with 339,500. But don't be scared if you're still coming into the tournament. You do start with 150,000 chips, so there's plenty of opportunity to build up your stack all the way up to the chip leader. Then, of course, the Grand Slam carries on. Some of our chip leaders in that event, we've got Sheldon Grove. Now, he was the winner of our Super Slam event, the 25k freeze-out. He's sitting with 248,000 chips, and Paul Mancias is sitting on 242,000. Of course, there's a whole bunch of other players in those fields. You can catch all of those redraws on our Facebook pages if you want more details. Catch all of that action on the live stream. The 4K will be featured first. Catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and on YouTube. Good morning and welcome back to Carnival City. It is Thursday and that means it is day 2 of the Grand Slam and the Little Grand Slam. Now the Little Grand Slam had a great response yesterday. We had 67 entries on the first day. There's still plenty of time for late registration for that. Going into the start of play, our chip leaders are Tiens Watkins with 570,000, Hardus Swanepoel with 379 and Prashalan Pile with 339,500. But don't be scared if you're still coming into the tournament. You do start with 150,000 chips, so there's plenty of opportunity to build up your stack all the way up to the chip leader. Then, of course, the Grand Slam carries on. Some of our chip leaders in that event, we've got Sheldon Grove. Now, he was the winner of our Super Slam event, the 25k freeze out. He's sitting with 248,000 chips, and Paul Mancias is sitting on 242,000. Of course, there's a whole bunch of other players in those fields. You can catch all of those redraws on our Facebook pages if you want more details. Catch all of that action on the live stream. The 4K will be featured first. Catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and on YouTube.
Morning and welcome. We have one red one and one white one today.
Yeah, the different colors of card stream. Morning, Gary. Morning to the viewers.
And we're back here, day 3 of the Little Grand Slam, which is very exciting, I think.
Yeah, I think we had a wonderful day's viewing yesterday, Gary. The viewers out there really did enjoy watching all the players in the Little Slam, and it's been a very successful first attempt at this event.
Yeah, awesome. So we've got some players and shakers and movers on the feature table. Gareth Khalil, 1.7 million. Darren Lipman, never going to be a quiet day with Darren on the table, 1.6 million. Lady Kaiser, Go Girl, 1.6 million. Gordon Padiachi, 1.3 million. Johan de Graaf, 1.1 million. And our little short stack, Melissa Khalil,
yeah,
with 416,000.
She had a few chips after she left the feature table last night, but I'm sure she'll still be in it.
But I think that's an action table. There's, did we have Gareth Khalil on here as well?
Yes, the
brother and sister. Darren Lipman, the chatterbox. Lady Kaiser, who's our ambassadoress for Monster Jam Poker. Gordon Pagliacci, who can play a bit. And my old mate, the butcher, good old Johan de Graaf.
And Johan can definitely play a lot.
Yeah, so a bit of an exciting day ahead of us. We'll talk about prize pools and stuff like that. But what do you think? Who's your money on the feature table, Mark?
On the feature table, I've got to always go with the pedigree of Johan de Graaf.
Yeah, I think so too.
You know, there's nothing against any of the other players, and Gareth has been playing very solidly. So Gareth's in there with a shot as well. Gareth can play. So now we're moving back to the action. So blinds are 12,000, 24,000, when it's 24,000 big blind ante.
And this is hand number 1, where the story begins.
And Gareth wakes up with a nice good morning package.
No wasting time for Mr. Khalil. And let's see what the standard bet is for the day. 20 something? 29,000. There we go.
29.
29, yeah.
No, 49 must be, because blinds are 24 already.
Jeepers.
12, 24. 24 big.
And that's folded around to Johan. And Kaiser is I just saw this lady stretching off outside. I actually feel tired. Jeepers. She was stretching bits that I don't know you can stretch. What a super fit young lady.
Morning calisthenics.
If that's what you call it. To me, it looked like going to snap my spine in half. And yeah, she's going to call Gareth here, so pretty... she's looking for a 4, so she's in a bit of bad shape here first thing off the rank.
Yeah, no help for her there.
No. If Gareth puts her on a pair, then she's in good shape. But Gareth doesn't. He's going to put his C-bet in here for sure. $194 in the pot.
37,000.
That's a small bet into that pot, huh? That's
Yep.
a controlling bet. She might be induced to come along a bit here. Let's see. Don't want to give chips away too early. I think a fold's in order here.
Yeah, there's nothing really for her. She's got no draw. She hasn't got hit anything.
And solid. She had a look. She didn't spike anything. Would have been a bit dangerous, I think, if a 4 had popped out. Sorry, an ace had popped up there. So Lippy's joined us at bottom right of screen. Nice to see Darren as always. Looks like we're losing Gordon Pagliacci already. So they're having a reshuffle of numbers. Maybe they're waiting for people to arrive, or somebody's out, or whatever. We don't know. But I think they're balanced in tables, to be honest. I'm looking at the secondary table, and there's only like 3 players out there at the
So
moment.
maybe other players haven't arrived, because there's some big hitters on that table. We spoke about favourites on this table. Gary, what do you think about some of the players on the secondary table?
Oh, well, Khalil, Mr. Kevin Khalil, what has he got this morning? 2,500,000.
Yeah, he's sitting very pretty there.
And Big Nico, 1.7 million. So, yeah, and Maxi is out there 1.5 million as well, not to be forgotten. We haven't seen him on the feature table yet, Max.
Yeah, I spoke to him last night after the closing, and he says, no, I like to stay away from the feature table. Players can't see what I'm doing. So he's quite happy so far.
He's also a starring role on South Africa's Most Wanted, of course.
Max Sochiorana, so I'm sure that whole clan will be watching today when he gets to the final table. He says when, not if.
Yeah, good for him. I hope to see him on the final table. Max is a great supporter of the tour. Okay, Melissa here, under the gun. Ace-6, looking to get active early, raises it up to 59k. Folds round to Kezia, and I think that'll go in the muck. Yep, solid fold. And little brother, big brother, little sister, big sister. We could have a problem here. He has to re-raise this, surely.
He's just flatting.
Let's see what this brings. So check from Gareth. To be fair, nothing hit there for him. Check.
3 doesn't change anything. Melissa's now going to have a stab at it.
I think she needs to. Only brother and sister off the felt. And the open folds there.
The open fold, she's not showing him.
Taps the table. And you know, it's always like that. I mean, I've been on tables where I've been playing against my wife, and there's obviously the brother and sister here. You know, Carl and I, even when we're on the same table as business partners, people look at you as if they're expecting you to go easy on each other.
Yes,
you know?
it's a soft play.
Of course, it's the opposite effect, where you end up actually going harder on the loved ones and business partners, etc. So it's to demonstrate you're actually not colluding, and it is kind of productive. But yeah, although Gareth had the best hand there, of course Melissa took it down. So good for her. And no suggestion those two are working together. Trust me, the sibling rivalry will be rife.
Yeah, well, if he was going to do that, he would have folded pre, so...
Yeah. So, Keegan Daniel's birthday today. He's a Facebook friend of mine. I know Keegan. Those people who don't know Keegan Daniel used to be a halfback for scrum half for the Natal Sharks, moved to France, took up French nationality, and has paid for the French national side, in fact.
So here we're going to have some action. Darren's raised with the ace-king under the gun. Lady Kezia has got ace-jack on the button.
Yeah, this could get her in a bit of trouble, actually. Just flats it off by the look of it. Jack 10 for Gareth. And I think small blind might get out of the way here. Yeah. Let's see what Melissa's got in the big. 36,000 the call, 463,000 behind.
180 in the pot, so what? She's getting great pot odds. It depends whether she wants to try and see a flop here or not.
Yeah. Offsuit connectors. You know, she needs a miracle flop here. She knows that. Why would you spend 36k when you need a miracle flop? Let's see what she does. She's looking for a miracle flop, by the way.
You know, it's a hand that can flop well against those two, because if small cards come, she's the only one sitting with small cards.
Yeah, so just asking CP how much is the difference. Darren is offering his assistance, ever helpful. And I think she made the right decision there. We shall see when we get to the flop. Remember those cards, 6-5. That's a fold. Round to Lippy.
Yeah, Lippy raised, so we'll go to the flop.
And she's getting some change, I think, here. Yep. Okay, so Mr. Lippman in the box seat at the moment. 3 cards to come. So maybe Melissa would have been in front here.
Yeah, but her problem would have been that Darren will continue and he raised from under the gun, and then how
And
do you feel about
Darren
6-5?
will be somewhere around 150, 200 here. Yeah, 160. Yeah, that's the right sizing. And Giza has missed that completely. And that's the second time this has happened to her this morning, but patience is a virtue. They go in the muck. Well done.
Oh, she's got 1.5 million chips, so she doesn't have to do anything silly at this point.
Yep. And her demeanour at the table was very nice since she got a little bit of advice about giving away information and stuff, and nice to see. And obviously built a big stack as well, and well done to her, you know. We tend to write the ladies off. We've got 2 ladies here, and down to the final 2 or 3 tables in this event, so well done. Nice to see the girls challenging the male predominant tables. So this is level number 20. So 12,000, 24,000, 24,000 and the big blind ante. That's 60k mark.
It's a lot of cheddar there in the middle,
A lot
Gary.
of cheese, a lot of fromage, as they say. Ace King again. This is going around. It's like a blooming disease. So Johan, what is your sizing on Ace King?
Under the gun.
Pot size, I think. I think we're looking at pot size. Johan just glancing up at the screen there. Any time today, Johan? Easy to be distracted.
You'll like those cards when he looks at them.
So I said 60. That looks like significantly more.
72,000.
He's announced. It's going just over pot.
72. Gareth folds. They're nice cards, but in the small blind here, so not in the best spot in terms of position, and probably a fold.
Yeah, disciplined.
That's very disciplined by Melissa. Mr. Lipman will let this get through, I'm sure, and Johan will pick up 60k, all the dead money in the middle.
Buy some street cred by showing the ace king.
Good man. So if it works according to plan here, then Lady Kaiser should be getting ace king now.
Yeah, it's been passed around from Gareth to Darren to Johan.
So let's see. Maybe they're missing the girls out. Who knows?
I think she can be rated as one of the most improved players of the series if we look from the beginning till where she is now.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment. I think based on the exposure she's had on the feature table and the chip counts that she's returning at the end of the day, certainly one of the more improved players. Or maybe she just played good in the beginning and just was a bit of an act and she dragged us all down with it. You never know. Any edge in a poker game, huh?
Ace-3 suited under the gun. Disciplined again, Gary. She folds.
Nice. I like it. I like it a lot.
Says I've got bad position. Darren on the move here now. 10-9 small blinds folded to me. I'm going to raise Johan de Graaf's big. Johan 9-5 suited. So is a statement going to be made now between these two players?
Let's see.
No, not this hand. Johan says I'll wait for a better spot to make my stand. That will come at some point because you'll know what Darren's up to. They have played with one another quite a lot. So I assume you're keeping an eye on that outer table, Gaz, there on wherever they've been placed.
Yeah, I'll have a look-see in a minute. Just busy updating some records here.
Because they moved Gordon, so I don't know if that was because we lost players or because...
I think people are just late, but normally that doesn't
late.
matter once the seat allocation is done. So one assumes they must have lost a player.
which will bring us very close to the money then, paying 13, and we started with 16 this morning.
Yep, it'll go hand for hand. We'll know straight away when we get down to the bubble. We can explain hand for hand to the viewers for those who don't know later. Let's see what Melissa's going to do with two red sixes here.
Raised to 66. And she gets that through quite quickly. So Melissa's moved up a bit already this morning. So there is the outer table. There's Alvin.
Vota, Frankie, Max, Elvin, and whoever that is, Gordon Pagliacci.
So now I don't see other stacks on the table, Gary.
Nope. So what have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players. One of them is all in. It looks like Elvin taps the table, picks something up, puts it in his pocket, and I think that might be the end of Elvin Brooks, and I think
Max has taken him out.
it looks that way. So Gordon stands up as ever the gentleman and pumps the fist. We'll just stay on this picture for the moment. Melissa picked up 10-8 then folded. Ace-2 for Darren Lipman, which is on the feature table. He's in the cutoff, 24,000 a call. Yes, it is indeed, Max. So we'll go back to the feature table now. And Jan de Graaf with the decision on the button. He folds. Keys and the small blind will probably get out of the way. And that just leaves young Gareth on the left there, win the big blind. And he's got to decide whether he likes the look of that Jack 9. And he's going to put in the extra 46k. Nope. That's a fold to Darren, so well played, Darren.
And Gary, when we were looking at that outer picture, just above on the other secondary table, I could see Big Nico.
Yeah, I saw his legs there.
Yeah, so we are on 3 tables, so we have lost a few players this morning.
Yeah, well, we saw one go down, that's for sure. Possibly 2. There was some radio communication between Brad and the tournament director. So, as predicted, we're now hand for hand.
Which means we have 14 players, Gary.
Indeed. So, they're on the money bubble. It'll probably be, there's probably 15 players even.
Even for 15
yeah,
or 14.
per hand. They do go sometimes at 15 or 14. We'll ask the tournament director. Yeah, it is in actual fact 14 players, so I'm surprised we haven't moved to 2 tables, but with the hand-for-hand money bubble, we shall see. So what happens on hand-to-hand, this is to prevent people doing tanking actions just to ladder up and get into the money. So everybody gets a fair opportunity. And basically what happens is the dealers have to wait till the outer tables have completed the hand they're on, until such times as we can all 3 tables start a new hand at the same time.
I think they may be balancing tables with the dealer was told to stop, so...
Yeah, there are chips being moved around, so officially they should go to 2 tables, and then they should go to hand-to-hand.
So there's a player incoming.
Yeah, that'll be Renier Brits.
And look at the stack of Mr. Kevin Khalil in the middle seat opposite the dealer. And he'll like that seat, Kev. He likes to be opposite and close to the flop.
And of course, another Khalil at the family table here. It's like having Sunday lunch.
Yeah, there's 3 Khalils there. It's a Sunday dinner.
We'll be going to play hand for hand.
So we'll just get that our players get settled. The fact that we're going hand for hand is, well, it's fine. They can take their time, basically.
Dealers, if there's an all-in and a call, please don't expose any cards. Guys, if you have an all-in and a call, put your cards down for me.
So David just explaining to the dealers how the process works. What we're playing for here, Mark, is 6,148 rands. And those are 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th places.
So
they all play the same.
So the next person that goes out will obviously be the unfortunate bubble person, and then after everybody in profit.
Correct.
How it works is every table will play one hand before you go to the next hand. But that one will be the easiest thing.
So we'll get HP to show us the outer table. Maybe we can see who was eliminated whilst they settling. So let's have a look. There's John Abrosi still. There's Frank Henschel, he's still there.
It was Elvin Brooks.
Alvin is gone. Tony Van Eden is gone. So those are the 2 players eliminated this morning.
Looks that way.
Tony was super short. He only had 152,000. Alvin had 500,000 chips. So Max has chipped up quite a lot there.
Is Voter still there? Yes.
Yeah, Voter's in the seat to the right of the dealer.
So
Seat 1.
Frank is still there. Yep, bottom left. Kevin we've seen, John Abrosi, Renier Brits we've seen, Melissa, Voter.
Kev Govender.
Kevin Govender, where's he?
He's here.
Oh yes, you can't miss him really.
So it's only Tony Van Eden and Alvin Brooks.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's correct. Okay, so the dealer is still waiting on table one just to get settled, and she's dealing, so we'll go back to the feature table. Darren Lippman with ace-king straight out of the rank here. Darren will look down at these and be super pleased to see them under the gun. 60k in the pot, so the standard bet bid was 72 earlier. Let's see what Darren does.
Dealers, you'll run the 1224, you can shuffle up and down.
And that was the order he's waiting for. That's 100k by the look of it.
Yeah.
Johan will get out of the way.
Second time ace king for Darren.
Kizia will get out of the way, I'm sure. And Mr. Brits.
Misses the hand because he couldn't come in on the small blind.
Indeed, he's the
And Kevin sat out because Gareth was going to be the next small blind. So
yeah. So two players sitting out there. So we'll just watch for button position, etc. once the hand is over. Gareth's coming back here with the ace-7. Looks like he might be going to repop this. Not entirely sure. I don't know if there's 3 greens or 2 greens or a call. Maybe it's just a call. No, that's a raise.
he has raised.
225 is the raise. And Darren just snaps this, eh? I thought he might have re-raised here.
Perhaps on the bubble against another big stack. He's reluctant to get too involved.
It's a fair observation.
Yeah, he's talking. He says straight away, it's bubble time.
Okay, no action for either player. Backdoor clubs, I suppose, are possible here for Gareth Khalil. He's going to continue being the first player to act. He wants to take the betting lead away from Lippy here.
And he represented that he had a big pair pre.
Yeah, so looks like 370, something like that. 356. That's a big bet and a big chunk of change out of Darren Lippman. And he's going to put him on a pair here, and he'll fold his king. That's a nice play, huh? Very nice play by Gareth.
Strong play by Gareth, using the situation of the bubble. This is where the players with zero fear actually can pick up a lot of chips around the bubble.
Yeah. So Melissa is the short stack, followed by Rainier at this table. So they'll know that they want to get in the cash here, so there'll be a little ICM consideration in every one of the hands. The outer table is already dealing, so David is obviously giving them the go-ahead. So I'm hearing from my spies, they've created a bubble prize. They've taken 2,000 off first, second and third, and they're playing the bubble 6 grand.
All right, so does that mean then we are at the end of hand for hand?
It is. That's why we're no longer hearing the dulcet tones of our tournament director, and the outer table is busy dealing.
So well done to all the players then. Everyone in the money.
I'm not a big advocate of bubble prizes. I think I like the purity of the game, but I'm not out there, and these players have been grinding it out for 3 days, so to get your money back plus 2k, I suppose, is a small consolation.
Yeah, some with the multiple bullets are still looking to chip up.
No, these guys need to win, some of them. I'm not quite that bad. There we go. Melissa's all in with the ace-8.
Using the position there.
And her brother open folds his 5-4 connectors. So Melissa's in shoving mode now, which we've seen. Rainier's now the short stack here with 20 bigs at the feature table. Darren having a little bit of banter there across the table with Gareth, never short of a few words of friend Lippy. So I believe there's a free roll for the main event at 11 o'clock. And then the main event will be starting at 3 p.m. according to my schedule. So another action-packed day here down in Brakpan, Carnival City in the province of Gauteng in the Republic of South Africa for our international viewers. Okay, Lady Kiza gets rid of the Sudi connectors. Very quiet, Mr. Khalil this morning, huh?
Yeah, I think Kevy will start chirping. Nana, he's got a lot of talking chips. So
Yeah.
he's waiting to get involved in the action.
That looks like a smaller raise, 70 something.
Using the suited connectors. A lot of clubs folded already.
2 family members to his left. Darren Lipman not going to play those.
And Johan probably won't defend with that. So
Kevy will pick up the spare money, 60k. And that will add nicely to his stack. Nearly approaching 3 million, Kevin. So that'll be a nice target to aim for. I mean, Gareth with 2 million below him, of course.
yeah, a nice landmark to get to 3 million chips. Khalil's having a family reunion in the top right-hand corner.
Yep.
Strong poker family.
So they all play, huh?
They all do. Streams are up and running. Ads are going out.
So Renier raises up to 90 here with King Queen under the gun. Melissa with the pocket fours and a cut-off, $500,000 behind. Thinking about, is this a flat here? Do I put the Renier to the test,
No.
or do they go in the muck?
2 shorter stacks.
Lippy on the button. You like these cards. Whether or not he wants to be taking Renier on with 390 behind is another case.
I think Johan will.
Yeah, I think the little snowman might come in for a bit of action here. He'll know that Renier's short and only Kiza to get through. So what's the sizing from Johan here?
Here comes the re-raise. Lady Kezia will get out the way quickly. She's been very disciplined this morning.
And Renier's got to put another 120 into call here. So, you know, I'm all in favour of him shoving it in there, but we'll see. It's just going to call.
Get some change from that stack.
Okay, so we got nearly $500,000 in the pot here. This is a big pot. Renier needs to see some paint. Not that one though.
Yeah.
And there needs to be a continuation bet from somebody. One over. Johan's going to put him to test here. Yep.
Yeah. Put him to test for all his chips. And that's
Good
Johan's
poker.
aggressive always.
And that's going to leave Renier pretty much down and injured.
Yeah.
But Renier's got game. He can grind his way back from this.
I think his next move is all in, Gary. No folding, no raising,
Yeah.
and then folding. It's going to be all in or fold for Renew. 272,011 bigs. You can't raise half of that and then fold.
Yeah, and of course Renier will be in the blinds right off the bat here as well, which isn't helpful.
If you had the flush, you probably off that board. The board was paired as well.
Darren doing a bit of coaching with Kezia.
Darren never short of a word to tell people how they should be playing.
In fact, he was quite disappointed there were people who could talk more than him the other day.
But Sheldon was on the table with him.
Yeah, losing his mantle. Only real challenger was Ralston. And Ralston's back in Yorkshire somewhere.
And I'm sure he'll be tuning in to see the end of this today. He enjoyed the play yesterday.
You know, I had a little bit of dialogue with him last night as well on the phone, so all in good form.
So Johan on the button's been folded to him, ace-6. He knows he's raising into the short stack.
So nice little button raise here with his offsuit ace.
76,000.
Let's see what Kezia's got. Queen 9. Don't know if she knows it's her go yet. No,
Yeah.
she does. There's a fold. Yep, she knows that she's got. Renier's got nice cards here. I like these for a bit of a squeeze, but
He doesn't have enough to push Johan off the hand, so...
oh, no. I mean, I'm talking about having a race with two small cards.
Yeah.
At least you know they're going to be live-ish, you know.
It's not Renee's style to gamble with that.
No, that's personally I would have put my money in there, but only on the basis that Renier is Johan is invariably making that play with some sort of ace. Anyhow, we're not out there. This is hand number 13, I think. Yep,
Yeah.
hand number 13.
I mean, in the next 5 places pay basically the same.
Yeah.
The 6 prize, the bubble prize for 14th that they've created is 6, and then the others are 6, 1, 4, 8. So
Yeah.
all the way till 10th. So a while before players can ladder up.
Lots of playability still in this game. The blinds are only at 12.24, so people with quite deep here.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful tournament from that point of view as well, Gary. Plenty of play for the players.
So it looks like Melissa's going to call here. Is it just a call or a raise? Just a call. Folded round to Kezia. And Kezia's kind of umming and ahhing here on the basis that she has got an ace, but she want to limp in. Looks that the way. So she's going to complete in the.
He's looking for the squeezer. Can I,
yeah,
limpers,
she's
can
on
I
the button.
find something? He's going to just call. So now is Kevy going to punish the limpers?
We don't know what Kevin's got. He's checked it there.
10-8.
Well, ace high ahead pre. A nice up and down draw here for Renier.
And that's it.
Yep.
All in on the red. And Melissa has top pair.
Yeah, it's just whether or not she's going to call him off with this.
She only has an 8 kicker to go with that 9.
And she can easily give Renier a 9 in his range here at the moment.
And she would assume he had a better kicker, or
Suited connector, better kicker, or a suited ace with 9, perhaps. Lots of combos there that she can put him on.
blind special 2 pair.
And remember, 200,000 is, you know, quite a substantial chunk of change out of her stack.
Yeah, it's
Well, it's 2/5.
absolutely a big piece of hers. Other players still in the hand.
20%.
Still has Lady Kezia behind. It looks like she's just seeing what's this going to cost me. What will I have left?
I think, personally, I think.
Yeah, the call's
I was
coming.
going to say, personally, I think she can call here and race it off. So it's an up and down straight draw. So
Some of
we're
you,
looking for aces and sixes here.
yeah, and Lady Kezia folded both of those, an ace and a 6.
Yep.
So good luck to both players.
Good luck to Renier and good luck to Melissa. No help there, so just got to fade the ace or the 6. And unlucky Renier. Renier will be eliminated, but they did put a bubble prize in place, so he won't go home empty-handed. And the Car King is departing, but always a pleasure to see Renier. And my regards to, I'm sure, his family who are watching. So all the best to you guys, and hope to see you back later this afternoon for the main event. And hopefully Mornay will be joining us as well.
Melissa up to over 800,000 now.
Yeah. Okay, so that's our first casualty of the day. We're now down to 13 players in the money, should I say, casualty in the money. A bubble prize was created. So
We have a way to go before we get to a final table. Still 13 players left.
yeah, and we'll just quickly have a look at the outside table here. Looks like
Everybody's still there because the chips are still in the seat there. So we haven't lost anyone yet.
I think Vota is probably the short stack there.
Yeah, he's the shortest stack. Everybody else got quite a number of chips.
I can't get my head around these W's and these V's. I think I'm just going to call him Vota because he's going to go vote tomorrow. That's how I'm going to remember it.
Yeah, a lot of R's in that name. Wouter van der Merwe. Plenty of rolling
There's
R's.
no mistaking which country he comes from, that's for sure. And his heritage. But a nice young man all the same. Got a very broad accent. But just love the South African accents. I should do, I married one. Okay, Mr. Khalil, 7-6 here in the small blind. Maybe thinking of pulling a little move on Gareth here. No, decides to give it up. Gareth gets the ball.
That was Johan. Johan raised and took it down.
Johan raised, so Gareth folded, gave up the big blind. My mistake.
I also missed it, Gaz. I didn't see it until I saw the chips going Johan's way.
A stealthy one by Mr. de Graaf.
Yeah, he's silently chipping up here in the corner. He's taken quite a few pots already this morning.
He actually looks better with a hat than without a hat. And all the years I've known Johan, I've only ever seen him not wearing a hat like 2 or 3 times. It's quite alien. It's almost like it's part of his being, you know.
And he loves these blingy shirts that have got the bit of glitter in them.
And look at all the chips going down now. Got a little bit of hand tremble going on there. The other guy is Jared Curry. I saw him without a hat the other day. I thought he had a brother who was an alien. Anyhow, back to the action. Queen 7 for Mr. Lippmann. Folded round to Johan with the King 5 off. I like Kezia has kind of got a little routine together here.
Yeah, she's doing everything exactly the same every time.
So which is cool. We like that. We like that a lot. Not giving anything away. Round to Gareth with 5-4 suited. Looks like he's just called. That's a completion. And Melissa has tapped the table. So brother-sister action again here.
He didn't give her a walk, which is the sign that there's nothing going on there colluding-wise.
Gareth has 11 outs here.
Yeah, he bets it and she folds. So you see Johan is on 1.5 million chips. Darren on 1.5 million, so nobody super short now on this table. It's only Wouter on the outer table that's a little short.
Yeah. Quite a bit of playability here, but also this could take a while with these deep stacks.
Yeah, surprisingly, we moved quickly through the bubble today.
Yeah, and I think that's the fact we had some short stacks and they had to get mobile. Tony was very short. Veneer got quite short quickly, of course.
Alvin wasn't that short. He had 500,000 to start.
Yeah, that was a cooler. We didn't see the hand, but we did see the end of it and all the chips going the other way.
All the chips to max. He may have lost a few hands before that as well that we're not aware of.
No one raised. You gave me change. No one raised. You gave me change. Don't throw your cards. Give it.
Okay, Melissa, sorry, Gareth on the button here with King 10. That's a snap call there from Melissa with her ace 3. Round to Lippy with the Queen 10. Looks like he's knuckled this back and we're going 3 ways to the flop. 2, 4, 6, all spades. No spades by our team, but Melissa probably got the best of this here with the big draw and the ace high.
Checked all the way around.
Board pairs up.
Melissa will now have a little stab at it. She's got the gut shot. She says if nobody bet, I can have a stab at this one now.
And of course, we know that she's got the best hand with the ace high, of course, and the proper pair of 4s.
He shows the king what should. No, she won't show him the ace. So Melissa moving up now nicely. 855,000.
Nice chunk of change. You wouldn't mind that in rands.
Better in euro or US, guys.
Yeah.
Jaco Potgieter has come in. Morning, coach and Gary. Great to be back at it. He's been a regular sport. He said he's watched just about every minute we've streamed. And he says good luck to all the players today. So thank you for all the support, Jaco. I'm glad you're enjoying all the streaming. That's folded round to Kevin. He's got the 2 red 7s.
7's always coming.
Puts the raise in. Gareth's a quick folder. Melissa's follows suit. Darren out the way.
Big respect for Kev.
Yeah, around to Johan de Graaf in the big. Queen 10.
Borderline call.
Yeah, out the way. Kevin's got the most chips on the table. I'm not going to risk. He shows the 7s.
First hand he showed today because it's the first hand he's had. First one he's wanted to show for extreme cred, that's for sure.
Yeah, the 5-4 steal he put through he didn't show. Because he raised from mid position. Took Johan's blind the last time. So he's taken Johan's big blind twice. That's why I think Kevy showed him this time.
I think you're right.
Yeah, players get sticky about their blind, so you're always stealing my blind.
Johan, the supplier of biltong. I must just say, when I got back to the guest house last night, I went to the fridge in our little room there, and Shelley had left some biltong. And strangely enough, once I opened it, it all disappeared. One of the biltong fairies appeared and stole it all.
One of the South African delicacies that you do like, Gary.
I love all the South African delicacies, starting with my wife. There's not much I don't eat, to be honest, in terms of South African type foods.
Yeah, and South African cuisine, not too spicy, so you're good there. I know you don't like anything too hot.
I just think it detracts from the natural taste. I must say, myself and Hugo, who is a part of our tech team, not here this week, we're out on the road the other day and we stopped to drop off some wood to our local guys who burn the fires on the side of the road and cook. And he gave me some sheep's brain. Hugo ran away. And I actually ate it. And if you could just imagine it's not sheep's brain, it actually wasn't too bad. A little bit on the chewy side. It needs a bit of seasoning, but I got it down and it stayed down, so that's the good news.
You had to wrap your mind around it. Hugo ran away.
Hugo was having none of it. He's such a lightweight. Anyhow, we had a good laugh about it, and you know, supporting the local community, dropping off some scrap wood for them, and just keeping them making a living in these troubled times in which we live. Okay, Mr. Khalil, top right there, Blue Identity Speedway t-shirt on there. Here's your under the gun player. And of course, for those of you just tuning in who don't know, that's his sister immediately on the left. And Uncle Kev to his right. Oh my word. No nepotism on this table though, that's for sure.
And they're all together in a nice little huddle in the corner.
Yeah. Good people, nice family. Lovely people. Known Kevy a long time, obviously, and Gareth and Melissa always well-mannered and good people also. Okay, so it looks like Kevin Governor just picked up a nice juicy pot on the other table. We're not going to go over there, but didn't knock anybody out, but it was lots of chips. So we'll have a Scooby over there in the fullness of time. Back to the table here. call from Kevin with his 9-8. Johan raised it up on the button, so 7-7 queen, and obviously the king high of Johan is in the lead at the moment. So it's a check from Kev. This will go bet fold, I'm sure.
He puts in the continuation.
100 into 170, is that right? Yeah, 100 to 170.
Or does Kevy make his play back here and say, I've flopped a 7 in the blind?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Not yet. Capable of it, Kev.
Yeah, a bit early for that move. Johan picks up 103,000, which will be coming out from...
So that was earlier. I was looking there. This is the exit of Alvin. We're just picking up this, going out on the stream now.
Okay, hand number 20 of the feature table. This is day 3 of the Little Grand Slam. No Limit Texas Hold'em. Today is, I believe, Friday the 5th of March. How time has flown. 2021, and we're here at the beautiful Carnival City in Brakpan, in Gauteng, in the Republic of South Africa.
And day 9 of the series, Gary.
Well, so it's day 9 of play. Day 11 of living
work
in
for
Brakpan.
you. Yes. Of you being an East Ronder.
Yeah, pretty soon I'll be applying for citizenship up here. Become a Brakpanner, if there is such a thing. Okay, Kezia 8-7 on the button. Reaching for chips here, so I think she's...
Hasn't played a hand really yet. She's called twice and that's it.
raised it up to 60.
This is her first raise.
So pot size bet, and she'll get a bit of respect here, I think.
Yeah, being her first raise. Although Gareth has got defendable cards in the big blind.
Yep, and you'll have a little look here for sure. So Gareth will be first to act here. 3-9-6, so a nice little flop for Kezia here.
Yeah, if you're going to raise with 8-7, that's the kind of flop you're going to love.
I needed to see a bet here. Oh,
Missed a trick there. Should have bet.
yeah.
If he checks turn out, she'll rip the ace.
That's what I would do. I think Gareth might beat her to the punch here, you know? No?
He can't because he's putting an ace in her range. She's missed a trick by not betting anywhere along the line.
Yeah. Spade flush gets there as well here. Gareth will bet, and I think he might get a fold out of Kezia here.
But she's got nothing going for her, guys. She's 8 high.
Yep. I mean, the only way she wins this hand is to come back over the top. And I think she missed... oh, here we go.
Okay. Is this going to be the strong move?
If it is, I like her style. She'll know her table image is in good shape. I mean, we know Gareth's only got queen high. It is the winning hand, but he can easily be pushed off this.
Oh, nice play, Gary.
Yeah, thought so. This girl's been reading the books. We'll just take the graphics off the TV if we can. Thank you, boys. Getting a sweat with Gareth moment here.
She popped it up to 200, I think, there,
Yeah,
Gary.
200.
140 to call.
Yeah, he's looking at his stack. What price he re-raised this? No.
Oh, well played.
We're all clapping and tapping the table in here. That's the play of the
And
day.
she shows
so
him the bluff.
Oh!
And he taps the table. Kevin nods. Oh, well played,
The
young
girls
lady.
got game. The girls got game. Look at Gareth smiling under that nose.
He would have enjoyed that, actually.
Yeah.
He tapped the table. He appreciated the play.
Well done.
She showed some stones there.
I got to say, I wouldn't have shown it, but I like that she showed it for the entertainment value.
Show the bluff. It's good for the game. Yeah.
He'll lock that away, though.
He
Still
will.
try that move again.
She's possibly setting up the next time she'll have it, and Gareth will pay her off.
Let's see. So that is the blinds going up. 15, 30, 30 in the big blind ante. So that's a big old chunk of change. I think that's next hand. So that'll be 60, 75,000 in the middle. Jack 10 for Lippy here. He raises that up to 75. Johan with ace 2 will get out of the way. Jack 10 again for Kizia.
Darren has raised with a similar hand.
Kizia with 1.4 million behind. Darren with 1.5 million behind.
She still has a lot of players between her. So and Darren, so I think she's going to come along.
Looks like a limp though.
So she got out the way, thought about it and then folded. Kevin's out the way. King 3 off. Gareth on the small blind. It's gone out the way. Melissa has defended with a king queen suited.
I think that's fair. She's already in the big blind. She's got soldiers in the field. Let's see a flop with that for sure. Okay, Darren gets the best of it here with the 10.
And nothing for Melissa. No clubs there. No paint on the board. No draw.
Yep, there's a fold.
And even if she just puts him on an ace raising from there, she's still behind to ace high. So
Yep. She had a look. Didn't flop well.
she shows I've got nice cards. Darren just shows her the 10.
And that's enough. So Kevin 2.7, Gareth 1.8, Darren 1.7, Johan 1.5, Kizia 1.4, Melissa 756,000. So shout out for Regal Hospitality Events, who are the owners of Monster Jam Poker Tour, major sponsor of this event. Notwithstanding the fact we have also have Aquavita Water as one of our major sponsors, thanks to you guys. And also we have Sun International, specifically the guys here at Carnival City. Always appreciate everything you do for us. From the man who cleans the toilets to the people who run the organisation. They're all here, all helping and supporting the tour, and not forgetting our partnership with the Global Poker Index, brackets the Hendon Mob, keeping all your stats for poker worldwide secure. Okay, back to the table here, Mark. What's going on?
Johan's folded under the gun with 6-4 suited, round to Lady Kezia. She folds, round to Kev. Nine 7 suited, raise from Kevin. He likes those cards when it's folded to him.
He's in the cutoff, so near the end of the queue. Gareth gets out of the way.
Quickly out the way. He had junk hand. Melissa.
Melissa might be putting Kev to the test here.
She's gone all in.
Yep.
Insta all in.
Where's she going?
Stepping away from the table. Doesn't want to see it, she says.
Needs to be careful with that though, eh?
Yeah. Takes in the chips.
When I said he should put Kev to the test, I thought she was going to re-raise him, not smash it all in.
Smash it all in. Well, she is the shortest stack at the table, so...
Yeah, but just under $1 million now, 30 big, so don't need to get too rash.
Yeah, she had 700,000 at the start of that hand. She picked up a nice chunk there.
Yep.
And Gary, you were thanking everybody involved. I'd like to thank CardStream and yourself and Carl for the wonderful job you do to bring poker to everyone. I think it's an absolute marvelous tool for everybody to see the poker, to learn, to grow. So big shout out to CardStream.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate. Couldn't do it without my tech team on the right, even though I hate them. Just kidding, lads. Just kidding.
Are they still Muppets or they've been downgraded?
No, they're all Muppets, these lot. But they do a good job. I just don't want them to get carried away with me giving them praise, you know?
Yeah.
No, good lads, work hard, put a lot of hours in behind the scenes. We were actually here early this morning cleaning the face of the cards, the dirt off the face of the cards, so that they can look presentable to the players and to the TV screen, etc. Johan with pocket nines. And that's the level of the detail these guys go to make sure that we get a good production. So well done to them. And of course, David and his team were in here early this morning as well, and they were busy doing their cleaning duties, sanitizing duties, etc. as well. So what's the raise here from Johan? That's a 3-bet to 220,000.
And she raised with Queen 10 from the button. From the big blind, he's repopped her.
Well, she's in position. And she does know that Johan's in the big blind here, so...
She's going to fold. She was just tanking for a while. You know, doesn't raise you with junk from there. But she's not calling a re-raise with Queen 10 off.
2 overs.
Yeah, we know that, but she can so easily be dominated by a hand that he's 3-betting out of the big.
Yeah. Okay, so Johan picks up just under 100k to add to his growing stack of 1.6 million. Which equates to 53 big blinds. Melissa is our short stack, if it can be called that, with 840 odd. Still got plenty of playability in hand. You'll see the blinds are up 15,000, 30,000, 30,000 on the big blind ante. So 75k of money in the pots from the forced bets and the antes.
Yeah, Gaz, and you spoke about the guys quickly in the cards. As the captain of the ship, you're not afraid to swab the decks. When I walked in, you were polishing cards with Bradley.
Brad and I, we are the official card polishers, if there is such a thing.
So the support clubs are coming in, quite a few for Darren. Jonathan Allen, go Darren. Peter Raymond, well done so far, Darren.
Yeah, Darren's got a fan club out there. He's very popular in the poker community.
And then your friend David Fully-Willifier has a comment there for you.
What is he saying this morning, Mr. David? Morning, gents. Really hope they keep this tournament for the entire circuit. Great value, great structure for the guys. I can't afford the 40k. Need to take off from work for this in the future. So in other words, my matey there, Davey, is saying love it, echoing what other people are saying, and I'm sure Mark and his team will pick up on that as well in the comments. So your comments do get passed on to Monster Jam. We do have operational meetings with the Monster Jam team, just confirming timings, attendance, all the sort of little nuances and idiosyncrasies of the game that just keep it running behind the scenes. So we'll definitely pass that on. Thanks, David.
Meanwhile, we had a big family pot going on. Yeah, everybody limped in. Lady Kezia has picked up the Jack, the Jack 9.
So her and Melissa. Melissa's 1% better because he's got suited cards.
Yeah, but
with
look
the
at
back door.
Gareth's percentages. He's got bottom pair, but he's got the flush draw.
Yeah.
So he's actually a favourite to win the hand. Nothing for Darren with a 9-5.
This
So
turn card's a crucial card.
and there's the bingo.
There's the flush card for Gareth. Of course, if another diamond comes off, Kezia will have a better flush. But Kezia could do well to check this and see what Gareth's going to do. Yep. Gareth with the flush is going to want to make sure he gets max value out of this. The only worry you can have is somebody's got a better flush. His assist to his left, so he's going to defend this and just keep it sensible, and also try and get some value from a very, very strong hand here. So the bet is 60, so that's definitely a value bet there. And also he wants to keep the others in.
Look at the size of that pot, Gary. It's 420k now.
Yeah, Melissa's just put money in there drawing dead actually, so it's only Kezia who can win the hand, and she'll need a diamond.
She'll come along.
And it's just a flat. So if we don't see a diamond, Gareth will have a lock on the hand. There's an ace, so a card to bluff at, but Kezia do well just to check this back again. I think this goes check, bet, fold, fold. Nope, she's going to have a stab at it.
100,000.
There's no way that Gareth is going to not raise here. What's the raise though? Is it a min click or is he going to put it up there?
Min and a little bit.
240.
240k. Melissa gets out of the way. Message received and understood.
880,000, 890 in that pot now.
Yeah. Be careful showing your cards, Melissa. Kezia's just got a bare jack here. Flush is there, ace is there. This is a fold. Yep.
Discipline fold.
She tried. And Gareth picks up just under 500,000 chips there.
Yeah, it was a big pot. So he's on 2.3 million now.
Chasing down Uncle Kev's heels.
Shrugging of shoulders, flop the jack, and yeah. She'll learn from it. It would have been a better spot to check, and then maybe check call if she wanted to spend the 100,000.
Yeah.
Because he would have bet round about that.
Yeah. So Kevin will be under the gun here. So no news from the outer table. I have been keeping an eye on it for you.
Still everybody there.
Yeah. If we see some action, we'll switch across there. We're not going to keep looking over there because we can't see the cards, unfortunately. Maybe in a future event we'll try and get a bit of a closer picture up on there.
105,000.
Darren raising from the cutoff.
105,000.
I like the cards here for Kizia. I like a call.
Yeah, defend in the small blind.
Yeah, just a call. That's what I like. It's got Kevin after her.
There's the defense.
Yep. That's it. So the pot's already up to 270. Kevy's hoping for the best here. He sees he's got a suited king. I think Kev might call here as well. I don't think he's going to be pulling a move when there's a raise and a call.
No, I think he'll value. Just value call.
So 345 in the pot, 3 ways to the flop. And Lady Kezia picks up the ace. There's a draw out there, of course, as well.
Yeah, she won't want to make 2 pair because that will give Kevy the straight.
Yep.
He's got backdoor clubs as well. A jack would be no good for Darren to make a straight for him.
Yeah, Darren's in pretty rough shape here, to be honest, unless he gets running hearts.
He's continuing the story. Lady Kezia has middle pip with a straight draw.
I think she's going to be reluctant.
Just going to let it go. See if Kevin peels one for the back door and the straight draw. Kevin gets rid of it, so Darren gets the steal through.
Yeah, well played, Darren. Well played indeed. Darren moves up to 1.8 million, so almost in the 2 million bracket. Melissa's sitting down on just under 700,000. Kezia just keeping her head above water in the Millionaires Club there. So
yeah, she's been involved in the last 2 pots, so she had a few.
Yep.
Darren van der Walt says, morning gents. He's also a regular viewer.
Yeah, he's followed the stream nicely, so appreciate your support, Darren. Wonder where he's watching from. Let us know where you're watching from, Darren. We'd be curious.
Yeah, that's nice. Gary has asked last night as well. Let us know where you're watching from when you put a little shout out.
And keep listening today. When the main event starts, we're going to have another t-shirt competition. We're going to come up with some wild, you can't Google it quiz.
We'll use Gary's encyclopedic knowledge for that.
Misspent youth playing quizzes and all sorts of nonsense and reading trivia books.
So raised with the Queen 10 suited from the cutoff from Johan.
Yep.
Lady Kezia quickly out the way with the rag ace. Kevin the blinds with the King Jack. And Kevin has 3-bet him. So the first strong move by Kev.
Senses some weakness.
Putting Johan to the test here. Pretty cards that Queen 10 suited.
Yeah.
But you get 3-bet by the chip leader. And looks like Kev gets it through. Nice play by Kevin.
Yeah.
So things settling down a little nice. There'll be some jockeying for chips around. Everybody got chips here. Melissa's slightly short stack, but still with a lot of chips behind her.
Lots of playability across the whole table, I think.
And there's the Queen 10 again, this time for Darren, under the gun. Puts a raise into 100. Oh, yeah, it's 100. I thought he announced differently.
Johan to get rid. Kezia gets rid. Round to Kevin. 9-10 on the button, 2.6 million behind.
Fold. Gareth Queen 5 off. Can't defend those. Melissa King 2 off. So Darren will get that one through. And you'd have seen Darren being polite there. The chips were out in front. He asked Melissa, is that for your small blind? Or were those left over from your big blind? She said, no, those are your chips. You can take them. So,
Ever the gentleman.
good play between both. She didn't say, no, that's my new small blind. She said, no, 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 those are yours. They were from the big blind.
It's Lipman. I'd have told him it was my chips. no, just kidding. Poker karma. Never steal off the
You steal off the table, you will lose very quickly.
Sure. Okay, Johan left a picture here with the hat, sporting his hat I'm used to seeing. Under the gun, 1.5 million behind. Strangely don't see his cards, but there you go. Pocket twos, Huey and Louie. Little duckies.
Looking for Dewey. She's in the hijack, so let's see what her play is going to be.
60,000.
She's min-clicked. Kevin 8-7, let's go. Garrett's quickly out the way. Melissa's out the way. So around to Darren. King 7 suited. For a min-click, he's defending, Gary.
I think so.
He has done so.
Danger of the min raise.
You priced
Definitely going to be overs on the flop here.
Yeah, he priced the big blind in. Well, there's nothing for Darren there.
And she needs to rep here.
So, yeah, there you go. Puts the C in for 100k, and he folds quickly. So nicely played by over the pocket twos.
Well done, Kizek. Got it through. Not the easiest to play.
David Moodley, morning gents, and I know Davey is out in Secunda. Used to regularly travel to games and drive all the way out from Secunda to Johannesburg and then drive back afterwards. This is a long schlep around, but no games for him out that way. So Lady Kezia under the gun. 4-3 offsuit. Those will go into the muck. Around to Kev. 9-8 in the hijack. Offsuit. Kev likes his connected cards and he's just looking at his position. Comes in for just over a min, a little bit more.
64,000.
No, it's just over. So it's folded all the way around after Kevin raised with a 9-8. So Kevin gets his steal through with a 9-8 from mid position.
And back up to 2-7. Hasn't quite made the 3M yet, but there won't be long before that happens for sure.
So more support for
Wayno.
Darren from Wayno the Maino. Darren for the win, and he's replying to David Fully Willifi. He says 100% agreed about keeping this tournament in the structure. Wayno did play, he sat it in.
Yes, I saw him. Like a Wayno, he's always good company at the table.
And,
Always got a smile on his face.
Yeah, Wayno's a very friendly guy.
Except when he's holding the nuts and you've got second nuts. As any poker player, of course.
Moved up from PE a short while ago, about 2 years ago now.
The new name for PE, there's a good quiz question for you. I can't even pronounce it.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen some comedy from television presenters trying to say it. So Kevin has raised now with the King Queen. It's folded round all the way to Lady Kezia in the big blind. She has Ace-8. Looks like she's counting out a call here, Gary.
Yep, she's thinking about it. No, that's her decision, Nate. Little tell there when she shakes those chips. So the new name for PE, GQEBERHA. Now I've got BH, which is the end, but how do you pronounce GQE? Giachbaha.
Yeah.
Giachbaha. I don't know. I'm going to need somebody who speaks Xhosa.
Gebaha, I think it's something
No, I
like
think
that.
you're trying to be an Afrikaner with a Xhosa word there. I don't think that's going to work. I have to speak to one of our Xhosa speakers outside. Derived from the Xhosa language, the native tongue of the late political hero Nelson Mandela. So PE is no longer going to be called PE. It's going to be called that word.
David Moodley, good call by Melissa knocking Renee out. My money's still on her. He did back her last night, so Davey's a Melissa fan.
Leroy Morrison. Hello, Mark and Gary. Great job, guys. Hello, Leroy. How the devil are you?
Yeah, our good friend Leroy.
Top man.
He is super guy.
Top man. Big shout out for Leroy and his family. And his, he will know what I mean, his amigos family as well.
Yes. All the amigos.
Okay, so Kevy in the big blind here, 45 to call, 10-5 offsuit. That's enough TV time for Kevy. The old Ewok will fold his cards. People always say to me, why do you call Kev the Ewok? I say, put a hoodie on him and give him a hover scooter, and then you'll know. So there's a monster flop here for Johan now.
Monster. And Darren's going to continue the story.
A little bit of Hollywood in from Johan. Let's take the graphic off the table. And Johan will go into Oscar mode here. Oh, he's going to re-raise him. I thought he was going to flat this off, to be honest.
I would have liked to flat you, I guess.
Yeah, Johan knows his man.
Yeah, but
Snap
Darren's
fold.
out the way. Snap.
Snap fold.
Leroy has a daughter with a pretty name of Lyric.
Lyric, what a lovely name.
Lovely young little girl.
Yeah, good man, Leroy. A lot of time for him. And yeah, enough Leroy worshipping. Thanks for being online, Leroy. You can go now. No, just kidding. Okay, hand number 32, feature table, 15:30, 30 in the big blind ante. It's Sunday lunch for the Khalils, and the rest of us have been invited by the look of it, eh?
Come and sit at our table.
Yeah. And there's a royal family battle going on here.
Yeah.
And there's no sense of any working together here, trust me. These guys want to take each other's chips.
Absolutely. It's now pride. Family pride.
Bragging rights for the Sunday lunch. So, you know, getting siblings and family members at big events is relatively unusual. The Mizraki family in 2010 World Series of Poker main event did get all 4 brothers through to the money. So that was quite an achievement.
Amazing feat that, actually.
Yeah.
Speaking about family affairs, I'll give you one about the Soteranas now after this hand is played out. So Johanna's raised, got it through so far. It's up to Gareth. Big blind, and he lets go. Now they all went away on a family getaway, from father and mom down to Bianca and Lagan and the 3 boys, and Tony and Sandra went with them. They had their little poker tournament this last weekend, a family one while they were away, which Tony took down. But you look at that play, you got Max there, you got Tony there, you got Lagan, Bianca can play, Gwen can play, the mother and father both play. So yeah, they got a whole full poker table when they go away on a family little thing.
My only question is, why didn't you rent the chips and poker table off me? And why didn't you ask me to provide the service? Of course, we're a poker family as well. Shelley plays, both the boys play. Lee doesn't play though. She's, well, we have family poker sometimes she plays, but rarely. And I've dragged some of the grandchildren into poker as well occasionally when we're playing for matchsticks. Right, back to Kezia here, ace 9.
70,000.
So Melissa in a big blind. Is she going to defend here? Lady, opposite each other. Yep. She'll defend with her 7-4, and that's more about looking for a funky flop and lining up something for a bluff later, if needs be, or if opportunity arises. 10, King, 8. So ace high ahead. Backdoor straight draw for Kezia, and similarly for Melissa. Check. 3 is no help to either lady. If you bet here, you're saying really you've got a 10 and you miss the king.
And look at the move here.
120.
7 out, and there goes the bet. 7 on.
And also there's three hearts on board there, so she could be ripping the flush that came home.
There's nothing for Lady Kezia on that board. She's ace high, that's it.
Yep.
No draws, nothing.
Nada.
No heart.
Yeah, that's what she has to do.
Strong play by Melissa.
Well played, Melissa. Nicely done.
Lenny Sinden said, let's go Kevin. I missed this tournament. Moved to Klaksdorp recently. Hopefully I will see you all on the tables soon again.
Well, I hope Klaksdorp is treating you nicely, that little dorpy. These little like thingies keep flying up through the thing. I don't know. Maybe they're at the top. Don't know. Don't understand. Okay, we're off and running again. Johan de Graaf, left of picture here is your under the gun player. They'll be going to the muck, I'm sure. Johan not really entered into any of the chat today, but it's relatively quiet, especially considering we have Mr. Khalil senior on the table and Mr. Lipman. Normally there's some banter across that table. Kizia's going to fire here. 75 in the pot.
110,000.
Oh, here we go. Mr. Khalil has picked up the aces. What size the re-raise? He's definitely not flatting and obviously not folding. What's his size in here, Mark?
He's thinking about. He's got a few players behind him. Eric's picking it up.
250?
250. Just yeah, she's raised there to 110. He's going to just keep her interested. He wants the customer. He wants the customer. He wants chips in, but he wants just the two of them.
Kevin flatted. I don't believe that. That's got to be wrong.
No,
That's a re-raise.
that is a re-raise. There it is.
260. I said 250. 260.
And she folds, eh? Snap with ace jack. Wow. That is so disciplined. Kevin shows her aces. So disciplined. So incredibly disciplined fold there. Didn't even hesitate.
Yeah, getting a feel for what's going on. Kevin's been relatively quiet, so they're not going to credit him with anything other than a good hand there. So we're off in a new hand.
Lady Kezia is under the gun. 5-4 offsuit.
Fancy a bit of a fold here.
Oh, she just raised the ace jack and had to give it up quickly. Kev queen 6 off. They'll go into the muck. Melissa.
Yeah, she's going to raise this up on the button. What do you think, bud?
Yeah, I think 110. That's the standard raise now, looks like. It was what Lady Kezia put in and then folded. So all the way around to Johan. He's only got 6-3 off in the big. Can't defend. Melissa takes that one down.
Yep. Easy game. 2.9 million for Kev. Picked up a few more chips along the way there. Melissa down to 25 bigs, but still in good shape to fight. Kezia also down under the million now.
Yeah, she's had to find a few folds. One against Melissa. Melissa made a nice move with the 7-4, and then of course a very disciplined fold with the ace jack.
Yep. Very disciplined indeed.
She's taken your lessons, Gary. Ace jack's a raising hand, not a calling hand.
We'll just pop out to the camera 5, just have a quick look while we've got a second.
Everyone.
Lots of chips out there. Looks like Vuto's got some green chips in front of him now.
Yeah, he does have a few there now, but so nobody short here, Gary. Vota is the shortest of those out there. And Nico, plenty chips still. Frankie's got a lot of chips. Rosie's got a lot of chips. Max has got a lot of chips there, but not that many greens from the look of things, unless there's a stack of greens on the side there.
Yeah, quite possibly.
So
back to the feature table. Kevin raised it up here with ace-9. Melissa folded. It's Randa Lippi who's also folded. Johan's a fold, so Kezia with the big blind, just whether she's going to defend with a suited jack-3 here. Negative, and she'll give up the big blind.
was that the buzzer for the blinds about to go up, Gary?
Possibly the buzzer for the satellite. It sounded like it came from the other side of the room. David would normally announce it if it was a tournament. We shall see shortly. I think 45-minute level, so we started at 10. Well, on times, that's an hour. Yeah, so we're not due another one yet. For
No,
a while.
not yet. Another 9 minutes or so.
Yeah.
So the satellite is then obviously up and running out there.
Yeah, that's the free roll for the main event seat. I think it's a free roll plus 500 if you want to do an add-on, or 500 if you want to do a rebuy. Queen, King of Hearts, pretty cards. This looks like limping chips. Unless she's going to pull a few greens.
There goes the raise.
72K.
So just under pot size bet. Darren folds, Johan folds, round to Kezia with a6, she's going to fold. And does Kevin give up his big blind to the young Khalil here? Indeed he does.
From the under the gun position. Always shows a lot of strength in a hand.
For sure. 2.9 million for Kevin again now. And 26 bigs and 25 bigs respectively for Kezia and Melissa, sorry.
So Melissa will be under the gun. Quick look at her first one. There's her second one. Ace-4 suited. So I like the cards even though I'm under the gun.
Oh, she's going to send up the flag, that's for sure. She bet here 70 something. Just a call, limping in. Johan with sixes, they'll look a lot more valuable than they are. He's been pretty quiet. He's coming in for a raise, I'm sure.
Picked up a few greens there.
130.
So round to Kev, Queen 10 in the small blind. Folds.
Gareth is also folding by the look of it in his big blinds.
So 100,000 to call with Ace-4.
That'll be a call by the look of it.
Yes, gonna call.
Set for Johan. Not much happening for. There's a bit of a draw there, but not much.
Checks his set on a. That's the card that could get her into trouble.
Yeah, he's delighted to see that ace. Trust me. The ace of clubs.
There are two clubs out there now.
72.
So the ace of clubs.
And he just flattered her bet. And there's another club.
So that makes it a little bit more fruity.
So he bet 200 and she has called. Snap call and he shows her the set of sixes.
Yeah, she gets caught there.
She paid him off. Shows the ace.
200.
He knew she had the ace, which is why he played it the way he did.
Yeah. How much went his way there? We had a software glitch here.
Well, the river bet was 200.
Prior to that,
And he repopped to 130 pre.
yeah.
So
That's 400, 130, there's 600, 660. So his profit would have been 330.
and she bet 100 on the turn.
330, 430.
So he had and plus the blinds and the antes.
Okay.
So yeah.
So just for the folks at home there, little power surge over there, and the software driving the table froze up. So we've had to manually transfer chips on our system from Melissa to Johan, and we didn't have an exact count. So we've had to go close to a guesstimation in terms of the betting. That's why I asked Mark what the bets were earlier on the stream. So I confirmed what I thought. So we will be a little bit out, but we'll stick with the action here. And you must forgive us. So Johan raised it up, and Gareth 3 bet, and Johan folded his 5s, and Gareth picked up 150k. I think that's right.
Yep, that's on that one.
Now, Melissa's chip count is the one that we're not entirely sure of.
She's got 220, 40, 60, 80.
Ja.
So, new hand on the feature table.
Johan de Graaf under the gun, Jack 7 suited. Fancies a little raise from there, under the gun. Kevin was away from the table, so Johan's quick to sum up those things.
All right, I'm actually just going to quickly walk outside and look at those chip stacks with my own eyes, Mark, so if I can just see if I can get them accurate for us.
Problem. Gary going to go out to the table with a paper and a pen quickly. Manual check.
No, I had a, yeah. No, there. There's another 50. 20. 20 change.
Change just getting sorted out.
I changed the 50 and I thought you
But she never gave me the change. She gave you the change.
I put it here.
Yeah. But I never
Dealer just sorting out all the change for everybody.
short change.
She changed it, but if you don't give
Yes,
it back,
but I never got the change. You got an extra bonus there for winning the head.
So Gary is back from his trip to the outer table.
Our little eyeball with the camera was pretty close, it was 290, so yeah, well done. Just under.
Yeah, she would have posted a small blind there, so she would have lost that, and that's it. So she's
Rocking along.
she needs to find a spot now. And that's folded round, and Johan gets a walk.
Plus 15k. Johan was in the big blind, obviously.
Yeah. So he'll be happy to take the walk. He had junk cards. So Lady Kezia will be in the big blind now. Kevin back at the table under the gun.
You know what I did? I took a bath with my boss. Well, I'm using this hand for the, in this hand. But I tried to put it in my mouth with my mask on.
So Kevin A7 off
That's what you play.
early in the queue. Folds. Melissa has stepped away from the table, so her hand is folded. On to Darren on the button.
110.
Comes with a little steal. It's walked into Johan's King Queen.
Keys is still to play here.
So Johan has flattered there.
Suited connectors in the bigs. You might fancy a little defend here.
I would like to see a defense with that.
Surprise us all in raise.
That would be a good move. She's made a few good moves already. She comes for the call.
Three ways to the flop, 360 in the pop.
Oh, she's flopped a gin.
Oh, an absolute joint.
And
Nice flat, not a race.
absolute, after the redraw to the up and down straight flush draw.
Wow, what a flop.
monster flop defending with a 6-7.
Players in the little Grand Slam Johan are up to 20,000.
Johan is taking a steal at it with king high. He's bet 200.
Flat call, girl, flat call.
Don't raise. Oh, she's raised. She's raised. Darren has top pair, but he's not going to like the bet and the re-raise. If she flatted, Darren would have come along. I guarantee Darren would have come along if she flatted.
Maybe a little bit of experience there.
Yeah. She's just so happy to see that flop. I mean, she flopped the absolute monster.
And when she looks back on this, she'll know that from a training point of view, maybe the flat call there was a lot better. That induces maybe a sort of speculative call from Johan as well, quite possibly. If not, she gives back Darren the betting lead on the next street, and you know, he will continue the story.
Yeah, Johan actually led out there with the king high, trying to steal, representing small blind cards. She then re-raised. Darren got out the way with the 8 high, and he did top pair. So if she flattered, I think Darren definitely comes worth. Definitely comes worth.
Anyhow, we move on. I'm sure she'll learn.
But it doesn't matter, we'll see.
20. Lines are up. Lines are up. 40. 40.
Gareth folds queen 9 under the gun.
All in.
It's all in from Melissa.
Ace 8. Hijack.
Flat call, I also
All in.
Yeah, Darren's telling her if you flat called, I would have. Lady Kezia.
He's just got to call this. She'll ask for a count, I'm sure, but it's 290 or less actually now.
Yeah.
275. It's a call, my girl. It's a call. Even if you don't know what she's got.
you flat call him, I would have also called.
295.
I also hit. I
294.
also had
294.
She's going to think through, but I think she's got to get to the moment where she says, I've got a call here. Such a strong hand, short-handed. I mean, Kevin is still to come, but I think we just lost the player on the outer table. We'll look at that momentarily. There we go. It has to be called.
Makes the
Kevin,
call.
wait. Kevin is still to play. There we go.
It's out the way, Kev.
She says, I have to call. Of course you have to call. Melissa will know that. Okay, so Melissa needs an 8 here.
Good luck to both ladies.
Yeah, and we don't like losing ladies from the table, so... but unfortunately, that's how it is. And there's the 8.
There's the 8 and
there's
the ace.
2 pair for Melissa.
So jacks or queens for Lady Kezia. Now a king as well, or a 10.
Or an ace.
The 3 is a blank.
Yeah. Bang. Then she doubles up Melissa. And that's the right call. Don't beat yourself up, girl. That was the right call.
So Melissa will take a welcome double up.
Melissa just gets her feet off the surface of the moon there. She's hovering at the bottom. Okay, let's go to the outside table, please, HP. We're down to 12, I've been told. Who we lost?
Kevin Govender.
Yep, bottom right of your screen. Kevin Governor's gone.
And he had a lot of chips. So Johnny's holding a lot of greens there now. John's got a lot of greens there now. So I think the chips went John's way.
Vota is now the short stack, or still the short stack by the look of it. He's got a few chips there hidden behind the dealer. Okay, they haven't started dealing on the secondary table yet. And we'll get back to the feature table. Here we go. Melissa under the gun. Who found wealth?
42.
Yeah, Lady Kezia made the right call, just got outflopped.
Hillier. Morning, gents and Gary.
Yeah, so Gary, you're not a gent apparently.
Yes, see. Watch out, big boy. I'll be coming for you later. They'll be showing your face round here, young man.
King Queen suited for Melissa.
Yep.
What did she do? She must have raised with that. Yes.
Yeah, for sure. All the way around. Bang. Finished. Finished and claw.
So she's moving back up in the right direction.
100,000 to the good. So the blinds are up to 40,000 and 20,000. 40,000 the big blind ante. So it is now 100,000 in the middle every rotation. The price of poker is going up indeed, gentlemen.
Darren van der Walt answered your question of where he's from. He's watching from the Randburg area.
Oh, my neck of the woods.
Been enjoying the streams. Nice as an older dealer to see some of the people I've dealt to for years.
I don't actually know. I must know Darren.
Yeah, I'm sure if you see him, you'll know him. He's probably dealt to you over the years. So Darren folds 8-7 under the gun. Folded by Johan, folded by Lady Kezia. All junk hands. Kevin on the button now with ace-6 will fancy a raise. He's announced it. Shows the ace and takes it down quickly. So Kevin on 2.9 million, Gareth on 2.2, Johan on 2.1, and then we're down to Darren at 1.2, Lady Kezia 931, and Melissa 650. Still 16 bigs for Melissa. She's moved out of that danger zone of under 10 bigs with that double up.
And of course, the blinds have just gone up, so that'll reduce the number of blinds you actually in your holdings. Just the natural progression within the game. You see how excited I get when blinds go up?
Oh, you love it, Gaza. That's why after the monster marathon.
Jeepers. Waiting 2 hours to say that's just not good for my health.
Gary did not enjoy the procrastination of the blinds going up.
Not at all. King 9 suited for Johan, who's been a little bit quiet of late.
Under the gun. Mask goes up, a raise is coming. Sort of his little thing, his mask slips down a little and he ups it up quickly as he's about to play. Folded round, he's getting it through all the way. Darren folds, so Johan gets that one through. No, Darren has got pocket twos as defended.
Yeah, good for him. I love to see the old twos having a float. Nobody ever sees them coming. 6, 10, 5, 2 diamonds.
Darren is still ahead, yeah? Watch him lead into the spot. There you go.
I think he has to, doesn't he? Got to tell the story.
So he's saying to Johan, you've got 2 big cards that you've raised from under the gun. My pocket pair is good on that board. And Johan, let's go. Well played, Darren. So pocket twos once by Darren, pocket twos by Lady Kezia. Both times the player has bet and taken their hand down.
Well, I think on both occasions they did have the best hand. Even,
Yeah, absolutely.
Even though they might have thought it was a semi-bluff.
Bluffing with the best hand, Gary says, the best way to do it.
For sure. No danger.
See, Gary, after watching you all the years on the stream and being sitting next to you, you're rubbing off on me as well. The same as all your sayings have come off on young Bradley.
He's my protege. I've cloned him.
Yeah, definitely when I hear him sometimes talking to other people, I think Gary would have said that.
He's like one of my children. Let me just say, he is a child, of course.
Your naughty child.
Yeah. Okay, off and running. Keys are for the fold here. Round to Kevin, who's been remarkably quiet, both poker ways and verbally. Normally he's holding court here.
Yeah, but Kevy's just stayed there nicely, just hovering between the 2.5 and the 3 million the whole time. Made a few plays, a few steals. Stole with 5-4, stole with 9-8. Got King Queen this time. Takes in the chips. He's on 3 million exactly now.
So he's our tri-millionaire, first one. First $3 million man. Who was the $3 million man?
The $6 million man, wasn't
That's
it?
Steve Austin, wasn't it? Lee Majors, a man barely alive.
The
There you go.
$6 million man. Barnick man.
And most of the people listening here will have no Scooby what we're talking about.
Absolutely nothing. We're in a different era, guys.
They won't have a Scooby what we're talking about. Look it up, Google it, the $6 million man, Steve Austin, the bionic man, as Mark Rudley says. We can rebuild him, I think they said in the beginning.
Yep, that's it.
And then he became like a superhero.
So Ace
Never
Jack
missed it.
suited for Melissa.
6:30, that'll be a raise for sure. Yeah, no point in putting all your chips in the middle this time.
Quick folds round. And Melissa will take that down. So Lady Kezia has slipped down a little, no fault of her own. She had the ace queen and made the right call against Melissa. She just got out flopped. So that was just unfortunate, and she had to give up one or two other hands. So no need to panic. She did nothing wrong. So some junk hands folded round all the way to Darren in the cutoff. 3 2s into the muck. Your Hun on the button. Let's see if he's going to make a steal. He's got king 9, so the raise is coming. $120 is now the new raise with the pot at 100K pre. Kevin humming and hawing. He's got Jack 10 in the big blind.
Get it out there, Kevy.
Yeah, he's going to defend. He did the sideways shrug of the shoulders, the Ewok. 9-9 queen. Johannes flopped trips and
Monster.
Kevin has flopped up and down. Action Jackson. And if Kevy gets the king, gives Johan the boat and Kevin the straight.
That'll be a sick card, huh?
It would be a sick card. So Johannes followed. Kevin's not folding. Oh, he's re-raising. Oh,
That
wow.
is probably not the right moment to pick, but let's see how it works out, up and down.
Only the 8s work for him,
Last
though.
time, Johan re-raised when he had a monster. Let's see if he just flats this off now.
So, check raised by Kev. Into trips.
Uh-oh.
All in. Bang.
Wow. Johan's saying, if you got it, you got it, John. No, Kevin is Kevin's already folded in his head, by the way.
Yes.
He's just verifying, number one, his decision, and secondly, taking the time just to make sure it is the right decision.
And it's a paired board he doesn't want to come with on the
He's
straight draw.
immediately folded in his head. He's not going to be calling this for one. There's no draw on the planet that he's calling for 1.8 million. Trust me.
Not a.
It's just never going to happen. He is folding, folding, folding.
It's going to take the appropriate amount of time with the speech that goes with it.
Yep. There you go.
No speech, and he didn't take that long.
There's the speech.
He got a 9 yuan. Told him.
And Johan put him on a draw there and said, "You're not drawing, mate. I'll take this down right now." So I was saying to Darren there, Randburg's my area. That's our factory, of course, not where I live. But we have a nice factory unit there just off Malabongwe.
Where you produce quality poker tables amongst other things.
Oh, yeah. And, shout out to my buddy Cole, who is the man who created it all. I came along after, and I'm sure he'll be listening and joining us for the main event later on this afternoon. But I know he's coming, so.
Dragged you out of retirement, Gaz.
Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, I don't think drag is the operative word. I think offered me the opportunity and I grabbed it with both hands, because playing poker 6 days a week is hard work. Having a proper, well, a semi-proper job is okay.
Just look in the video.
Anyhow, shout out for Mr. Meyerberg, my buddy. looking forward to seeing him do well in the main this afternoon.
42 play.
Debbie Zaki there.
Yeah. So we've got blind Button from Kezia, she's just limped in. Big blind Gareth has knuckled, he's hit the 10. It's gone check, check. Gareth has the check mark now.
And that, will they say, will be that.
It's checked down and his 10 takes the hand. Yeah, Debbie alluding to that comment I made about Lagan and the whole Sociana family and clan out there. So by the time Lagan is done, the three boys will be poker pros.
Wouldn't surprise me. I haven't seen Lagan around for a while, but he's doing the right thing. He's got a young family. He doesn't be out mixing it with us or running the peril of picking up this terrible virus that's going around. You know, 3 young kids, the last thing you want is to expose them to that. So I'm sure he'll be back in the fold in the fullness of time, and we look forward to seeing him.
Can you imagine those 3 grandsons with Warren and Max as their grandfathers?
Well, they're going to get in trouble, that's for sure. I'll get HP to put us a timing screen up in the next break. We'll see where we are in terms of people left in. I think we're down to 12, so...
With the loss of Kevin Govender.
yeah, I should actually update my list here and put his prize money there.
And Renee's little 6K bubble thing. So meanwhile we have a limped hand. Kevin limped from the Button. So it's a Khalil action hand. All 3 Khalils involved.
Let's see how this goes.
It's checked on the flop.
There's a jack.
Jack for Gareth now takes the lead.
Small ball poker here.
And folds. Gareth will show the jack.
There's 27 minutes to the break. 12 players left in. So the average stack is 1.5 million. So folks at home, that's what you're looking for. Look at the stack sizes. If they're 1.5 and above, they're doing okay. If they're below 1.5, then they're definitely a C or a D student at the moment. So 27 minutes to go on the level, and we'll have our first break of the day. Current time is 10 to 12 in the morning. Nearly afternoon. 27 minutes to go. Thank you very much, HP.
Undercroft under the gun, Queen 9 off.
42 play.
Lady Kezia 9-5 in the hijack. It's folded pocket 10s for Kev in the cutoff. Standard raise, or a little bit more. Just a touch more, 155.
Easy game.
Darren folds the rag ace. Kevin slipped back down after that check raise against Johan, but still 2.6, Johan up to 2.4 million. So they're A students on Gary's scale of the average chips.
So Kezia will be our under-gun player.
Okay, well, I will give you that much. It was a transit to wild coast. You help me win the turbo. You would think that he shoves into my aces.
That was just Johan putting in his big blind in his ante.
8-7.
Kevin chirping away here. Looks like pocket sixes. He'll go a bit quiet now. Throw in a little raise here.
Chatter continues, so he trying to disguise what he's doing.
Folds around to Johan. Ace-3 off in the big.
Shows the ace. Kevin says there, I've got a pair. Leonard Barr and Wilkin, good morning, Crocodile. Friday, finally. Can't wait for the main event, the man. He's been chomping at the bit since last week when his wife gave him an anniversary present and said he could play the main event.
Good for him. Big ticket for a 3-day event.
Everything. He made you play.
There you go.
Best thing to give a poker player for an anniversary present, a ticket into a blue ribbon event.
To be honest, that was the first thing Shelley said when I said, what are we doing for my 60th? She said, you and Cole go to Vegas, don't worry. That's what she said.
Wow.
Maybe she's got a boyfriend, I don't know.
No chance whatsoever knowing Shelley, Gary.
Well,
no chance whatsoever.
never thought would cross my mind. That she genuinely said, the women aren't coming, you must go and be boys and enjoy your 60th. That's what she said.
Absolutely marvelous.
Thank you, God, for my wife.
Your good lady is way too much of a lady to have a boyfriend.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, Johan with Queen Jack. That's a little raise up there, a little venture into the pot. Folded round to Darren Lippman, so camera will catch up. And Jack for
Johan.
and a flush draw.
And yeah, he's got by far the best of that flop.
Yeah. I mean, obviously Darren's got bottom pair there.
And look, Johan hasn't played around. When he's hit the flop hard or he's had a monster and been bet into or check raised, he's put serious pressure on, and it's working well for him.
Yep. Whatever floats your boat, I'll take that 220, he says.
He's on 2.6 million now, just behind Kev.
So Darren below the chip average now, with Kezia and Melissa.
And you know, Gareth, last night on the feature table and today, normally he's the rocker and roller. He's just been so steady, and he's sitting in there at 2.4 million, quietly doing the business. Chipping up when he needs to and that, but without getting involved in anything major. So still someone to keep an eye on. Folds all the way around.
Okay, Johan with the Jack-9 suited here. Looks like the race.
Yeah, it's a 150k. Lady Kezia out the way. Kev now folds the ace face up.
And Lady Kevin out the way.
Lady Kevin.
That's okay. I could abuse him. He's my buddy.
Quick silver. Kevy, when last was the time you were quick?
Maybe on his hover scooter when he's in Ewok mode. Okay, quick look outside on camera 5, please, HP. Big stack for Johnny there now.
Yeah, I think he took Kevin out, definitely.
Yeah, I think so. Voter is still the small stack there. Mind you, having said it, Frankie looks like... No, those are chips against the window there.
Yeah, the big pile of greens for Frank there.
Yeah.
So he's going steadily along.
Nice to see him do well, to be honest. All right, back to the feature table.
So Voter holding his own on that tough table out there.
Yep.
Melissa 8-7 suited under the gun too early. Darren from the hijack has raised it up. Johannes just flattered with the ace-jack. Kevin lets go the small blind. Gareth with king-queen in the big.
I'd like to see a bit of action here from Gareth.
Gareth hasn't picked many spots to 3-bet yet.
No. I think a call's in order. depends what he thinks of. I mean, the flat call by Johan alerts me more than the raise by Darren, to be honest.
He makes the call.
Okay, interesting flop coming up now. King, Queen, sevens, a top two for Gareth.
Big flop for Gareth. He checked it to induce action.
Yeah, check for deception there. Now he's got a bet, obviously. He wants to try and get some value. 250, I think he's bet there. That's a snap call by Lippy with his ace-7.
He's hit the 7 only.
Yeah, to get out of the way. He's not got fighting cards there.
Yeah, he's not calling for a gut shot, Johan. 2 outs for Darren.
Gareth first to act. And he called 250 before. Will he do it again?
300 bet. Wow.
Top two, bang. What a pot, 1.5 million. Gareth Khalil.
The huge pot there.
You heard it here first, huh?
Huge pot there.
Time for him to enter into the fray. And he will take over at 3.2 million at the top of the pot, top of the pops.
9 bigs only for Darren now.
Yep. He didn't put him on anything there. He thought his 7 was good.
So Rita Claire Habib supporting a cousin, go Kazi. Don't know which one is her cousin. I would maybe
Habib.
one of the
Habib,
Khalils.
that's, Habib. It's Arabic, for sure. Habibi, Habibti. Man, darling, male, female, darling, I think it is. So that's jacks and says, doesn't matter to Melissa, you'll get it back. Playing well, referring to a hand about a half an hour ago, of course, when she got down to 290. She is getting it back slowly but surely. Darren under the gun here, going to ship it.
He has to ship it now, 9 bigs.
Johan with the Jack-10 suit who's in the hijack is not interested in that.
Kevin's away from the table, so 1 player less for Darren to get it through.
King 4. And Darren will get the 100k of extra money that's sat out there.
And immediately post some of that as big blind and big blind ante.
Just bought himself a rotation.
Darren and Gareth post-match analysis, and Gareth said, you put me on a busted flush draw, didn't you? And Darren says, yes, that's why I called. So quick folds round, up to Gareth. Folds from the button. Melissa 7-4 suited. And the small blind is going to complete. Darren hasn't looked yet, but if I know him, he may just shove this in and try and take the money. Opting to check. No help for either player. The queen eye ahead. Melissa has a gut shot. Can't check. 3 still doesn't change, and now Melissa's going to have a little stab to steal. And Darren's out the way, and Melissa will take that away with 7 high like a boss.
Oh, nice debate. So Habib in Arabic means beloved. There you go, what a lovely name. Rita Claire Beloved.
Very nice name.
Just trying to recount my Arabic days. I didn't learn much when I was in the Middle East, but I learned a bit. It's a very difficult language. Okay, we are on hand number 60. And how much of a time we got to go on the level?
About
check.
13 or 14 minutes.
Yeah, about 15 minutes. 14 or 15. We have our first day break of the day, and it is lunchtime here in South Africa.
Johan just posting his blinds. Lady Kezia under the gun. She's down to 691,000. She has an ace. She enters the fray for the first time in a long while, so we'll get some respect. Not from Kev. He's going to call with the Jack 10. Folded round to Melissa, pocket nines.
Bang.
There comes the raise. All in.
Yep.
And I think that'll be the end of the hand for both the other players. So nice pot again by Melissa.
Picks up 320 there.
Yeah, it's a big pot. You know, as soon as somebody raises now where these blinds are, and there's a caller and you bang it in, you're picking up a lot of chips with the blinds and the antes the other side of you as well.
And all of a sudden we have two short stacks and one bordering on it. We have lost another player.
Yeah, we have lost
Two players.
Gordon Pariachi gone.
We're down to 10, I'm being told. So we're down to 11 players, my correction.
Yeah, we still have 6 on the feature table.
And 5 here.
And
Okay, and we are dealing on the feature table.
And it looks like Vota picked up a lot of chips. He's got a pile of greens in front of him for the first time.
Yep. So he's grinding away there, the youngster.
Holding his own on that tough table.
Well, in about, well, after the break, of course, we will be seeing them on this table. So we'll look forward to Max coming across here. You know, the irony of this is that we could probably lose a player or something, do some rebalancing, and Max will end up on the outside table again. Hope not. And yeah, all in from Mr. Lipman here with Queen Jack. Johan is a standard fold here, I think. Only because he's still got the hijack with Gareth, who'd already called the 40. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the reason, because Gareth limped in. So, welcome pot for Darren, picks up plus 140k.
And Kezia will be our short stack now. They'll be leapfrogging between the two bottom spaces, I'm sure, for a while.
And Melissa approaching 1 million chips again.
Yep.
So she's moved up well from that low point.
Still under the tournament average, of course. But that's difficult when your brother's showing you a massive great stack of greens through the perspex there, the old plexiglass. Okay, so we're dealing on the feature table. Kevin Khalil will be your under the gun player. So that is obviously wrong. It's Gareth Khalil on me under the gun.
Quickly folded round. So blind on blind. And
Money
Lady
goes in, here you
Kezia.
go. Money
Yeah.
goes in. No raising, no messing about. Get your money in.
She's just done a min click.
Don't like that. Let's see if she gets it through. Maybe she wants someone to come over the top.
Just over a min click. It was pot actually. So
Yeah.
Kevy's quick folder. I mean, a short stack does that. You know that they've got a big hand, because why aren't they banging it all in?
That's usually the right philosophy.
So Melissa will be under the gun.
Shout out for Sipe, our dealer this morning. She's done very well.
Now 63 hands, Gary.
Yes, did very well.
She's always got her hand average up there. So folded round. Johan de Graaf suited A7, 8-7 in the cutoff. Is reaching for raising chips.
140.
Nothing for Kev. Yeah, King 9 suited. Let's have a look. Makes the call. Gareth gets out the way from the big. Kevy gets his change.
140.
Gareth's folded, obviously.
So big pot developing between two of the chip leaders.
10 Jack 4.
King
Check,
high is
check.
ahead.
Although Jack doesn't really change much. Kevin's king is still ahead. Bingo. Johan picks up the 8 on the river.
Picks up the 8. He has to show.
Kev just laughs. He picked up the 8 on the river. That's hilarious.
So Johan up to 2.7 million now.
The rich get richer.
Chasing down Gareth, who's out in front there, over 3 million. And I'm sure we'll see the stack sizes when they come for the outer tables, because John Abrosi has a lot of chips. Just from our visuals that we get from the far view.
Okay, Lippy under the gun. Queen 10, too soon.
Too early in the queue, perhaps. Yes.
Action with Johan. I think he's going to play those, to be honest. Kizio will get rid of those as well, I'm pretty sure, in the cutoff. Kevin folds 10-4. Gives his sister a walk.
And she shows an ace, and he had queen 6 off. So good fold by Gareth. Not going to do anything silly. Like I said, he's been incredibly steady. Played 1 or 2 big hands. He had a monster hand with the king queen. Jack's hand coming back, obviously, after Melissa made her comeback and says, "Shot your baby, go Melissa Khalil." So fast approaching that first break of the day, Gary.
Who was the second player we lost on the other table? Or did we lose the second player?
We did. Gordon Padiachi and Kevin Govender.
So it was Gordon that we lost.
Kevin from the cutoff is raised with the king 10 suited. It's folded quickly round. Darren Lipman in the big blind gives up quickly with the ace 8. Doesn't want to tangle and put committee's tournament life for that.
Not at all. Dave's just getting the seating tickets for the open chairs.
I don't know if you want to give me purple for this.
So the other,
It's chipping up, I think.
yeah, the other 5 will definitely come across to you, and then maybe one of these will remain. They like to balance more to the feature table, but we shall see.
They'll move them all because they've had their exposure here. Some players don't actually like being on the feature table because they've exposed their soul in terms of poker.
We have had an insight into their minds.
Yeah. And if you speak to anybody, I'm not giving Gary any more information for the next tournament. That's normally what they'll say.
Gary has hours and hours and hours on every single player that's been through this feature table. A veritable mine of information on players' strategies.
Just get a chance to use it. That's the trouble.
I don't get a walk.
Anyhow, we're on hand 67 of the day.
I tried to give you a walk yesterday.
Started the day at 10 o'clock this morning. Now 12:13, so a couple of hours and some change. Kevin might fold the 7-2, I think.
Gareth gets rid of that. Quick folds around. Darren on the button, nothing to play with.
Jeepers, there's lots of rubbish. Come on, Kezia. She had a nice hand there.
She
as
had the
well.
best hand, Jack 10 suited. She had the best hand and she got a walk.
Yep, so she gets a big blind back and 20,000 profit. So well done to you. Darren Lippman officially on 10 bigs in the danger zone.
But if you leave it exposed, at least I got you a bargain.
Folded round, quick. Hand rate is up as well. The players are acting quickly, Gary.
Yeah. We're fairly short-handed, of course, which helps.
Johan comes in with a raise. Kevin says, that's right, keep stealing my big blind. You know, Kevy. Jack 10 suited for Lady Kezia in the small blind.
Again, she had that hand last hand.
Yeah, she had it in the big, and now she's got it in the small. Kevin with a suited ace here. Is he going to make a stand against Johan? He saw that Johan raised him with 8-7 last time and got lucky on the river with the 8. He folds the ace. Not a good fold. Yeah, he says, sees the king queen, he says, not a good fold.
Not at all. But hey.
Admonishes himself and says, not a good fold.
So we've got about 2.5 minutes to run on the level.
So Darren may escape the big blind because Gareth's in the big blind now and Melissa next, so the short stack may be fortunate enough not to have to post that big blind and ante before they move.
Just have to pay more after the break.
Yeah.
I think I'd rather take this one.
Yeah, he may not be in the big blind on the next table. That's going to be his hope. That he will escape the big blind. Melissa, ace 8 under the gun. She folds. Darren is putting it in. Jack 8 suited. Another rag ace folded.
He doesn't want to miss the late reg on the satellite.
Gareth can't call, so Darren gets that through, buys himself the rotation anyway.
100k.
Melissa's now in the big blind.
And we'll be hearing that telltale beep of the 1-minute warning very soon, I'm sure.
There it is, Gaz.
How about that for timing?
Perfect as always. Gary the clairvoyant Allen. Never mind poker tone. We'll add more to your titles.
Oh dear. No, Davey's the guy with the title. Squeezy Dave.
Squeezy Dave.
I must say he was squeezing rather professionally this morning, giving us all a good sanitize on our hands. All part of the process.
So Johan will like that. Sorry, Gary. Johan will like that hand there. 10-8 suited. He's just limped in though. Just before the break, he says, I'm not going to raise. It's going to come with. I know he raises. Kevy raises. And Melissa with pocket threes. comes along. So Johan makes the call, so we're three-way to the flop.
Well, one of their threes is with Kevin.
And what a great flop for Johan.
He'll lead into this and he'll get a couple of
Yeah.
folds.
Top pair with a flush draw.
300.
Kevin eyeing it, but there's nothing for Kevin to continue with. Neither Melissa. Johan shows his hand. Said I had a great flop there.
Yep. So we'll be back in about 15 minutes with a new feature table. So don't go away. Go put the kettle on and we'll be back shortly.
Right, welcome back after our break. We've changed out the feature table. We're down to 11 players. Gary has just been out there briefing the new players to the feature table, although most of them have been on there before. We have Max Otiana in seat number 4. Then Big Nico Vegas, who we've seen a lot of. Frankie Henschel's first time we've seen him on the feature table. And then round to Big John Abrosi, he's been there. And then Wouter van der Merwe was on our feature table last night.
We have no volume. There they are. There's my volume. Wow. Someone turned me off. I bet my wife wish she had a switch like that. Okay, Johnnyman told us, hey, Johnny has it online. What is the tournament ruling regarding a player that stands up from the table prior to their action being on there? Well, it's very simple. They have folded number 1 out of turn, and they can incur a penalty for leaving the table. Of course, that's just the penalty. What does it do to the action? Well, if a player knows that you're folding and you still to play in front of them, they can adjust the size of their raise or whatever they do accordingly based on how many players are left back in. So it's an unfair advantage to them, or a disadvantage to the players left at the table. And yeah, suffice to say, I've just spoken to the tournament director about the very same, because it's happened a few times, and he will be watching for it.
Yeah, it's a no-no. You stay seated until it's your time to act, then you can get up and leave the table. So Rita Claire Habib has qualified. It's Lady Kezia that she's supporting. It's her cousin. And there we go.
Nice. All right, so a nice feature table. Both feature tables have been nice. I mean, someone having a pop at the Khalil's having a lunch home game or something.
Yeah.
Just like,
And he addresses us as morning ladies, so we'll deal with that.
that'll work. That'll work.
So on that board there now, Max has bet 250 with a total bluff and takes it down.
Nice work, Maxi.
Shot Maxi. Stone cold bluff. Wouter had an up and down from the flop. The 3 didn't improve him. Max kept his story going and takes down a nice pot and goes to the top of the pops here on the feature table with 2.4 million chips. So nice pot there by Max.
And Garrett left the feature table as the chip leader with 3.2. So everybody on and around the million plus number now. Shorties are obviously in the hundreds of thousands.
And after that pot, Wouter slipped down to 570,000, which will make you quite seriously short at this point, Gary.
Yeah, he needs to be making a few moves, PDQ.
Frank has been steady all day long.
So Wouter is actually on the button at the moment, I think. Is he on the button or is it Johnny?
Button is where we can't see exactly who.
No, it's Wouter who's on the button.
Yeah, he doesn't have chips in front of him, so he's not in the blind.
So Wouter needs to be shoving this fairly soon, not with 8-2 though, that's for sure.
Yeah.
This is the fold.
Max in the small blind. Deciding whether, no, it's right.
Strong hand, but in a small blind. He'd be a bit worried about Nico next to him with 1.6. And Johnny obviously raised this up to 150, so John will get that through.
John said to me he's very happy with his progress. I had a quick chat with him in the break. He started the day under 1 million and is now over 2 million, so he's happy with his progress. He said he's had a bit of run good with big pocket pairs.
And I'll tell you why. Because Rosa's here.
Yes, she's a good lady.
She's
never far
just
away.
behind him on that black screen. And she's got herself a chair. She's positioned there and she's got the best spot in the house to watch our hubby play poker.
Yeah, so Dodgy Cam React said, lyrics in a bottle, morning ladies to you and I. Why are you televising the Khalil home game? When I get back, will you also do our donkey derby?
Yeah, no problem at all. Give us a shout. We're happy to televise for a small fee.
So it's folded round. Wouter, nothing for him to shove with there. He's got a jack-4.
Button Max with the 8-2 to get out of the way.
Nico with Queen 4 in the small.
Might get Frankie a walker.
Yeah, Frankie might get a walk unless Nico decides to try and steal that big
I've got to say, in our previous experience of Nico over 2 events, I've actually not seen him give a walk to anybody. So
No, he'll limp in. He wants to see that flop. And Frankie's got an ace here. So no help for Nico.
ace high ahead.
Check to Frank. Checks back.
Cautiously.
6 doesn't change anything.
Nico bet.
Who will blink first?
Nico in statue mode before he picks up 3 or 4 of those greens. What do you think? Or is
Yeah,
he
I
just
think
gonna
he's
gonna
decided to
check.
check. Frankie, and because of that, he's inducing the free card. King doesn't change anything. Ace are still good. Frank may have sussed out now that his ace is good. So if Nico bets now, it might be 1 street too late. Let's see if Frankie calls him down with the ace high. There we go.
He has to.
Frankie's a wily old fox. There we go.
And don't sit back and go, how can you call me with an ace, Frank? You gave him the story. It didn't make sense.
The story, the way it worked out, Frank has to think his ace high is good there.
For sure.
So voter will be under the gun, 565,000. 50k in the pot. So he's looking for spots to put his chips across the line. He survived well this morning with a short stack. Lost a fair pot to Max just as they got to the feature table. And nice to see Max on top of his game. And I'm sure the whole Satriana clan and the Zaki clan out there will be supporting him. So Max folds under the gun. 7-5 to Nico on the button. Frankie with his favorite hand, King 6. Anyone that's played against you for a long time knows that.
Most dangerous hand in the world, your favourite one. Because you're reluctant to let go of it.
Yeah, and he's limped in and it's blind on blind. He does have John dominated, but he's out of position. It's checked very cautiously down between the two players. 5's no good. The king high takes it.
Is law. You must wear your mask at all times, covering your nose and your mouth.
So it sounds like the blinds are up in the satellite.
Yeah, I've got quite a number of tables out there, guys. There were 4 full tables out there.
I just had to have a hug with Lydia, that's it. That's the only time I had. She chased me down.
I had a chat with her as well. I said, take all the guys' chips, and Chella said she just stole a whole lot from me.
I love Lydia, she's a lovely lady.
Always full of fun.
Yep. That's it, that's the correct card, the top one.
So Max under the gun. Five-handed. Does he come in with a raise here, Gary?
Under the gun, I think it looks like he's. I was going to say how much, but it's too late. He's already put it in. So yeah, I was going to say just a small raise. Just send the message out. Put the smoke signal up.
Yeah, and it's under the gun, so Frank has the button and an ace-6 suited. So does he fancy a little call? No, you see the strength from under the gun will get other players to get out the way.
John's going crab hunting here, maybe even repopping it.
That's the repop. Frank will be glad he folded now. And Voter, King Jack suited, short stacked.
If he'd have been limped, the money would have gone in, but he can't do that now.
Now the action is raise, re-raise. And he's thinking that through.
I mean, if he shoves it in, it's not the best move, no.
No.
But I think that's wise. I think Max will get away from this. Yep.
Good fold,
puff
Max.
out. But
So John goes up to 2.6 million. Now chip lead on the feature table. Reverses places with Max after that hand.
so come on, Mr. Phil, you're one of our top dealers. Let's get moving, as they say.
Yeah,
That's a
misdeal.
misdeal. I think old Phil's been smug at his socks.
Yeah,
That's a misdeal.
he's just working out where the blinds are quickly. Happens sometimes when the players move the button along themselves and the dealer's busy looking down and doesn't pick it up.
I think that's possibly what happened. I don't know.
Looked like what's happened because he just checked
Okay,
where the button was.
Voter gets the first card now.
He looks quickly at his cards. Out of position. So Jack 8 for Nico. He likes the cards but doesn't like the position. Frank has announced raise. The ace 10 off. Makes it 165. John Ambrosi out the way, Voter out the way. And Max with a suited king. I don't think he'll want to defend with that.
Mark, you're going to have to excuse me. I'm just going to pop across to Monster Jam Management being summoned.
Okay, I will hold the fort and you will bring forth news.
If there is news, maybe just operational stuff. We'll see.
Right, so Frank will be under the gun. Pocket 8s for John. Re-raised by Max, the ace queen. So a big pot developing here between the two chip leaders on the feature table. Raised and re-raised. John now with the mid pair. Folds the 8 face up. Max doesn't show him. Slips the cards quietly into the muck. And he lost the big pot to John when John repopped him, and it's now gone the other way. So nice hand for Max. John Ambrosi will be under the gun. 2.5 million chips. Queen 6 off. Blinds are 25.50. with a 50 big blind ante, 125,000 in the pot. Folded round to Max on the button. Pocket aces for Max on the button. Looks like a steal, and he has the bullets. Nothing for Nico to defend with, so he'll get out the way. And Frank is a quick folder with 8 to deuce. And Max shows the aces. Tap of the table by Vota and Frank. So Max level pegging just slightly ahead of John. You see in both is 2.5 minutes. It'll be the change that just separates. It's basically one big blind that separates them. Very deep, still over 50 bigs for Max. 49 for Johnny. The only short stack at the table, Vota, will be under the gun. Just looking for some spots to chip up. $10-9 suited is 440,000. Has gone all in. Suited connectors. He hopes to get this through, and if he gets called, he'll hope he'll have live cards and yeah, some flop ability. Suited ace 3 for Nico on the button. I think too much to call with the ace 3. He gets out the way. Frankie queen 6, that'll go into the muck. So Vota only has to get through John, and John's got 10-6 off, so the 10-9 shove will get that through, and he chips up nicely. Let's have a look at that outer table, please, HP, in 1 second. Just flip out there. The graphics will disappear, so there's still the same 6 players out there. So we haven't lost any players, no big movement of chips. Everybody's sitting okay. Lady Kezia with her back to us has now put a jacket on. She's holding very few chips. I think she's the short stack. Thanks, HP. We'll flip back to the feature table. Frank with a king 10 on the button. Hasn't played too many hands, Frankie, so see a raise coming in here. 165,000, just over pot. John's quickly out the way. Vota has nothing to defend with, and Frank will pick up the money. Plus 125k now every time you take down a pre-flop pot. So the satellite free roll for the main event that starts later today filled up nicely outside there, so they're hoping to generate a few more seats. The last chance for people to jump in on a satellite before having to actually buy into the main. So Nico under the gun. Frank, the queen 3 and the cutoff. John Abrosi on the button folds. Round to Nico, all in, ace queen suited. And Max has an ace here as well, so he's going to ask for the count. Max sitting over 2 million chips, so let's have a look. It's blind on blind. He knows that small blind could be shoving pretty much with anything. Might just be too much with the 3 kicker. Let's have a look. Max working out. If I call, how much does it cost me? It's one of those that's marginal because it could go either way. There's no wrong thing to do, call or fold here. It's a lot of chips, 400,000. It's just got enough fold equity maybe to get it through. Max folds. Good fold, Max. Voter shows him ace queen suited. Max taps the table, pats himself on the back, says nice fold. It was just much, 100,000 less. I think Max is obliged to call. So Frank will be under the gun. Voter picked up some welcome chips there. So Frank under the gun. 1.9 million in chips. He's been very steady throughout this tournament. Frank's been around for a while, plays extremely well. King Jack suited for him. Under the gun, he's just limped in. Johnny with the pocket 2s gets out the way because of the limp by Frank. Voter on the button, Queen 10. He doesn't know what to do, shrugging his shoulders, side to side head movement. In the muck they go. Max with ace 5 suited. Has been the limp under the gun, so I think he might just complete here. And he does so. Round to Nico, 9-5 suited in the big. And I'm sure he'll knock the table and we'll go 3 ways to the flop. So he has checked. So 3 ways to the flop. Max is ahead here with his ace. Let's see how the flop comes out. And Frankie's got the best of the flop. So nothing for Max, he checks. Nothing for Nico. And Frank's going to bet his king, and he did limp under the gun. So he'll bet, and the other players will get out the way. Frank takes down a nice hand. Looks for the king, shows it. Keep that table rep. So John will be under the gun, 2.4 million chips, level with Max 2.4, Frankie on 2 million. Nico Vicker is still comfortable on 1.3 million. And Voter 11 bigs, 565, looking for spots then all the time. Mary Khalil, hello mommy. John, ace 3 under the gun, too early. Round to Voter, 7-4 offsuit. Folded round to Max on the button, 8-4 off, you'll get rid of that. Jack 3 for Nico, small blind now versus big blind only. Suited Jack 3, he's normally like to limp these in. He's going the other route now for the first time aggression. He has raised it up to 150,000. Frank has ace 7, is going to defend. And we'll go 2-way to the flop, Gary.
Yeah, good to be back. Nothing real to report. I did pop past the other tables on the outside there, just had a few people. But the other table to this side, nothing much changes. I think Lady Kiza is still the short stack over there. Darren has built up a little bit, as has Melissa. But they're all much of a muchness, those three. And the big guys, Gareth is still cruising a bit. Kevin is down to about 2 mil, and Johan is up quite a bit as well. So 3 players over there quite easily could be getting in at any time, so we'll be watching.
And meanwhile, Nico completes a steal there. He raised with Jack 3 from the small blind into Frank's big blind. Missed the flop, but had the betting lead bet and stole the pot.
Yeah, so we haven't lost any more players.
And I'm sure you saw that the satellites are nice and full there as
Yeah,
well.
I've passed by a couple of Shafi and all the guys there as I walked by. Just a quick hazard, but normal faces. So Clive Kick here in the satellite, just bored, waiting for the main event.
Killing time.
Yeah, a lot of good players out there actually playing in the satellite that have unfortunately come across the cooler or something and are missing out on the rest of this event or whatever. But the main event's what they're here for, so hopefully we'll get a good attendance for that today and tomorrow, and culminating on Sunday.
Yeah, I think this event exceeded expectations with the 122 entries that they had. So let's hope that the main event gets up there as well, Gary.
Sorry, yes, for sure.
So Max has called from the cutoff, just limped in the Jack 9. Nico on the button folds. Frankie looks like he's going to complete the small blind with ace 3 suited, and Big Don in the big blind just knuckle 6-2. So John with the junk hand here doesn't get a big blind special. Frankie has missed the flop, so in position. Max can have a stab at this now after limping in. Puts in 150,000 and quick folds from the other 2 players. Nice positional play by Max.
I'm just waiting for the chip count to come up. There we go. So yeah, Maxi's at the top now with 50, 45 Johnny. Yeah, so only Voto's in any danger here at the moment. And, has he got it in yet?
Yes, there was one big hand. It was folded round to him in the small blind. He had ace queen of clubs. And he shoved it in. Max looked down in the big blind and had ace 3 of diamonds. And Max went through the math, counted out the call, and it was just enough to get him to fold. He folded, and Voter showed him the ace queen, and Max tapped the table, said nice hand, and I think he patted himself on the back for having saved a lot of chips.
Good. Sounds awesome. But Maxi very astute. Talking to Max, here we are, under the gun, 6-5 off, into the garbage. Nico, what's your raise here? 125 in the pot. Standard raise about 120, I suppose, at the moment.
They've been going 150. They've just been picking up 3 green chips, nice and easy, you see. Throwing 150 in there.
Let us see. Nice premium hand here in the cutoff.
It's into the small stack, so he's quite happy if he gets a call from the small stack, that's for sure. He's gone for the exact pot.
Johnny won't want a piece of this over the small, and what is that would have been a shoving hand had he not been raised already. This would be a bad time to shove, trust me. Yeah, only got 1 lifeguard and 1 life suit.
It's
Yeah,
all in.
that's a call.
All in and snap call.
Yeah.
No hesitation.
Yeah, wasn't. Hey, listen, fortune favours the brave, maybe. Let's see. Good luck to both players.
He's got diamonds and the wheel draw at the bottom working for him as well. And the 4s. So good luck to both.
Well, that's a good one.
Yeah,
And
the
not
others
so good.
aren't.
So he needs a diamond on the turn or a 4. Nope, so a 4 only, and there are 3 of those left in the deck. Otherwise, we will see unlucky sir, and Voter will be our 11th place finisher.
So we are down to 4 players on the feature table. I'm sure we're going to get 1 other player to come across. They'll balance the tables. So we're going to get 1 player from the outer tables joining us. Let's see who it is.
Down to 10.
see who the TD brings us. Dave comes and takes the seating card.
So Verta will go home with 6,148 South African rands for his trouble. Well done, young sir. I think that might be his first cash, so well done to him indeed.
So 10th place will still get 6 grand, and then after that we'll start laddering up.
We will indeed. Okay, so we shouldn't be waiting for a new player, we should be dealing.
Dealer is shuffling, old Philip getting a move on. So we'll have a dead small blind. Max is in the big blind. So Nico.
There's still 6 people sat at the other table, so Dave has just given the bad news to Mr. Lipman. You're coming back to the feature table.
And we're having a chuckle at the announcement by the TD that Darren will be joining us in seat 3. Folded round. Max has pocket 10s in the big, and they all pat themselves on the back for having given him a walk. No small blind, so no profit for Max. He just keeps his own money.
We'll take it.
He'll take it. And all around the 2 million, the players on the table. Let's see what Darren has arrived. Darren's arrived as the shorty. So he'll be looking for spots. He's got no easy spots to get through on that table. Everybody's sitting with chips.
So Darren's just put them all on notice, as he does.
Yeah, I'm going to be shoving a lot. That's it. Straight away into the talking mode.
So we're on to hand 87 of the day. So Frankie will be our under the gun player.
Folds. John King 5. So Darren got to sit this hand out, which he would have been pleased about. Gives him a free look round for a hand or two. So Max just lumps in with Queen 5, Nico with 4-3 in the big.
And Darren living up to his reputation, having a good old chit chat at the table. Max in a small blind here, deciding what to do.
Max limped in, Nico knocks back.
Okay, so Nico checks back, and there'll be 2. The small and the big blind will go to the flop. So a pair of 5s for Max.
Yeah, 2 pairs, so I think he'll think his 5's probably good. Checks it. See if he can induce a bet from Nico.
Looks down at his chips, Nico. This is betting.
And he's drawing almost dead in this hand. He needs running cards. He's gone for the bet. Max looks at his.
Well, Max knows he hasn't got a pair. Well, he put a raise pre. So what 9 combo can he put him on? If he had ace 9, he would have raised pre.
Yeah.
So I think a flat is right in order here.
2 brings the up and down for Nico. Now he gets a lot of outs. Now Max is going to bet it properly, I think. So let's see if Nico's prepared to pay for that draw.
I think he'll be more than happy to pay for it.
The only thing that might chase him away is it's a paired board. Don't like chasing straights on paired boards, a lot of players, which rightly so.
I understand what you're saying, but given the action, I don't think anybody's got the boat there, you know.
Yeah, not yet, but there we go. Makes the call.
Dealer says don't splash the pot. He says I'm very sorry. I wouldn't have said don't splash the pot. I'd have said don't splash the pot, sir. You giant.
3 is no help for Nico. Check mark is on Max. That pot is 820,000 now.
I see it.
And yeah, Max is going heavy.
Shaker's looking down at his chips, but I think he's doing the count rather than anything else.
So it was a half pot bet by Max.
And Max will be getting more comfortable as the seconds tick past. Yeah.
Oh, and a nice pot taken down by Max there. Nicely played, Max.
Max up to 2.9 million.
Very nice. And Nico slipped down there a little.
Just above average chip stack. Well, actually, the average chip stack will be up over 1.6 now.
He's telling us that whatever you say. All right,
So John will be under the gun. And this will be Darren's first hand on his return to the feature table.
Let's hope it's not his last.
Right, so action on John, ace 5. Under the gun, he says, I'm too early in the queue.
They're not pushing cards, Darren. Fold for Darren Lippman. Yeah, Max would have had your guts for garters there.
psychology, Max. Now you're beating my blind. Normally I fold this hand.
Max shows him the King Jack. Nice and friendly spirit there between them. They've known one another a long time as well. And Max is motoring along nicely here, Gary. It's over 3.1 million.
So that's an old saying, guts for garters, eh?
Yeah, very old saying that, eh?
That's with reference to the lengths to which you would go to disembowel your victim and use your intestines to hold up your stockings. I think is what they used to say. A little bit extreme for today, though.
I think so.
We're talking back in medieval times when you were hung, drawn and quartered.
As they graphically illustrated in Braveheart.
Yeah, it's strange they couldn't find a brave Scotsman to play that role, eh? They had to get an Australian. Funny that, eh? I'll have all the Scots ringing up there, giving me a hard time. All the sweaty socks. But it's true. You know, Braveheart is about a brave Scotsman, and they couldn't find one. They had to get an Australian to play the part. And yeah, enough of ribbing the jocks. Enough of ribbing the jocks. Here we go. 349 Rainbow.
Cut shot only for Frankie.
Yeah, Queen High still good. Pair of queens now for John.
And we'll bet it. And Frank quickly out the way.
Nada, nothing.
And your mate Harder Swanepoel. Bring Lady Kezia back to the feature table. We're going to lose viewers now. Oh.
A young man taken in by the beauty of the young lady. You have to get past her fiance first, matey.
Yeah, not going to work. Not going to happen.
She's actually very pleasant. I've spoken to her a few times. And her partner, Devon, he's also a very pleasant young man. So
a nice couple.
Yeah.
Another poker couple. Always nice to see. Puts it away. Right, move on to Max under the gun. And Darren still looking for a spot. He's now in the big blind.
So spending some of those hard-earned chips.
Yeah, he's got to put in 100,000, 50 and 50.
Which is no small matter.
No, put 100k into the pot before you even get cards. It's folded round so far. Frankie
folds. Johnny might put a bit of pressure on the big blind here.
Yeah, I definitely think John's putting in pressure on him. There we go. And there comes the raise.
170, 180, something like that, is it?
Yeah, pocket sixes, Lippy's all in.
John will call him. Oh no, it's 500 odd thousand, so
Yeah,
it's not an instant call.
You know, he snapped him, he put it in, boom.
Okay.
Done.
So we're not quite racing, but it is 45-55.
So there's the king straight away, one out, and that's why the percentages were they were, only 1-6 left.
And Mr. Lipman has one out, has 6 of clubs, or we are seeing the last of Darren.
And Darren is
Darren will
eliminated.
tap the table. He will say, thank you very much. I've enjoyed my time here. I'm going to jump into the free roll. And he will be back soon, I'm sure.
I'm sure you'll be in the main event.
So Mr. Lipman will be our 10th place finisher, guaranteed 6,148 rands. And that means we're laddering up to 9th place for 8,198.
And it looks like John made up his mind when he raised that if he shoves, I'm calling him, because he didn't think he put the chips in immediately. He had predetermined his action.
I don't know how many chips Lippy had, but that'll help John's calls, I'm sure.
So a dead small blind. The second time Max has had a dead small blind to his big. The player before him being eliminated. So nobody short now out of these 4 players, Gary. The shortest of them being Nico, and he's around 1.6 mil.
And there we go. Nico wakes up with a monster short-handed. 100k in a pot. If he wants to win that 100k, what's he got to bet?
125, 150.
So pot and a half is what they're saying here. There we go, 150. The standard, I think you said, Mark. Yeah, that's what
they've been doing. Yeah, when he had the AK, he went slightly less and got the big blind to shove on him.
Frankie's getting involved with his Queen 10 here. Pot brewing.
One of his 10s being folded by John.
Johnny Abrosi's getting out of the way, and is Max going to protect his big blind here? No, absolutely not.
Discipline, Max. Get out the way. There's already 2 players in there. My ace rag is obviously already dominated by one of them.
And the 10 is good for Mr. Frank.
So Nico first to speak, he did raise. So let's see, what does he put in here? Pot is 400.
Frankie will call this. Yeah, I was going to say he might even raise.
There's the big raise.
$300 at 750. Pot at 1.5 million, by the way.
10 times the original starting stack.
Unbelievable. This is a massive call. He's got no redraw here apart from maybe backdoor spades, and he has over obviously with the ace, but you know, what's he putting Frank on here? He's got to put him on a big 10 surely, or a set. I mean, Frank wouldn't bet a set here. Well, I've said that about 5 times about different people today, and they all bet them. The standard play would not be to play it to the set. I think this would be a pretty loose call from Nico. I think he needs to get away from this, lick his wounds, and
it's committing him to most of his stack if he makes the call.
yeah, I think it's a loose call, and I think he should fold. Easy when you're sat here and you know all the cards, and not so easy when you sat down there.
Yeah, I think, Gaz, even if you sat down and you think I'm ace high.
Yeah, of course. But I don't know how Nico's brain works. But, you know, Frankie, given the way in which he's played, the hand history, his reputation, etc., you know, he's not bluffing you. That's number
absolutely.
one. So what has he got? I mean, if he hasn't got a set, what has he got? He's got ace 10 here, or he's got a good 10, you know? Remember, he called his raise pre-flop as well, 150.
So if you put him on ace 10, then you've only got your jack as an out or running spades. So
Exactly. So I'm kind of putting him on the ace jack hand here, ace 10 hand, suited. That's what I would have put him on. I know he hasn't got that, but that's what I would be putting him on with the information available to me.
yeah, I don't think he's not. I don't think he's calling. He's just taking the right amount of time to say that I'm not going to be pushed around. I've got a big hand. This is a big decision, etc., etc.
Yeah, I think that's probably the case, but if he is considering calling, I think it's a loose call. So let's see.
Tapping of the leg there, the nervous energy.
Yeah, he knows he's got to get away from it. He's got nothing. You know, battled and battled.
And he has sat there like statue mode most of the time we've seen him on the table. So the first time we've seen a little bit of nervous energy from him like that.
Giving the players plenty of time here. Big decision. The longer it goes on, the safer Frank becomes. Johnny just taking in information there.
He's watching Nico, see how his body language is during
Yep.
this. As was I. That's why I pick up that little tapping leg you did already as well. And yeah, there it goes. So nice pot for Frank. He's been very steady in this tournament.
Yep.
And good for Frankie. So the dead dealer button. Nico will now be in the big blind. Still hurting a little from that hand. He dropped quite a few chips there to Frank.
Yep.
Pre-flop and then the bet on the flop.
Nearly $500,000.
Yeah, it hurts. It definitely hurts.
So I don't know if they're up this hand or they're up next hand, but the blinds are up.
Yeah, they're already up, yeah. 30 and
50,
60.
25.
150k in that pot now, Gary, starting stack.
Yeah, so 50, 25, 50, 50 in the big blind ante. What was that, the last one?
That was the last one with 30, 60 now.
Yeah, we're up to 30,000, 60,000 with 60 in the big blind.
John with the pocket
Correct.
threes raises. Max is quickly out the way. Nico 4-3.
No, thank you very much.
No defense for those, I don't think. So John will get the threes through.
Pick up the 150k sitting out there. Thank you very much.
So Nico down to 17 bigs, 1.1.
So we're just trying to get the timing screen up if we can quickly. We'll see what the chip average is. So the chip average is now 2,287. And we've got 125 to run on the level, on the levels.
John Ambrosi under the gun, 7-4 off, folds. Round to Max, pocket kings on the button.
Oh well,
And he had aces on the button previously.
nice
He's now
premium
got
hand
kings
here.
on the button. Some run good for Maxi. Puts the raise in. Ace deuce for Nico.
Yeah, the first one looked nice, the second one's not so nice.
Yeah.
Wow, picked the wrong moment there, China.
10-4 for Frank, he's out the way.
And watch, we'll go back to the other camera, watch Max snap this off now.
Snap.
Yeah, he's not even asking for a call, thing. This is a big pot.
It's a very,
Super
very
big
big pot.
2.2 million in the middle.
So good luck to both gentlemen. Blank on the flop, 3 outs for Nico.
All the aces still available. Needs to find one of them.
6, no help.
Needs a Barry Greenstein or he's going home. And
No Barry Greenstein for him. No ace magnets for Max. And Max takes a big chunk there up. Over 4 million chips now, Gary.
yep.
Students and players who are now on the table in the room and keep their hands on as we wait.
So maybe HP can take us there. Are they shifting around already? Can we still see them seated?
Maybe it might be one of those times.
So it is now final table, Gary.
I'm off and running.
Gary's going out there to help organize all the things. So our news from the outer table is Lady Kezia was also eliminated. So the other 4 players will come across. And we are down to our final 7 players in the Little Slam, which has proved to be a very, very popular event. Well supported, nice deep stack play. We've seen some wonderful poker over the last day and a half with this event, starting on Wednesday evening, or Wednesday afternoon actually. So we've had a lot of play here. We started broadcasting from Wednesday evening after the Monster Marathon completed. So we're going to go out there. I'm sure they're going to take their photographs and set everything up. So I will go away. We'll leave the table mics up for you. I'm sure they're going to have announcements from everybody.
It's in Joe. Dave? I'm taking some of the...
I won't take a help, but I just want to get everybody seated. Next. Okay, who's guys still in your seats? Number 5 is? Thank you. I'm counting here.
Just take your seats, guys, so I can just get the names of who's in the Zoom.
Kev, you here? Kev?
Yeah, we'll do a photo and stuff. All right. So where are you up to? Right, who's in seat 10? Me. Okay, Betty in seat 10. Seat 6 is Johan de Praat, right?
Seat 6, Johan, yeah?
Seat 5 is the other girl, Gareth.
Seat 5, Gareth.
Okay, right, okay. 4, 5 and 6 stay seated, the rest go stand behind, please. I'm waiting for Melissa. Where are you sitting, John? Melissa's saying we're in that man's walking
I'm looking for Melissa Cologne.
There we go. Melissa, just stand in the back there. Anywhere between Masks on, please, guys. Wide lenses. Johan, look up. Smiles. Smile beyond the mask.
Just take 7 photographs, let one each then.
Okay, last one. Cool. Guys, it is now 28 past. At 1:45, I'm starting again. So you've got 17 minutes.
So there's just been an announcement by the TD that they have a 17-minute break for the players to get ready for the final table. So we will see you back in 17 minutes time.
Khalil with 2.35 million. Johan de Graaf in seat 6 with 3.105. And then our chip leader going into the final table, Max Satirana with 4.1 million. And Kevin Khalil, I think this is his third final table for the series, with 2.855. Congratulations to everyone and to the players that cashed out. The money went down to 13. They made a deal for money to go to 14. So congrats to all the cashing players and good luck to all of you in the final table. Enjoy.
Just let them know John's the only one that supports Liverpool.
Right, we're back after the announcements. The players had a short break. The players have all been introduced, and we've got a veritable who's who there. A very accomplished final table. We can see Gary out there having briefed all the players. Lovely Caitlin having introduced everyone. So we're getting ready for the final table. Gary just briefing the players. So they have all been introduced. All seasoned veterans, if we can put it that way. None of them strangers to a final table, and many, many titles between them all, many trophies between them all. So we're in for a lovely final table. I think we're going to see some great poker. This has been an amazing tournament, and we're looking forward to continuing with this final table. Nobody super short, so we're going to expect lots of good poker. We've got an interesting table dynamic in the mix of players. And interesting to see that none of the newer, really younger players have come through. It's like the old stalwarts have made a stand here in this event and gone to the final table. So good luck to all the players. Dealer is now shuffling up. Gary is returning from having briefed the players. Done all the chip counts, got everything in order, all the admin that he does. So Frank will be under the gun. Blinds are still 30,000, 60,000 with a 60,000 big blind ante, 150k in the pot to start. Blinds are all posted, we're ready, and we are away with the first hand of the final table. Frank under the gun, Jack 6 off. Those will go into the muck. Gareth with King Queen. Standard raise has been 150, 160. He's made it 160. Johan de Graaf in the hijack, 6-5 off into the muck. Max with pocket 4s in the cutoff. He's going to come along and see if he can set mine from there, and we'll have position on Gareth in the hand. Kevin on the button with Jack 10 into the muck. John's a quick folder, and Melissa also a quick folder. So we go 2-8 to the flop. Max doesn't want to see paint on this flop. Gareth hoping for paint, and there it is straight away. The queen has hit Gareth, but he's going to check because he's got Max behind. The ace is there. It's the action killer for them both. 7 comes. Gareth will now lead. 150k, and Max is quickly out the way. So first blood to Gareth on the final table, Gary.
I saw. So we've chipped up a few of the players, not all of them. It just took some of the purples out of play. It'll just make the game flow a little bit easier with the green chips, the larger denomination. So only 2 chips in play now, the green 50 and the 5,000 for the purples. Our chip leader, of course, is Max up there over the 4 million mark now, and just cruising along nicely. But talking to John Ambrosi there, Ambrosi, sorry, I mustn't say Ambrosi, it's Ambrosi. We were just saying, you know, how much money's in the prop pre-flop? 150k. Every pot's 500,000 to $1 million. It's still anybody's tournament.
Absolutely, and we've got a seasoned table here. None of them are strangers to a final table.
No, I think, yeah, just looking around, everybody's been there, done it, got game. So It'll be interesting. Maybe it'll take a cooler. Maybe it'll take a get a couple of players out. Maybe there'll be a deal. I don't know. Who knows? All I do know is we've got a main event coming up at 3 o'clock.
Yes, that's fast approaching as well. We're now 10 to 2 local time. Johanna's raised with a suited A6.
And we're still on level 24, which is 30,000, 60,000, with 60 in the big blind ante.
It's folded quickly round to the big blind. Frank King 7 off.
Just to put it into perspective, in 2 levels time, it'll be 50,000, 100,000.
And then there's $250,000 in the pot pre.
Yeah, and that's going to be a bit mad. But somebody's got to win. Can't go forever. Okay, what have we got here? Jack 8-3. So ace high good. Backdoor clubs, of course. So all the good news is for Johan. The bad news is for Frank. Are we going to see 3 cards to the turn? No, Johan's going to bet his ace. In the betting lead. And I'm pretty sure this will be folded. Yep. And that's $250,000 picked up in that pot. Just like that.
And Dodgy Cam React says, I see the player shaking hands and I'm thinking, no matter how contact it is. Sees the players are using hand sanitizer afterwards, thinks South African gets it. South Africans get it. Well played, folks. He sees them all using hand sanitizer afterwards and frequently.
And there's plenty of hand sanitizer around. I mean, we've got all different flavors, so that's nice.
And one of the old platinum crew online, Tanya Labaskachny, Go Massi, supporting Max. Massimilo is his first name.
Did you not hear me shouting it out when they introduced him?
Go Massi. So Tanya putting her support out for Max. So Jan de Graaf under the gun.
7-3, not interested. 10-5 for Max. The $4 million man. Kevin's chirping away there. Put your cards in the box. I thought I saw pocket 10s there for a moment. Maybe it's John Abrosi. Did you see pocket 10s then? Or am I going mad?
Let's have a look. There they
you
are.
go.
You did see them, sir. Your eyes are fast. Nothing gets past Mr. Allen.
Sure. That's interesting.
Comes raised. Melissa's a quick folder on the button. Frank with a suited ace in the small decides he's going to defend. Gareth gets out the way.
Gives up the big blind with 8-6 off. So 2 players to the flop.
Oh, monster flop for Frank.
That's an action flop of note.
Flops the straight flush draw, nut flush draw obviously. He leads into it. John has the overpair, he's going to repop it. Here comes the big repop. So
if you want to draw, this is the price of drawing. Frank not hesitating here. Not even close to hesitating. Doesn't matter how many chips he puts forward. If he says call, that's all he's be held to. And this pot is already 1.6 million. Queen of spades, no help. 13 outs for Frank. Checked it.
it's gone check because of the quick call.
John Abrosi will have a lock on the hand here. Unless, of course...
John shows 10s.
wow. John wouldn't have liked to see that queen or that jack.
Frankie shows him what a monster draw he had.
Jeez.
Now the action slowed down quickly after John re-raised and Frankie insta-called.
Yeah, it was quick. He didn't mess about. So we have joint chip leaders, John Abrosi and Max, on 3.9 million. Wow.
A lot of chips out there, Gary.
Yep. A significant amount, I think. Wish they were South African rands. That would be nice.
That would be very nice indeed.
Imagine betting R1 million. How cool would that be? I once played in a game where I bet 1 million Tanzanian shillings.
Okay.
In fact, I've actually bet more than 1 million Tanzanian shillings. I've bet several million. But 1 million Tanzanian shillings in those days was worth 6,000 rand. So still a big game.
Yeah, still a big game. I was about to say that's still no chump change game.
Good old Seacliff Casino in the back in the day in Dar es Salaam there on the East Coast. Used to enjoy our game up there. Yeah. So the biggest denomination chip was 1 million shillings, which was 6,000 rand.
Casino Royale stuff, bolting in the millions.
I actually have a picture somewhere of a million ship. That was the one and only time.
So King Queen for Kevin, suited, under the gun +1, nice hand. He's raised. Quick folds around to Frank. Ace-8 suited. He's keeps finding these suited aces, getting involved. He hasn't come off well out of them so far.
So this could this has got the makings of a pretty strong hand coming out here. The action's on Johan.
Pocket 7s now. It's been raised under the gun, called. So he's going to come along. So the percentages are split evenly across the three players there.
Yep, not much to choose. That'll change now, of course, with the heart draw coming on board.
So technically the 7s are ahead, but the monster draw for the hearts puts him statistically ahead.
Yeah, that's obviously the difference in the percentages.
He's got 2 overs to the 7s plus the heart draw. And he's gone all in.
Yep, you're going to pay. That's what he says.
You're going to pay to play here. Tough spot for the 7s now. There is an overcard to them. And he still has the original razor behind. And Kevin, there's nothing for Kevin on that board.
And Kevin is keeping reasonably still, not moving chips around, which is good. Don't let me down now, Kev. We don't want any indication of what may or may not occur.
And Frank had bled right down to 800 from he coming with 1.6 to the final table. So he's looking to take this pot down. So Johan in the tank here. He's asked for an exact count now, and that is just to see a reaction from Frank. And that because he knows what a portion of his chips it is to call anyway.
Yeah.
He's looking for a reaction from Frank while the dealer counts the chips.
It's going to fold here.
They can easily put Frank on ace jack or something like that there
Kevin
anyway.
does snap fold.
Yeah, Kevy folds.
Well done, Frankie. Picks up half a mil.
Yeah. Nice pot for Frank, moving back in the right direction again. Wow, and Gary's just showing me the lovely picture from the Seacliff Casino, a 1 million shilling chip. That's a nice memory, guys.
Isn't it just? I've never kept it. 6,000 rand keeping for souvenirs a bit expensive.
It's a bit of an expensive souvenir.
Hence I took the picture.
And Bradley saying, God, offhandly, oh, I was in that game, it was nothing, I had several of them.
There you go.
Cheeky chopped it. Even how to play poker back then when you did play that game, Gary.
Yeah. And then the next picture, of course, is the big winner in my house.
Picture of his lovely lady at the poker table with a mountain of chips in front of her.
Yeah. All good stuff. All good stuff. Ah,
Meanwhile, we moved
know
on.
that guy? He
There
was
we
in here
go.
earlier. Joe Steggers.
Under the gun, Kevin Khalil, Jack 8. So that moved Frankie nicely back up.
He did very well there. Nice hand for him.
Started
half a
with
million.
1.6 and he's back up to 1.7 now. So and he dropped right down under 1 million. Gareth, steady tournament for Gareth. He's going to be a favorite for a few players out there, playing the way he is at the moment. But tough to pick a winner out of this whole lot. Everybody will have their sentimental favorite.
Okay, so the flop comes Jack 8-3 Rainbow, so pair of threes for Johan.
Well, it's blind on blind. And Max is a quick folder. He's only got 6 deuce off.
I need you to hit that flop heavy or not at all.
So there are the chip counts.
Melissa now Smalley with the 13 bigs.
Yeah, she's
Kevin with
starting to head to the danger zone, Gaz. But it can swing all in one hand. You know, the amount that's in that pot. And with the screen there, it looks like Max and Kev have made a pile of chips together.
Yeah.
John folds, Melissa folds, Frank suited queen 6. He's just limped in. Insta raised by Gareth with the hooks.
Max is going to get out of the way here, so the raise is up to 220. Kevin gets out of the way. Frank's going to have a piece of it. Queen 6 suited in the hijack. Frank likes to float these, eh?
He does.
Sure.
Especially at this stage with the blinds where they are. Interesting play.
Well, another rainbow flop here, 5, 7, 10. Safe flop for Gareth in his mind. Check, so this will be a 250 plus bet, no, maybe 300 plus, in fact. What does he put in there?
300 exactly, Gary.
Yeah.
I think you've been doing this for a while.
Actually, it was 400.
Yeah, 400.
He
Close
backed it
enough.
Yeah.
He shows him the jacks.
Reputation intact.
So Gareth will move up a little, almost to 3 million now. And we the TD outside announcing that it's a break in the last chance free roll satellite for the main event.
So just a reminder, everybody, that all the players at the table are guaranteed 16,396 rands, and the next player out will be in 7th place.
Nothing for Melissa to use there.
Sounded like a raise there, was it?
Yeah, Johan suited gapped connector. And Max likes Jack 10 suited. You
Why
like
not? Such
part
a
of your
great
club,
hand.
Gaz.
Probably many times over. Kevin will get out of the way in the small.
John likewise, I'm sure, will get out the way unless he thinks he's priced to see a flop. He thinks so.
You want to know about the shape he's in?
Yeah, Max is in the best shape here so far.
Even better now, those 2 overs will frighten him.
Yeah. So now does Johan continue the story? He still has Max on the button behind him, the chip leader.
Yep, he'll get rid of the other 2 here, repping one of those 2 over cards. Gut shots, of course, for Max here as well.
Yeah, the pair with the gut shot.
It's actually not a very big bet into that pot, really.
795,000 in that pot now.
He gets rid of it.
And then quick
Has
four.
the decide effect, as they say?
Yeah, that whole pre-flop aggression and continuing, get rid of the other 2 players. So we have 3 players on 3.6 million now. John Abrosi, Max Sotriana and Johan de Graaf. Right, so we move on to our next hand. Frankie's under the gun. He's lumped in with a king jack. It's folded all the way around. Kevin on the button, jack 3. Folds. King queen for John Abrosi in the small blind.
Yep, he's coming out and just flatting this by the look of it.
Yeah, I think they limp under the gun. You think, okay, let's just have some caution here.
Melissa with
Ace-8.
I was going to say Melissa with the possibility of going all in here is probably why he limped. But
Yeah, the squeeze play. She's put it in.
$765,000 is the price to play. 705 to call. That's half your stack, Frank. John insta-folds.
So nice move by Melissa. That's limped to my big blind, and I've got an ace. I'm going to put the squeeze on. That helps her to almost 1 million now.
1 million and she's 15 big blinds. Price of poker's gone up.
It is in day 3, guys. So I think the structure has been very good if you look at where they are.
Yeah, very nice. Very
Day
nice.
3.
We have enjoyed this tremendously.
I think it's been a viewer favorite as well. So Gareth will be under the gun. Limped in with Queen 8 suited. Folds from the rag ace and max with 8-5.
Here we go. First time Kevin's had a half decent hand since we sat down for the final table. So I expect he's going to get a bit of respect here. I don't like a limp. Please raise.
Proper raised.
250, is it? Something like that. 235, yeah.
In that region.
That'll make John perk up in there. And that's going to get through, I think.
Yeah, Garrett's not going to call with Queen 8 once Kevin raises there. He showed it.
So Kevin gets his scoreboard ticking over again, which is what he wants to see. And the 1 hour countdown has begun for our main event.
1 hour to go to the Blue Ribbon event of this series. And a lot of players are very excited to play it. Players that sat it in, they don't normally play that big stage. They said they've got butterflies, they're all keen and ready to play it. I know your young apprentice, Gordon, is said he had that nervous energy.
So a Queen Jack here for Max under the gun +1. He's going to just call here. Johnny in the cut-off, 9-4, get out of the way. Melissa with a small ace here, she's going to get out of the way. So Frankie with 8-3, round to Gareth, ace-jack, and this will be raised up here for sure. No, he's checking it back.
Knocked it back.
Wow.
Trapping.
Maybe traps himself, let's see. Doesn't want to see a jack here because this will be dangerous. Okay, gut shot for both players.
A higher one, the 9 would be a disaster for Gareth. Now,
Gareth is in command, as they say.
yeah. The 4 card straight is there, so Max is just going to flat. He's looking for the 9 to come. There's no help.
Check, check.
Just Queen Jack, Ace Jack. Max taps the table. That board just got so scary for both players.
Yeah, want to get involved there.
There's a min bet on the almost on the turn and a call, and then it's action shut down. So nice hand for Gareth. Got the extra chips with just checking the Ace Jack in the big. Players have become so suspicious of a player limping in. They think, what is he trying to trap me with here? That you often get a lot of free flops with marginal hands limping in because everybody's scared of the big limp jam.
Five, 4 suited, under the gun +1, in the muck, no.
Kevy's raised these before, so let's see.
Yeah, I think he's just calling, yeah, just getting no cards. Wants to get in a few pots. They want to be flush drawing here, this will be a problem. And John raised out.
John wants to thin the field, see where he stands. Gonna find out very shortly. Our big blind has AK. He's been a limper and a raiser. What size 3 bet, Gaz?
415 in the pot, 275. More than that. Wow, that's half a million.
600. Gone in hot and heavy.
What's a huge bet? That's never getting called.
Not by Queen Jack. I don't think.
Not on your Nelly. Johnny can't call this. That's the, if you've got aces or queens, kings, you can call. That. The other thing is, John Abrosi is quite capable of 4 betting there. 3 betting. 4 betting, sorry.
Okay, 4 bets. Johan probably shoves on him.
Yep. Every moment a pivotal moment.
There we can see John, Gary getting the graphics taken off us, so they can have a nice look at John through the screen there. In deep thinking mode. He's wanting to make a play, Gaz.
Johan was already saying, I've got a big hand here. Now he's saying, I've got a massive hand. We'll go back to the table, main table camera. This is going to get exciting.
And you said John was capable of it, and he has pulled the trigger. Wow, look at the 4 bet, 1.3 million. There's 2.1 million in the pot already.
With king, queen, sorry, queen, jack suited. Love your work, Mr. Ambrosi. He's going to fold it. He's going to fold it.
Wow, John.
What a shot.
Well played, Mr.
Great poker.
Ambrosi.
Great
Fantastic poker.
That'll be Johan logging into the stream, by the way.
Yes. Well
Great
played,
poker.
John.
Great poker. Unlucky Johan as well.
And you know, you pick players that you know will fold AK and ones that won't. Johan will give him respect for the 4 bet there over the top. A lot of the players would have been married to the AK and slammed it in.
Yeah.
So it says something about John's knowledge of Johan as well.
I mean, Kevin's chatting to Johnny here. Just leave Johnny alone for a minute. Let his heart settle.
Yeah, when he saw the AK, he thought, he swallowed his heart for a minute there.
I think he knew what he was on. I think he knew Johan had ace king.
But he was hoping that it wasn't a king's or aces, that's for sure.
I mean, his bet size was that he could fold if he'd come back all in. You can only put him on aces or kings then. So here we go, king, queen, Mr. Khalil.
It's folded all the way around. Quick folds round to max in the big. 10-5, he lets go. Kev gets that through. But you know, it shows you exactly why John has been, from the last series through this series, form player, players like that. Strong poker.
Yeah, did very well there. Very well indeed.
And you called it, you said John is capable of 4-betting him, and he did exactly that.
John goes above 4.3 million now. So Max down in the second place, Gareth third. And Kevin is dropping down the ranks here. He came in as one of the chip leaders this morning, if not was the chip leader. I mean, no run of cards for him, obviously. He's only seen 1 or 2 decent hands since he sat down, and he's been forced off most of them. So we're up to hand 106. John was going to get a rest with his 7-3 here under the gun.
So hand 104 is the one that will be logged by Johan de Graaf to look at later.
Yeah. So next player out receives 16,396.
So Frank has raised with 6-4 suited. Been called by Johan with the ace-10. Kevin folded 5-4, so we'll go 2-way to the flop. Suited gap connector raising. Blank for both players on the flop. Frank continues his story. There's nothing for Johan on that flop. He's ace high. Is he going to float one here in position? Going more, he's 3-betting. There you go. He says, let me see if that was just a C-bet from you, and I can take this hand down. And nice strong play by Johan. No, he just had it done to him, and he's now returning the favor to Frank. So we're seeing some really good poker, Gary.
Well, not unexpected. There's some good players here at this table. And reasonable prize money, 127,000 rand up top, so worth playing for. All of them in the money, guaranteed 16k and some change, so a good return on a 4k investment. So 150% profit in 3 days. Take that. We'll get that out of the bank. Alrighty, so we're off to hand 107, and King Queen for Melissa here. Could see some movement of her chips.
What does she do? 915,000, 150 in the pot.
Maybe a bet here to or a limp and then a check shove, you know. Let's see.
She's raised. Nice ace queen suited. Fold it quickly round. Kevin with queen jack in the small. Get out the way. Round to John. 7-2 off. That's going quickly into the muck. So Frankie after that hand. Speculative raise with a 6-4 suited from early. And then the C bet is down to 13 bigs now.
Yep, not a winning strategy on this table, I don't think. Okay, we're off and running on hand 108.
Frankie's now under the gun, ace-8 suited. Bit early in the queue, but he's going to play it. He's got it through so far till the button. He'll get through Kev as well. Just the two blinds now. John, King, Queen. John's going to see a flop. Round to Melissa, Jack 10 in the big. She's got a price to call. So we'll go three-way to the flop. Oh, lots of diamonds there. 10 for Melissa. Gut shot for John, 2 diamonds for Frank. John was a quick folder of that gut shot there. Melissa, the big 3-bet coming in. She's check raised.
Does Frankie pay for his draw? Answer yes.
He doesn't find the diamond, but he goes ahead with the ace, and she's all in and call. Snap call. It's all in and snap call.
Top pair with a flush draw. She's in pretty bad shape here, less than 3% to win the hand. And I think Frankie's got it covered. Yep.
Just, well, he may not. I think he's got less than her.
Was he lower than her just now? I think so, yeah.
The 80 is no help for Melissa.
And the dealer's got some accounting to do.
Yeah, I think she just had him covered because he bled those other chips off.
She's got 170,000 left, which is not going to help her. Okay, while he's counting the chips there, the main event will now start at 4 p.m.
Okay, so it has been moved on by an hour.
And it will finish at 10:30 tonight.
Okay, so we've got a later finish now because of the moving of the time.
Yep. So 4 p.m. start, play 6 levels to the end of day approximately 22:30, 15-minute break every 2 levels. Return, start 10 a.m. on Saturday 6th of March, late registration up to the end of level 10, approximately 2:30, and there will be 15 minutes breaks every 2 hours. And it doesn't say what time they're finishing. And then day 3 Sunday, 10 a.m. start, 15-minute break every 2 hours, play down to a winner. And don't forget, of course, your reigning champion from the last event was Mr. Gerard Solomon. So hopefully we'll see him in the field, no doubt we will. So that is the main event starting at 4, finish at 10:30, start at 10, finish at 10:30, start at 10, finish when it finishes. Before 10:30, obviously. So I have 2 nodding dogs in the corner here from the tech team thinking, oh yum, we're going to stay till 10:30 for 3 days and be up early every morning. All part of the growing up and being South African.
Gary shaping them into men.
All part of it. So there you go. You heard it here first.
Max with ace-4 in the hijack. He hasn't played a hand for a short while. No, too early. Disciplined. Gets out the way. So Melissa's on fumes. Yeah, small blind. 6-3. She's just going to limp in. Frank goes all in. He's got AK. And Melissa going to gamble.
Yep. She's got live cards, she says. So I've had enough of this.
So I've got 2 live cards.
Which, you know, how many times I've seen this, and when the 6-3 always comes out on top.
Yeah.
I don't wish any ill on either player, by the way. It's
Good
just,
luck to both. Oh, look at that flop already.
Told you.
She's flopped the top pair with a gut shot.
It's a crazy world we live in.
Redraw for clubs now for
Yeah,
Frank. Doesn't get there, and you
Melissa
called
wins
it.
with a 6.
You
It's just
called it,
madness,
guys.
isn't it? Isn't it madness?
Absolute premium hand ace king. The 6-3 is frustrated, short stacked. A limp shoves. Hoping to have live cards. And she takes some of the chips back from Frank that he had just taken from her. She's still only on 6 bigs, 400k. And Dodgy Cam reacts, says, and we're back to the Khalil show. Kind of amazing that 3 members of one family made the final table. Stunning job to Kevin and his clan.
Fair call. Still got a long way to go to get to the cash in the main event WSOP, which the Mizrachi brothers did, all 4 of them. But certainly quite unique in South African terms. So well done to the Khalil team.
So Johan de Graaf under the gun with 6-3, folds. Max 10-7 off, folds. Kevy with a 4-3 suited in the hijack, too early in the queue for him. John Abrosi ace-10 in the cutoff. So announced raise. Melissa has already folded as soon as he said raise. Gareth has asked how much. Frank got out the way with King 6. King Jack suited for Gareth in the big blind. And he's counting out the call, Gary.
Looks like it. There it is.
Ah, he's repopped. He has 3 bet with a King Jack suited.
So a reversal against John here for what happened to him previously.
Folds ace 10 face up. Gareth not going to show him. Just shows him the king. Just shows him the king. John says, I'll see it on the TV. Gareth, look, I want you to see it. Oh, I love you, Gareth. So Max is under the gun. King 10 off. Still over 3.4 million. Hasn't had too much action in the last while. It's early in the queue though, under the gun. And he says, I haven't played a hand for a while. I should get some table respect. He's counting out a raise. Potty's 200. He's gone 215, just over pot. Kevin Queen 8 off, folds. John Queen 5 folds. Melissa's a quick fold with 8 deuce. Frankie's out the way with 9-7. Gareth's folded, so it's just the big blind, and the big blind folds. And Max gets that one through one rotation bought.
200,000. Wow. Let's see if we get the timing screen up for the guys. Let's have a look.
There it is.
So next break is 41 minutes away. And how many players we got left in? 8. That's correct. So average chip stack 2.2 million now, eh?
Yeah, Melissa on 400,000 has exactly 2 rotations. Cost you 200k a rotation.
That's outrageous, isn't it? Thank you very much. So
Kevin under the gun, 8-4. Folds. John away. There's a nice hand for Melissa with her 400k all in.
Well, Gareth is. Let's see if there's any brotherly love there.
He shows
Obviously,
it.
it is.
He's still got 2 players behind him, so yeah, I think he may have snapped.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Is the classic race coming?
It's easy call for him with that stack.
Dealers asked for cards, please. And Max sees it's the classic race. The pocket jacks versus the ace queen.
One of the queens was folded by Gareth, of course.
So Max 53.47. Good luck to both.
5, 6, 7 opportunities.
Backdoor clubs for Melissa as well now. Or no more.
Nope.
Ace to the queen, 5 outs.
There you
She
go.
finds the
That's how
queen
you
on the
do it.
river. Melissa gets a welcome double up. Max gives a rueful smile. Says it always has to be on the river. Didn't cost him too much.
Oh no. 4 million stack and it cost him 400,000. I think we can do the math there. And Melissa hangs on. Well done, young lady.
Yeah,
Well
with,
done.
Yeah, with the small blind and the ante, she'll move herself up a little. She'll move herself up to the 900k mark, thereabouts. So John will be under the gun.
Nobody cares what you folded, Kev.
Yeah. He's saying that the queens are gone because Gareth said he folded a queen. Kevin's saying he folded a queen. So Melissa's thinking, wow, okay.
A likely story.
And
Okay, Johnny under the gun. Five, 3 suited. Don't think they're going to go too far.
No, it's folded. She is just over 900 now, 920.
Max is saying it's got this far. Let me have a stab at it. So Kevin's got. Kevin's notes been showing that he's not defending too much if he's got rubbish cards.
Yeah, so Max just limped in.
Kevin's actually not going to have a bad hand here,
No,
especially when that comes on the board.
when
But
it's action.
look at the up and down for Max.
Up and down for Max, top pair for Kev. Max bets it.
I think he's got a call here, Kev. Maybe even repop it.
That's repopping chips. The two of them laugh. See the funny side of that.
He's going to peel one, Max.
Yeah. Says I'm in this far. I've got the up and down. Well, that's no help for him. And Kevin going to end the hand here.
Looks that way. Going to make him pay for his draw.
Yeah, and Kev shows the queen. Tap of the table by Max. So Max slips down a little. He's under 3 million now from over 4 million with those two hands.
Fortune is changing.
Yeah, there's the swings and roundabouts as they go. Momentum in that. Melissa finds the queen on the river. Max doesn't find he's straight on the turn. And on those small nuances, your chip stack swings. So Melissa is now under the gun with 920,000. Bought herself a little relief with that double up. 8-5 off. Folds those. Frank ace 2 suited. Under the gun +1. And he's carving out chips. He's raised. Gareth gets out the way with King 10. Johan's a quick folder. Max a quick folder. Kevin 9-6 in the small, suited. Folds just round to John. 9-2 off, and Frank will get that raise through.
So we just got a private message in the booth here from Paul Ralston, and it starts off with a sentence saying second serious question of the week type thing. So I always listen to Paul because Paul's actually quite a good poker player at the end of the day. Sorry, I just lost the camera here. That's what I was worried about. Anyhow, he says, do you think that any of these people have people spotting for them when it comes to the stream and telling them any information? And do you think that there's too much showing going on? And, shouldn't we be adopting the burn after reading philosophy? Well, you know, Paul, you've been an avid listener to the stream, and I think on many occasions I've said, please don't show your cards, or I wouldn't have shown there, or whatever. It's down to the individual. But as to quote the great Daniel Negreanu, everything you do and say at a poker table gives away information. And by that token, of course, then I agree with you. It's up to the individual. As for do any of these players have the stream being spotted by somebody else, I actually don't know is the answer to your question. But once again, you know, it's up to the individuals at the table. It's a good observation, but something we have no control over, of course, as you know. But if you want to add to that, Mark.
Yeah, Gary, I think, you know, the half-hour delay is there for the integrity of the game. So anything that happens is a half an hour later. If they're going to pick up something from it, maybe they get in a break, somebody will say to them, oh, I saw this on the stream, I saw this, watch for this. That might happen.
Yeah, but, you know, put it this way, if I was playing in this game, I would have somebody watching the stream. Absolutely. It's a tool there. If it's going to give me an edge, I'll take any edge in a game of poker. You know that. And certainly, if permissible, I would be watching or listening to it at the table, if they would let me. So that's the sort of level I would go to. And as for showing cards on a personal level, not a chance unless I'm building my image or reputation. And I'm doing it deliberately. You know, the mystique is important, but at the end of the day, keeping your information yourself, I don't want to give the other player any edge. That's what I'm looking for. So yeah, I hope that answers your question, Paul. And thank you for being sensible for once in a while. We appreciate you.
Meanwhile, we've got a bigger hand developing here between Melissa and Max. And he has pushed her off the hand. She's trying to make a play for it, and he's got it through the pocket eights. And Max takes back some of his chips from Melissa. You know, Gary, I think sometimes there's more information in the cards and the hands the players don't show, as in the ones that they do show. So the players that don't show at all throughout, they're giving you zero information. Players that show quite a lot and then suddenly they're not showing hands, you pretty much get information from that as well.
Absolutely.
You know, when John open folds ace-10 and Gareth has to sort through and only show him the king, John's pretty sure he was ahead because Gareth's showing him his high card. Reverse psychology comes in sometimes. If you've got AK, you'll show the guy the bottom card, and it's all the psychology that you want to use in it.
I hear you. Okay, so 116 is the hand number here. Gareth folds, Queen 10 for Johan.
Hasn't played a hand for a while, so his reputation is pretty strong. I'm gonna raise. Max is out the way quickly. Kevin as well. King Queen for John. He's liked to play those cards for most of this feature table and the previously. He has called in position against Johan. He has Johan dominated. So let's see how the action unfolds. Already 650,000 in the pot with the pre-flop raise, the antes, the blind and the call. So no help for Johan on that flop or for John. Johan first to act.
King high is good.
Johan must continue his story. Counting out 300. One more, 350. 360, oh, a little bit over, around 370. A bit more, 375. And John can't continue, so Johan will take that down. But just keeping the betting lead. So Johan on top, 3.7 million, John 3.5, Gareth 3.1, Max 3.1. So a lot of players over 3 million.
It doesn't sound like it's better than mine.
A lot of support coming in for the Khalils. Roxanne D. Grissel, go Melissa and Gareth. Darren Lagrancy, go Gareth and Melissa. Hold up Melissa, hold up Gareth.
I think that hold up Melissa might have been the Queen on the River job.
Shot Gareth for Darren Lagrange. So a lot of support for the Khalils, Melissa and Gareth. So Johan de Graaf under the gun, King 8 off.
Maxi gets out of the way. What's Kevin got here? 9-7 suited single gap. It looks like he's reaching for chips here.
Puts in the raise. Quick fold out the way. You'll get that one through.
Indeed he will. So we got quite a bit of the days still remaining. We've got to finish this event to a conclusion, and then of course the main event will be starting at 4 p.m. That'll run through to about 10:30, and then another long day tomorrow with the main event, I'm sure, and then the culmination of the whole week, which will be the final day and the final table of the main event, come Sunday. Hopefully we'll see some good runners and riders on the feature table.
Just to support something of what Mr. Ralston was saying, Johan is now discussing the hand with John, where he had the ace king and John 4-bet him. And he's just found out that John 4-bet him with Queen Jack, and he said, what would you have done if I shoved the ace king on you? And John said, I would have folded.
Yeah, of course he would have folded. So Johan had somebody watching, or he got a text message. I actually saw Johan send a message out immediately after that hand, and he's obviously got someone to ask for him. So somebody is probably spotting for him. In fact, it's confirmed now. I mean, at the time when Paul asked the question, I didn't know, but that confirms my suspicion. And it's not for me to be highlighting what the players are doing to gain an advantage. You know, that's their business. But you know, the tools are there to be used. That's what I say. You know, and I know many of the top players in South Africa spend a lot of time studying their opposition the night before, using the stream as a tool. Many times I've been called up and asked, how do I locate a particular piece of footage, etc. And if you ring me up and ask me, I'll help you. There's no reason why not.
It's all out there on YouTube, so it's all available.
For sure.
It's forever there.
And there's some great poker out there, some great interviews out there, and some great footage of the Monster Jam Poker Tour. So don't be afraid to subscribe to the Monster Jam Poker Tour on YouTube. Go under the videos tab. Don't just look at the general tab, because that's just a mixed match of videos. Look under the video tab, and it's all chronologically arranged in order there. And that is the best library that you will find in terms of Monster Jam. Going back to the beginning and the halcyon days of pinhole cameras back in Rustenburg in good old Sun City. Okay, so back to the game here. What's going on here? Call 160,000.
It's raised by Gareth from the button.
Yeah, so Johan called it off with his King Jack.
And Max has come along for value with Queen 3.
Protecting his soldiers in the field. 3 ways to the flop. The Queen on the flop would be interesting. So 7-6 King, commanding lead for Johan.
And he's checked.
Checked to raise, I suspect.
Yeah, definitely think so. There's nothing for Max to... There goes the big re-raise.
Yep.
Max has already folded because Johan announced the amount.
So I think Johan raises this up. $600K. So a min click, if that's what you can call it.
Gareth's coming worth.
This is a big pot. 1.9 million in the middle, folks.
He's hit the 7, so he's looking for a queen or a 7. Jack is no help.
Top 2.
It's even bigger for you, Johan now.
Johan's got a value here. 1.9 million in the middle. I'd like to see $1 million go in here.
He's gone 600.
That's a value bet of note.
Big pot.
And I'll tell you what, Gareth's sitting there thinking, what have I done? What did I get involved with here? There's 2-3 overs to my 7. And the only way I'm going to get myself out of this is to fold or repop this guy. Calling, I don't think, is an option, unless he thinks he's got him beat, which obviously we know he hasn't. Here he comes. This is a monster.
Oh. Oh, this
what
is
a move by Gareth Khalil.
Wow.
If this gets through or it doesn't get through, I'm applauding you, young fella. What a great bit of poker. I love
Showing
this guy.
some stones, Gary.
Yes, man. We'll just put the graphic back up again, if we may. I just want to see what the re-raise was. So raised to 1.2 million.
It's a min click.
It's a min click. Thank you, Bradley. You can put it back down.
So 600,000 for Johan to call into 3.7. Is it enough to push him off the hand? Gareth has left himself with very little behind.
You know, Johan's thinking this through, but at the end of the day, he's got top 2 here. What is beating him? A set of 7s, a set of 6s, a set of 9s.
Straights.
And the straights. The way the hand's gone, I can't give him the straight. He's never calling there with 5-8.
He's called. He has called. Wow.
Top 2. What a hand. What a hand. Good try, Gareth. Good try, my boy. What a stone. Yeah, that's baller stuff. What a great try.
He pushes him off if he's got 1 pair. The 2 pair was just too strong with a min click.
Gareth goes to 11 big blinds and Johan has got 6 million chips, folks. Yes, you heard it. 6 million chips.
The first $6 million man.
Indeed. Steve Austin is alive and kicking.
But wow. What a play by Gareth.
Yeah,
he
that
did try.
takes stones, eh?
That takes some serious stones.
Yes, man.
Very few players that'll pull that.
Wow. What a great hand. We shall record that for prosperity at 119, I think the hand was.
It has left Gareth very, very short.
What he's saying is, how did you call me there? I mean, stories didn't make that much sense, to be honest. I mean, he could put him on a couple of straight draws there. But with top 2 pair and the way the hand went, yeah, I think it's a solid call. Unlucky, Gareth.
Yeah, I think Gareth was hoping to push a single pair off.
Yeah.
Top 2 is difficult to push off.
Yeah, if he just had the king, maybe that would be a different story. I'm sure he was trying to rep a set there or something. But I think there was just too much money in the middle once, he just min raised it there from 6 to 1.2.
So now Gareth will be rocking and rolling. That's guaranteed. He's already raising with Queen 9.
Yeah, oh no, he won't hang around now.
Max has come along with a King Jack, which was the hand that just hurt Gareth.
Okay, King High still ahead here.
He's gone check, check. Gut shot for Gareth. He's checking. He's slowed down. Oh, he's got the straight now.
Yep. Makes the straight on the river.
Gonna value it now. There's nothing for Max. He's
No,
gonna
just
quickly
fold.
out the way. Quickly out the way. Does Gareth show the 9 to get some rep back? Yes, he does. He's trying to buy credit back now. Saying I'm not always bluffing on the river. But he won't be hanging around now. He's been very quiet. That was the first big move he pulled. He did repop Johnny the one time, but that was a massive move. So he's been quiet, but he's going to get very active now to get his stack back up.
I just got a message from Ralston.
He's showing Gary some birds from Yorkshire.
Touche, my friend.
Right, so Melissa under the gun, 590,000, has got away with 9-5. Round to Frank. It's raised. Can't see Frank's cards, it hasn't moved on yet. Waiting for the graphics to catch up. There you go. So Frank, going around. Max is called with the pocket 3s. So we're picking up all the hands. Kevin, the ace 10. And now around to Big John with pocket kings. So he's at a raise and lots of callers and he bangs it. Puts in a proper size raise with the kings.
That's over $1 million.
So Frank raised with Jack 7 suited. Gareth came along, Max came along, Kevin came along, and Johnny with the kings has banged it.
Yeah, I think the raise from Johnny is...
Takes all those other players out their hand. A nice pot for the kings because there was a lot of action. John gonna show them. Action on Kevin. Kevin said, I wanted to re-raise, and John shows him the kings.
Well, what a hand.
It's a big pot for John, plus 1.4 million. So plus 1.4 million chips for John in there. He goes to 4.7 million. So a very nice hand with the pocket kings, with a raise and the 3 callers behind. The pot was built nicely for him. So Gareth under the gun, 9-3 offsuit.
So I was just congratulating the tech guys there because you didn't actually notice, but one of those power surges came again. And we are protected against it, but I don't know why.
We have a
and
lot
our system freezed up. So Brad actually recovered that big hand with the kings there from John Abrosi. So well done to the tech guys again.
And Gary, you might have not seen, there was a 1.4 million gain of chips for John Abrosi in that hand.
I did see there was a huge gain. Whether or not our chip counts are right, we'll have to check at the break, but certainly I think we got most of it.
So Melissa's moved all in from the small blind with the pocket 4s into the big blind because it was folded round to her, standard play. Frank's asked for a count. He has 9-8 suited. It's 350,000 to call of his 1.2 million. He's not
A
going to
lot.
call. Yeah, he's folded. He has folded. Melissa folds, or puts them into the muck, and she takes down that hand. She buys herself 160k plus. So there it is. Johan de Graaf 6 million, John Abrosi 4.7 million, Max 2.3, Kevin 1.8, Frank 1.2, Gareth 970, and Melissa at 590 with 7 bigs.
Unbelievable. It's changed. The whole landscape of this has changed in a matter of like half an hour.
Yes. You know, it was such a nice pot for John to wake up with kings. You get a raise and 3 people call. So straight away that pot's well over $1 million. And plus the blinds and the antes, and then you find kings. Loving life.
I hear you.
So Johan de Graaf, Jack 10 suited, in diamonds, under the gun. Blinds are 80,160 with a 80,000 ante. No, it can't be. It's 4080 with an 80,000 big, so 200 in pot. 40,000, 80,000 with a 40 with an 80,000 big blind.
So did they go up? They did.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just checking my sheet here. Trying to keep track of what's going on. This is level 25 mark.
Yeah, in amongst all that action, Gary, the blinds went up. So King Queen for Kevin is raised. From Johan has been called by Kevin.
What has Johan got? Oh,
Can't see, that's why I was trying to pick up.
Oh, we're sweating with Johan. He hasn't put his cards in the box yet, so we shall see.
9-9 ace. No help for Kevin on that flop, and Johan will be first to speak. He's checked, which is always a suspicious thing. Kevin checks behind. There's the king for Kevin.
You'll be happy to see that.
And another ace.
I don't know what Johan's holdings are. He's
Check.
checked. Just going to go bet
Kevin
fold
gonna
maybe.
value 200.
But if he's got any piece of that, that's a good price.
Yeah, Kev says, you think I'm playing the board?
Yeah, but it's possible.
Aces with 9s with the king kicker. If they both got small pairs, that's what happens. So it looks like Johan has got a small pair here. Because Kevin says, you think I'm playing the board? He's not. He has the king. Now he's made Johan think. Johan had actually counted out the calling chips.
If Johan's got a raggy ace here, he might be inclined to call.
Yeah, Raggy Ace, he's calling for sure. He's got a full house.
Yeah.
Taps the table. Johan's going to show now. A small pair. Told you. There it is. Oh no,
no.
didn't even have a small pair.
Got the flop cam?
Jack 10 suited. Jack 10 suited. Thought we were playing the board. Or Jack 8. What is it? Jack 8. Right, so Kevy picks up some more chips. Kevin's up to 2.5 mil, moving back in the right direction. So Johan sheds a few chips there. He's on 5.5 million under the gun now. And next hand, moving on. And 125 of the day. He is under the gun.
That time flies when you're enjoying yourself.
Loving the poker, Gary. Seen some really strong poker, some great moves, some serious stones from Gareth. Cost him, but he's building back. All raggy cards now, folded all the way around. John even more rags. Frank in the small blind ace-10.
Frankie's been pretty quiet of late.
He has a short stack to his left. He's
The famous last words. He's
Yeah.
been quiet.
ace-10, he shows the ace. Gareth will tap the table. And we move on there. So Melissa 556 bigs, Gareth 10 bigs with 8-10. And then Frankie on 14 bigs. They are the three players in the lower echelons with a little bit of danger, especially Melissa.
Yep. And all of them looking to ladder up, of course. I mean, next level, obviously, with everybody's guaranteed 16 and some change. Then after that, so then the 4K on top, and then another 5K on top, and then it goes on to another 8K on top. So they go up quickly. 127 up top, and even though we've got some shorties here, everybody capable of winning this.
Yeah, Gareth's very capable of coming back from there.
And it looks like the stream is showing Melissa's sucker on Max on the river with the queen. So we're about a half an hour ahead of that now. I bet a queen comes on the river on the stream.
I won't take that bet, Gaz.
No.
I've already lost the chocolate to you during the series.
You sound surprised.
Right, so Kevin with the King Jack suited goes plus 200, taking that pot down whilst we were jesting. So Kevin will be under the gun. Max posts the big blind, which is a serious chunk of change now.
It is indeed 160,000 total. That's the 80 in the big and the 80 for the ante.
So a rotation costing quite a lot. And Max has slipped back a little from his over 4 million. He's now just over 2 million.
To be fair to him, he's not really had any hands.
And then he did get sucked out on the river in the one hand. And yeah, it all adds up.
For sure.
Kevin under the gun early in the proceedings. Quick folds.
Pocket queens for Frankie. 1.2 million behind. Not all in, just a raise, I hope, yeah? Yep. Trying to induce a shove from somebody. Ace-7 for Gareth, he'll be thinking about it, but now that Frankie's raised, he'll know Frankie's also a bit short.
And all of the players out the way. Frank shows the queens. Pats of the table by the other players. So John will be under the gun.
Oh, wait for Philip now, our normally very fast dealer. Mind you, well, a bit short-handed, I suppose.
Yeah, so he's being as quick as he can. Six no good for John. Melissa out the way 7-3. Frank 8-4. Gareth 6-2. All the John Canes quick out the way.
Aces for Johan. And he's raised it up to 210. Looking for a customer. I think he's just found one.
Oh dear.
So it looks a bit ace-jackish, that range, that raise by Johan. And he's got exactly what he wants here. It's a re-raise announced already. So Johan's got exactly what he wanted.
And Kevin with queens.
Ah, no.
Oh my word.
This is going to be a monster.
I think Max will get out the way with the 10s with the way the action's going to go. Because he's repopped. What's Kevy doing now?
I don't think he's folding, though he is capable. What did he say to the dealer?
What are you doing here? He said something like that in those lines.
You must be very careful what he says here, Kev. It folds. He's going to fold.
Wow, Kev. Wow, 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 wow.
Kevin's being naughty here, saying save those cards, so suggesting he's folding a big hand, you know.
And here comes the monster.
All in.
All in.
And Max will fold. Max can't call that unless he has aces or kings. It's that simple. Oh, he's called.
He's called.
Oh, my word.
Max has called. He thought Johan might have ace king. It is not.
Holy guacamole. This
I thought Max would get out the way
5,
there.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 10 million in the pot.
Wow, and we go to the flop.
What price a queen?
2 outs for Max. Ace is still well ahead of Johan.
Oh.
9 no good. No help for Max. Max is eliminated.
Wow.
Kevin shows his queens.
And look at this, how good is that? Max moves his stack across to Johan within arm's reach. That's what they call a gentleman of note.
Absolutely. Exits as a gentleman. Unlucky Max. He put a read on ace king and it was the wrong read.
Ooh, what a hand. 7, 8 million now, I
And
think.
Johan is in the box seat now, 7.7 million chips.
Sure.
Kevin did well to get out of the way with the queens.
Kevin also was a bit naughty there, and he knows. You know, you can't save those cards for later on, folding a big
And
hand.
say to the dealer, what are you doing here?
You can't save the cards for later on, folding a big hand. It's just not acceptable. And Kevin knows that. I am criticising him, and he knows he's wrong. Do you agree?
Yeah, you're giving information away.
Yeah, exactly. You're assisting the other players. So, anyhow, I'm not going to labour on it. I'm sure Kev will come and bend my ear because I'm saying that, but he knows I'm right as well. It's a massive hand. It's pivotal in the game.
But holy guacamole. Button aces, small blind tens, big blind queens.
Yep.
Massive, massive hand.
So Maxi will collect 16,396.
Sure. Melissa's moved all in. John
Sure.
raised. Let's just get to catch up with the cards.
Yeah,
Where
no
they
fault here.
So it looked like did John raise? Oh, I see chips in front of him there. Let's just go around.
We haven't seen Kevin's cards yet.
John's in the big blind, that's what it is.
There's
Kev's
got
in
to be
the
a
small
call
blind.
here, Kev. It's got to be a call.
He's still got John behind him. So Kevin has folded.
Okay, so Melissa picks up the spare chips in the middle there, and we'll go on to a new hand.
So they're having post-match analysis about the hand between Johan and Kevin there.
On my reckoning, we should be near a break.
Yeah, I think it's coming up shortly, Gary. I'm sure you'll get HP to have a look for you that side whilst we continue there. So Frank is under the gun. Jack 2 off suit. Folds, Gareth folds. Around to our big chip leader, Johan de Graaf with King 10 in the cutoff. Is raised. Kevin with pocket 5s, calls. John out the way, round to Melissa in the big. 9-4, she can't do anything. TD has announced a 15-minute break for these players, but they're just going to complete this hand. So the flop is ace, 7, ace. Johan has checked the king 10. Kevin announced bet and Johan insta-folded. So Kevin picks up that hand. So Gary, we'll be back with the viewers after 15 minutes.
Yep, we're going to go run around like headless chickens to get the counts, etc. sort out. Just tidy up the table a little bit there. Chip counts very quickly for you. John Ambrosi, 3,855,000. Melissa, 790,000. Frank, 1,585,000. Gareth, 910,000. Johan, your chip leader, 7,605,000. And Kev, 3,760,000. Sure. Should teach, don't speak, it's Zoomer how to do numbers, right?
Absolutely, guys. Reading it out there quickly. Doing the counts in the break.
Sure.
Getting all the admin done. Lots behind the scenes.
Okay, Frankie wakes up with sevens here. Well, it's just been, I don't know, it's just a raise and a call.
Yeah. Raised to 220 by Kevin, called by Frank.
All the clubs out there, so nobody got a club, so I think Kevy's going to bet at the ace of the king, and he'll, I was going to say he'll fold the sevens here.
Kev goes plus 370, goes to over 4 million now. So the players at the bottom of that stack looking to get it made. And there was some post-match analysis with Gareth and Johan said to him, "You made a good move, the min click was just not enough to push me off the hand."
Oh, there you go.
So Johan de Graaf will be under the gun, Gareth in the big blind.
And for those who don't know, I'm tracking my wife, and she's just turned on to the N17 through the toll gate.
So on the way here, almost here.
16 kilometers from the Heidelberg turnoff, which is also the Carnival turnoff.
With Mr. Myberg, who's coming to play the main event.
No, that's with Mr. Myberg's good lady.
Ah, with Pietro.
And this one's Mummy.
With HP's mommy.
Yeah, Pietro has picked Shelley up. We're very grateful for her doing that. She works over that side in Krugersdorp, so it was easy.
So
okay.
Johan with the pocket fours is raised under the gun. Kevin has got AK in the hijack.
Well, this will be re-raised for sure.
Yeah, he's counting out a big re-raise there, Kev. There it goes.
And the nice thing about Johan's raises is an easy fold.
Yeah, he can get away from it.
Yeah. He hasn't gone mad with the fours.
It's folded around to Melissa, who looks like she's got a decision to make. No, she doesn't. She was just waiting her turn. Gareth gets out the way, and Johan quick fold, as you said.
Kevin shows the ace kicked.
Says you're going to see it just now, so I might as well show you. So David Joseph replied to Debbie Zaki Correa and says definitely the three boys of Bianca and Lagan will probably be better than Lagan once he's done teaching them.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Cecilia Obe, go Kevin, Lenny Sidden, go Melissa. Roxanne de Grissel, go Mel, Kevin Clack, go you guys, keep heads high. So Kevin under the gun. After Bradley gave us heart failure in the booth here with the cool drink opened.
Okay, John Ambrosi got Jack 8 suited. And he's reaching for some chips here in the hijack. He knows that he's got Melissa to his left, so she is in semi-pushing mode.
As is Gareth in the small blind. 4-3 suited.
Well, I don't think he's going to be pushing it in here unless he really thinks he can move it.
Yeah, he thought about it. He thought if I shove it in and he calls me, I've got
big
live
stack to his
cards.
left, of
Yeah,
course,
that's the other problem.
It's getting flatted off, so we're going to have a couple of big stacks going head to head here. Price of 10 under, Jack. No hearts there, so backdoor maybe for Johnny, but ace high ahead.
Gareth looking at that flop and thinking, wow, I would have flopped 2 clubs.
And a straight draw. What's
Nah.
the sizing here? $350. So Johan looks like a man who's not going to continue here. I don't know. If he thinks nothing hit that board, he might think he's ahead.
And he's looking at how does the story make sense. You raised pre-flop, you check the flop, now the 5 comes, now you bet, because I've checked you twice.
Yeah, what 5 have you got in your hand?
That doesn't change anything, but he's going to go out the way. So well played, John. Plus 400k. $7 million, 4.6, 4.3 million, the top 3.
Yeah, there's a bit of a golf opening up now.
Yeah,
a couple of small stacks down there.
We have a triangle of the haves and the corner with the lesser stacks. Frankie sandwiched between the 2 short stacks, the siblings.
And you forgot to mention he also knows about soccer.
So John will get out of the way with his ace, sorry, his 10-6 here. Melissa's not interested with king 4. Frankie's going to have a little piece of this in the cut-off. I like Frankie because he's actually got a rubbish hand, but he's having a pop at it, you know?
I haven't played for a while. I'll get respect. I need to steal. I need to pinch a rotation.
And this is callable here by Kevin. By the big blind. Looks like he's carving out calling chips.
And the bad news for Frank, he's got Frank dominated.
If a 9 comes, there'll be a problem. Oh well, that's the end of that. Oh, Frankie's going to rep it. Kevin instant calls. 1.1 million in the pot. 3. Kevin's now got Frankie drawing dead. So every chip he puts in
Look at
here is
that,
a
Frankie
waste.
keeps going, eh? Keeps firing, ripping out. I've got a big ace. Kev's, I've got that ace with a 9 kicker. I'm not believing you. Oh, the big pot already.
Massive. Oh, Kevin's got a lock on the hand.
Yeah, and Frankie's gone all the way, eh?
Yeah, across to Kevin. Can't fold for 395. There's 2.2 million in the pot. He's never folded. Never. Open your cards, Frankie. Goodbye.
He tried. He tried. And Frankie's eliminated.
And Frankie will take home the grand sum of 20,496 rands. Well done, Frankie.
Goes across sportingly. First touch with Kev. There was too much in the pot. He didn't have enough to push it through.
Well, I think Kevin thinks it was his birthday.
So that closes the gap between Johan and Kevin a little. Kevin will go over 5 million. Melissa Khalil will be under the gun with her 740k stack. So a big hand there by Kev.
Yeah, I think Frank might look back on that and may have played it differently, but if he doesn't put Kevin on ace there, then away you go. But when there's 2.2 million in the pot, Kevin's got top pair and he shoves it all in for 300. There's no way he can fold it.
Yeah, unfortunately not for Frankie. And fortunately for Kev, he's priced so he doesn't have the tough call, and his ace was good.
Absolutely.
That's just folded round, and Gareth takes that hand. Gareth trying to broker a real deal. Ooh.
Well, I'm surprised it's took him this long. But trust me now, there's two people at the table who might have something to say about that. Johan will not be interested. He's got too big a chip lead, and John Obrosi also is in reasonably good shape there as well. Kevin obviously now up to second place, but with Gareth and Melissa in bad shape. You know, why would a massive 7 million stack give that up?
A lot of cash up, yeah. So Kevin ace 8 on the button after Johan got out the way under the gun. King Queen for John Obrosi. He's loved King Queen all day, and he's made some big hands with him, and he's 3-betted. Kevin just limped in with the ace 8. John has raised to 350, not 3-bet, he's just raised. Kev shows the ace, John doesn't show anything, takes down the hand. So there it is, 7 million, 5.7 million, 4.4 million, then we the drop down to 910,540, 5 bigs and 9 bigs respectively at the bottom for the siblings.
That's right. And I don't think Gareth or Melissa will expect a deal.
Yeah, Gareth tried. Help me, Uncle Kev. And that was it.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
So Johan de Graaf, under the gun, ace 3 suited. We're of course now only 5-handed. Kevin ace queen suited. So it's raised by Johan. Kev gonna 3-bet him again. This is the second time that Johan's raised and Kevin's 3-bet him. So let's see if Johan 4-bets him, because he said you can't keep doing this to me. We will wait and see. Melissa now has a decision. She's out the way. She had King Jack. So she thought about it for a minute and then got out the way. Johan folds. And Kevin shows him ace queen suited. So he showed him ace king before, he shows him ace queen this time. Keeping his reputation intact.
4 big blinds, 7 big blinds.
Yeah, they're really short at the bottom there now, Gary. Melissa says, I had King Jack, I thought about it. Kevin said, wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world, you would have had 2 lives. Kevin under the gun.
Ace 7 offsuit. So stealing blinds here for sure from early position. John folds. What's Melissa got? Jack 3. Jack 10 from Gareth. You might think about this one. Nope. 9-2 from Johan. So Kev gets that round. Picks up another $250,000.
Just like that.
Easy game.
Four times it's a mill.
Yeah, and Kevin and now Johan are almost equal in chips.
6.5 each. After he 3-bet Johan again. And he picks up that blind. So they are looking at the money, and that Gareth has put the seed in there.
With no disrespect to the 2 short stacks, if I'm a big stack, there's no way on God's green earth I'm doing a deal. You know, why would you give money to additional money to a player who's already guaranteed 25k?
Yeah, and then give them license to go crazy on you.
Yeah, exactly. Then they start going mental and they double up 3 times, and all of a sudden you're the one who goes out next. No, sorry about that.
Melissa making the move now.
Yeah, good. And that's what she should be doing. She's guaranteed 25k 620. There's a big pay jump to the next one, of course. Another 8 grand on top, up at 33,800. But you know, they played well.
She got it through the ace-9 of Johan, which I'm quite surprised about.
Me too.
I must be honest, very surprised there. He did slap Kevin behind him, but 5-handed, a short stack shoves. You've got ace-9 in the blinds.
That's kind of where I am.
Melissa folds under the gun, 5 deuce. Gareth, queen deuce. Folds. Round to Kevin in the small. Is raised. Kevin now applying pressure with a big stack. And he takes the blinds away from John. And shows the queen 7. Oh, I don't know if I'm showing that one.
No. So the wagons will be circling shortly for the main event.
Yeah, just under 20 minutes to kick off for that. Johan shaking his head to all this deal making.
Yep. Kevin's saying I don't mind because he has to.
Yeah.
So it looks like my wife is going to the guest house first.
In real time tracking. And they go and put her clothing and suitcases down.
She'll have to get a key off the people there, but that's not a problem. They know who she is. Okay, so Melissa with the 5-4 picks up 50k, so keeps her own money and picks up the small blind.
She's got a walk there, which she will welcome.
And another reason that Johan won't be wanting to do deals is that you know, he's already in deep over the tournament with the 40k and stuff like that. So you know, he wants to get his money back.
Yeah, he did.
Why would he give it away?
2 bullets there, and he wasn't happy, and he jumped into this while he was steaming. And quickly moved, and here he is with a big stack now.
Yeah, and if I was Johan, I'd be saying to them, give me 120 and the trophy, and you can shout for the rest. That's it.
You guys can chop up the rest, and then John won't be happy with that.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the point, isn't it?
Exactly.
You know, if you want me to do a deal, that's the deal. There is nothing else on the table. 120 and the trophy, I'm not interested. That's the deal I would. And then, of course, it's ridiculous. Nobody's going to take that. I just play on. If I win, I win. If I lose, I lose, you know? Normally when they're trying to do deals, is all, well, and I shouldn't really tell you this on air, but I normally just turn around to the person who's trying to do a deal. I say, I'm confident in my ability to beat you. You're obviously not confident in yourself. I'll just play on, thanks a lot.
And you put some more psychology
Yeah,
onto
exactly. Just put the heat on them, you know?
So they're still trying hard to convince Johan, yeah? So Kevin is raised with A7 while this is all going on.
So John has left the table, probably to consult with Rosa. And rightly so, you're allowed to have, in any deal in poker, you're allowed to have one advisor. those are the rules. If you want to make a deal, then you are allowed to consult with one person. You can't have a team meeting on the side of the table.
Bring in your financial manager, your agent, the whole entourage.
Yeah, and you know, we're not stopping the clock here, so the folks at home know. If the guys want to talk deals and stuff like that, they can talk deals. But the bottom line is the clock keeps ticking and the dealer keeps playing. If they all request to stop the dealer, that's them, but the clock will remain.
250.
And all in there.
So John has raised, and then Melissa's got all in. John is actually ahead of her, just marginally.
John last for a count.
And I think he's going to be obliged to call here.
I think he'll fold. I think she's probably just going to realise enough fold equity. He's counting it out.
Because he raised to 250 and her all-ins for 740.
Yeah, he's got to put another 490
into.
Oh, well, he's calling. Okay, let's see. Good luck to both of our players, as always. And you'd be amazed what happens with the deal making if Melissa doubles up now.
It'll change the dynamic a little.
Yeah. Anyhow, we're not interested in deals, we're interested in poker.
Good luck to both players. Ace high still ahead.
Looking for paint.
No
No
help.
paint. Only a jack or a king to take it down for Melissa. 6 on the river, and Johnny will win that pot, and we will lose Melissa. Well played, young lady. I think you made a good account of yourself and played very, very well.
Yeah, she played extremely well. She goes out in 5th place. 25,620 Rand on the official payout.
And John's position in terms of deal making just became a little bit stronger, you know.
Yeah, he chipped up some more.
I mean, let's be very honest here, just frank. There are 3 players at the table who've got all the chips, and 1 player who's got hardly any chips. You know, and the question is, you know, why would you do anybody a favour?
And I don't want to make Gareth, who's a very dangerous player, be
I don't
able to
believe in
shove,
chips.
to shove with impunity.
No. And it's not the personalities here. Having said that, we obviously take into consideration people's skill level, but yeah. And Gareth's all in here, so good luck, young sir. What's he got here? Ace 8, Ace 6. Kevin should be calling this.
Quick folds. Gareth says, I know it's terrible, but I've got to go. Kevin said, oh, I folded a bit weaker ace. Good fold by me. So Gareth on 9 bigs, and then the jump goes up 48 bigs, 62 bigs, and 66 bigs.
Okay, hand 146 of the day. King Queen for Johan. Suited.
Counting out the raise.
250 pot size. 500 in the pot. Kevin will fold here.
John's a quick folder.
Looks like Gareth's going to see a flop here. All in. But this is a call.
An all-in call. He's looking for spades or a 4.
Good luck to the guys.
Wow.
Well, that's a good flop for the spades. Ace is no help. It brings on a gut shot, and Gareth will be eliminated. Well played, sir. Nice hand, nice play.
So we're down to the top 3 stacks. Johan de Graaf 7.2 million, Kevin 6.5 million, and John Abrosi 4.8 million.
Once again, players from the Mjpt, you've got to come forward and start getting seated. Let's get this on the road.
Okay, so we're in that unique situation where the button is also under the gun. And the talk of deals is over.
Well, it may increase from the others saying, well, we're all pretty evenly stacked. Let's do a money deal and play for the trophy. That sometimes happens, but right now they're just getting on with the business.
Dead small.
Bless you, Gaza. Ace 7 suited for Kevin under the gun. And he raises.
Johnny likes these.
Yeah, he's coming with a 3-bet by the looks of things.
And this is where the man who can spread his wings the widest and make the most noise is going to get noticed.
Johan
immediately folds.
Wow. So 3-bet by John.
So where is this Kevin Khalil been hiding all day?
Yeah, he's been undercover a little.
All of a sudden he's woken up.
Strong play by Kevin there. 3-bet by John, 4-bet by Kim with A7.
Kevin at the top with 7.5 now.
And he explains why he's come out of hiding. He says, well, we're 3-handed now, my hand value's up.
Okay, Johnny's got ace king here, going to come back firing for sure.
Absolutely.
So raising a call by the look of it.
Yeah, Johan de Graaf has come along.
Kev gets out of the way.
So we go 2-8 to the flop. Wow, 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 wow. Big flop for Johan.
Massive, massive flop.
He's checked it. Checking again. John hasn't C-bet here, eh?
No, John's not getting involved.
I fancy a third check from Johan, and he does. John played that so cagily. He didn't come along at all. He says to Johan, look at you flopped the boat. He did the right thing, checking 3 times. The only way he was going to get any action.
Yeah, for sure.
So you want John to play your hand for you?
Kevin chirping.
He has talking chips now.
Absolutely. Kevin going to take no prisoners now.
So 4 minutes to 4, we'll be starting the main event very shortly. Mr. Myberg just arrived there, said hello.
Raised and yeah, here goes the 3-bet to the queens. So big hand developing here. There's a raise and then called and then 3-bet by John. So back to Johan de Graaf with the ace rag. Ace 2 suited. He folds it. Kevin with the speculative queen 9 gets out the way. And John says, why don't you 4-bet me now? And shows the queens.
Okay, so there's your timing board. There's an hour to the next break, 15 minutes on this level. So it says 5 players in, that needs updating, obviously.
We are down to 3.
We're down to 3 players, of course. And the prize pool, we know. So, all good stuff. What do you think will make it to the hour?
They're very deep, Gary, so unless a deal is struck, I don't think it'll end within the hour.
Okay, I say it'll be ended before the hour.
Without a deal?
Oh, I don't know, but anyway, I don't know. Anyway, it'll be over
I
before
hedged
an
my
hour.
bets. I hedged my bets then, said barring it, because the deal can come at any time and then it's over.
But I'm pretty sure that we will see a deal or a winner within an hour. That's my prediction.
So Kevin has raised. Johan is called with a Jack-3 suited. Kevin has the ace of clubs in his hand for the backdoor clubs. Queen doesn't change anything. Kevin will now fire a orange check to him twice. And the queen is well in his range and Johan gets out the way.
Easy game. Another $500,000, just under.
So there it is, Kevin on top, 7.5 million. Johan 6.9 and John 4.1. 40 big still though for John.
Oh, plenty of operating cash there.
24.
So John on the button, now using the button. Jack-3.
Jack-10.
Caller, round to Kevin. Queen-5.
Big blind, might defend here. Just check, knuckle it back. He's got to put another 250 in, obviously. Playing safe. It's his jack, it's his jack. There's a problem child card if you ever saw one. Backdoor straight for John as well. I don't think he's going to get rid of Johan here.
Fancy a 3-bet by Johan. Check raise. Yeah, he's grabbing. There it goes, $1 million.
Johnny's got a big decision here. Huge decision.
All in. All in is the call. All in is the call. So
big play here.
Big play by Johnny. He says I've hit top pair. You're just playing back at me. Doesn't know that he's absolutely dominated. You may well get your wish very quickly, Gary.
This is a pivotal hand. This could be the end is nigh hand.
Johan quickly counting his stack. If I make the call, you know, Johnny had 4.1 to the start of that hand. So this commits Johan to a huge portion of his chips.
Yep.
All right, 100, 200, 200. You can shuffle up and deal. Would you like everybody?
So I believe that is the main event starting outside. You can put him all sorts of draws here and overcards.
Yeah, you can put him on. Did he raise with queens or kings? And it was such strong play by Johnny, it was insta all-in.
Well, whoever calls it is going to be chip leader, that's for sure. If someone calls and wins, should I say.
It's 5.6 million in the pot.
And the call to come.
Still the call to come. John doing his usual talking.
9.3 million if he puts it in. Whoa!
John just shows the jack. Johan shows him by jack 10, so Johan says, what did you have the ace with that? And John just doesn't say anything.
No, he showed him.
He showed him the jack.
Yeah.
Did he show you the 3 as
Yeah.
well?
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't see that.
No, he flicked it over.
Goodness gracious. So that was a massive move. Kevin out on front on his own now, and John has leveled up with Johan. Big move by John.
Johan's beaten himself up, but to be honest, information available at the time, I think it's the right call. I think it was a good fold. There's a lot of hands beating there. Aces, kings, queens, any jack, any pocket jacks, jack, queen, jack, king,
Ace, jack.
ace.
Oh, so many.
Yeah. So to be fair to him, I think that was a solid fold. You can beat yourself up later, but I mean, you know, it is what it is.
A lot of hand combinations that were beating him. Well, that'd be me, I snapped you, says Kevin.
Yeah, it's
Listen
easy
to
said, isn't it? We all got 20/20 after the event.
Yeah, hindsight, the perfect science.
We'll also call. 2 players for the flop. Not another king here, please. 9-8-3.
John
8.
flops the best of it.
Yep, the 8. That'll slow them down. See if one of them can rep it.
Kevin has repped it. John doesn't believe him. Insta 3-bet. Or is he just called? Just called.
Just called. A lot of chatter on that table.
Flush gets there now. Kevin gonna keep firing with absolute air. King high.
Wow, what a call.
Great call
Back to
by
Kevin.
Johnny.
Back to
Great
Kevin.
call by Johnny.
Look at this. I just called you with an 8. Got to show the other card.
Johan is right, you've got to show both cards. He wants the information.
That's a big old call by Johnny there.
Massive call. And he's moved to chip leader from the bottom of the pack just like that, with a gutsy move against Johan and a good call against Kevin.
Kevin's looking for a post-mortem now. Kev, you lost. You came second. It happens. Gotta love it. Still 3 big stacks at the table. Still lots of poker to be played.
Yeah, and Johnny is putting the tilt on both Johan and Kevin.
I think Johan's just sitting there quietly, like a sniper.
Yeah, he wasn't happy about the Jack 10 fold there, but after he saw the hand.
Look at Kev's face.
Yeah, he's got Kevy a little tilty.
What are we doing here? Why are we all fist pumping?
Once you fall with king 8, you can't fold anything.
Once you call with king 8, you can't fold anything in this deck. Kevin. Oh, yeah, yeah. So Kevin has hit the 10 and Johan has hit the 10, yeah? Which is second pair. Nothing for John has hit bottom pair, the 4. So we've got a big pot again. In a bet and all 3 players have stayed in. No help to John. Still got bottom pair. Second pair to the other 2 players. Kevin keeps firing. John still keeps calling.
Oh my word.
Johan calls.
Jeepers. 3 million in the pot.
No help for John, but now Johan has got the check mark. He has 2 pair and he comes out with $1 million.
Wow, what a river card.
Kevin was ahead all the way. Kevin
Right,
calls.
Johnny gets out of the way. Let's go back to the other side. That's it, thank you.
Look at Kevin shaking his head. He fights with the dealer. Old Kev, I had him and you come and do that to me.
5.1 million in that pot, 8.6 million for Johan.
Your
This
big
is,
moves.
and Kevin was chip leader by a monster just now.
He was.
And now he's back to 3rd place. This is just a crapshoot now.
And there Davey comes with the trophy.
Just to annoy everybody. Still anybody's tournament, huh?
Anybody's game, yeah. The guys are playing now. Nobody's folding because of the action that's been happening. There are a lot of non-believers on that table right now. Reputations are not intact. I mean, John called all the way. He just got away on the river with a 4, with the bottom pair.
Saved himself $1 billion. Okay, John with a suited king 8, very, very strong hand, just 300.
On the button. Makes it 300. Snap by Johan with Jack 9. Kevin comes with. Every pot is going to be a big one now, guys.
Yep.
So
nobody has any hearts. How about that?
Only a gut shot there for Kevin.
Yeah, a 5, and that's about it.
King high is still good for John. Checked all the way around. There's the 9 for Johan, but it's a 4th heart.
Yep.
So who's going to rip the heart now?
Who's going to fire?
Kev. Gets rid of quickly and he gets rid of both players.
Yeah, I think it was the first opportunity there to get rid of them.
Gutsy move because he still had the original razor behind him. Shows the bluff. Shows the bluff because John had tilted him a little. Chips are moving around quick now. 8.3 for Johan, 5.8 for John, 4.4 for Kevin. Kevin saying to John, I'm not going to raise aces, I'm going to limp him to you, I'm going to catch you. Carrying on, old Kevy.
Yep.
You know, Kev, a lot of chatter always. If he feels he's been done, driven or whatever, or he's put a bluff in and you don't believe him.
How cool is that? Eh?
Yeah, it's so cool. So Kevin in the small blind completes. Johan folded from the button, so we got blind on blind. Kevin and John, rivalry renewed. Right, gut shot for Kev. Jack high still ahead for John. Check, check. spade. Kevin has the only spade. Checked again.
Well, 16 notes. No misses.
Jack eye is good. Kevin bluffs on the river and gets it through.
Picks up 200k for his trouble.
Family member to the Khalils, Marianne, says go Gareth, Melissa and Kevin. Khalil,
well.
show them what the Khalils are made of. Well, 2 of the Khalils are out. They played well into the top 5.
One still fighting.
1 still fighting.
For 80.
Kevin raising from the button now, 10-4. A different Kevin from half an hour ago, Gary.
Indeed it is.
Has switched gears. They're now looking at the money to see if there's some sort of money deal to be made between the players. We carry on. John with the Jack 10 on the button.
35. 350.
So John has raised. Johannes called with the suited king. And Kevin in the big blind with the queen. He's going to 3-bet. No, he's just flatting. Just flatting. It looks like a lot of chips there. But that is a lot of chips every hand now, Gary.
Yep. 1.2 million in the pots. So up and down straight draw for Johnny.
Gut shot for Kev.
There it is. He gets there.
Johnny has now got it, and now Kevin's going to come out firing. And John has the straight, the nut straight there.
And Johnny's going to enjoy every second of this, trust me.
Absolutely. And that is a bit, about 600 odd.
650.
Yeah, 650.
I don't raise, just call.
He's come with a raise.
1.2 million.
1.3 should be, eh? No, 1.2, yeah. It's about 615. Johanna has nothing there.
Another 350.
What's Kevin calling with here? Is he going to repop him?
He's called it.
Yeah, he's called it.
It's because of the steaming wings. He's looking for a jack only for Kev.
Yep. Gut shot jack, that would be sicker.
Gut shot jack for the higher straight. It's the history now, and dealer's just sorting out the pot.
Johnny's loving this because he's got the stone colds at the moment. Only a jack can save Kevin. Oh! Kevin gets better, but Kevin also kicks up a queen here, eh?
Yeah.
All in and a call. Did he say all in?
John has gone all in.
All in and a fold. Wow. 7.4 million in the pot there, ladies and gentlemen. Sure.
Mark forward to give him the strike. I was ahead of him. On the turn, I got straight to the turn.
Yeah, Kevin called. They hadn't shown it. That's why the dealer's counting. Oh my goodness. It's even bigger, Gary.
Yeah, it was an all-in call.
All in
It
call.
wasn't all in call. I think Kevin's out, eh?
Yes, John has eliminated Kevin.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
So John Abrosi's up to 11 million.
Wow, 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 guys.
What a hand.
Big action. Johnny turned it, and Kevin came along, found his queen on the river, and no help whatsoever to him. So the dealer just double checking the chips, as is right. Make sure that John did have Kevin covered. She's just checking. And he did have him covered, and she's now moving the chips all across. So we are down to heads up between Johan de Graaf and John Abrosi. So while the dealer shuffles that all across, John is now the big chip leader. Here's Johan round 2-1, Gary. Almost 2-1.
What a hand that was, eh?
Massive.
I didn't realise
hand.
Kevin had called. I thought he folded with his cards were face down.
Yeah, the way he did it, it was. We needed confirmation from the dealer. But John had steamed him with the King 8, and Kevy was steaming and going after John.
Yeah, for sure.
And it shows when you go after a player, you can hang yourself. So Johan de Graaf, 7.6 million will be on the button in our heads up match now.
So just for the record, Kevin will take home 54,314 rand. I do believe they made a bubble price, so that will be 52,314 with 2 off of each of the top 3 places.
That's correct. They took 2 off, if we remember.
But for my prize pool, that's what he gets. He can sort the rest out with it.
So
Okay, so heads up battle here. I'm just going to step out a second. I might change the seating arrangements on the, if they're going to play full heads up here.
Yeah, just to get a better optic. So Gary going out to the feature table. Oh, to management. So Gary going to go and discuss it. 6-4 of clubs for Johan on the button. It's called. He raised and John is called. It's heads up. So you basically players playing most hands. 10 high of John is still good. He's going to check. Johan was the aggressor. Continues and gets John to fold. So Johan is evening up the chips count. So John has over 10 million and Johan on 8.1. Where the blinds are, the swings will be dramatic. So John on the button, 5-2. You're just going to fold that one. Chips are moved across to Johan. He had pocket too, so good fold by John. Any pair heads up. So John will be in the big blind, Johan in the button. First to speak.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a couple of announcements for the day. There are sanitizers in your quick. If you look at the
Is raised.
the floor staff will come around and spray your hands.
John is called.
Please remind you that your
Aggression key in a heads-up match.
At all times, cover your nose and your mouth. There's absolutely no eating in the poker room, in the poker pits. You cannot eat next to your table, anything like that. If you want to eat, you can come into the cafe area and eat there.
So we go to the flop. So a big flop for both players is a double belly buster for Johan, a 7 or a queen, and a flush draw for John. So John has checked. Johan has bet. And a call by John. Pot growing. 6 is no help to either player. Jack is now hit Johan, but there's now 4 cards straight there. It's gone check, check. And Johan's Jack will take it down. The chip stacks have leveled up. 9.5 million to 9 million. Johan had the better of John on the first few hands of heads up here. To be fair, Johnny hasn't had cards cooperating. Picked up a flush draw there. Johan had the double belly buster. And then he hit his Jack on the river. So I'll get... So John on the button is raised and been called by Johan.
So the guys are going to stay in their original seats. They're not going to move. Just going to play it as it is.
John raised pre. The 4 is now ahead of Johan's. Bet and call. The 4 is ahead. 6 is no help to John. Johan with the 4 gets the check mark. And John has carried on betting and quick call by Johan. And he shows the 4 and the 4 is good.
Wow.
4.1 million pot.
So these guys are just 7.5 million for the 11 million. And there was a deal struck which maybe people heard on the table, Mike, so it's not for my discussion, but there was a three-way split of money, I think almost equally. And these guys are playing for the trophy now, so this is about the glassware, not the pound notes.
This is about pride.
Yeah, and I was talking to Rosa there, and it's surprised me that Johnny doesn't have a trophy. Every time he's been in a trophy situation, he's always given it to the other player for a cash. They bought it off him.
I thought he had a Royal Rumble title, so not.
No.
Second only, that's right. Wow.
And she said to me, she said, the kids want a trophy. So I'm rooting for Johnny here, not against Johan. But I'm rooting for his kids, how about that? But also for Johan, because the first thing he said to me, he said, so sorry, bring you some biltong tomorrow. I'm rooting for everybody. What the hell?
So meanwhile,
may the best man win.
The ace-10 is still well in front of John. No help for Johan on the river. John has checked and has checked back, and the ace-high will take the hand down. It was a swing. John was up in front, first of all, over 11 million. The first couple of hands of the heads up while you were out there checking with the admin and the administrators. Johan got the best of the flops in that and the position and managed to reverse fortunes.
Nice.
But another cash for Johnny is he has really good last series, the reboot series, and a very good series this far in this one as well, Gary.
They do very well. Game's come on very well. Playing nicely.
We saw him pull some great moves here today. And Johan, of course, has been so solid throughout. 3 bets in the right places, puts pressure on. So 2 very accomplished players.
Yeah, played very well, Johan. Very aggressive in when he needs to be. Good pressure. John's got pocket 7s here.
On the button. It's the raise in. And Johan has been calling every raise.
Heads up, you don't give up.
Absolutely, you don't.
You always see the flops. Unless it's a huge raise pre. And that's why. Because you hit a piece and the other guy's got a pair.
Oh, now he's got the best of it.
Yeah. And Johnny's going to think he's good. Oh my word, here we go. Full houses all round. He's only getting beat by a jack or an ace here, so he's going to call straight.
And he'll know that he should have bet the flop.
And another million or just under slides across the table to Johan.
Yeah, I don't think he would have got rid of Johan on the flop anyway. Johan had already hit his 4. Jack improved him. So another chunk of change moves across to Johan. So he's widening the gap now.
He is.
Can all swing in one hand again. You were out there, Gary. How busy does it look on the tables for the main?
I briefly spoke to Cole. He's on a full table. He's got Gordon sat next to him. Rainier sat the other side of him. Gareth Hudson sat one side of him.
Okay.
Marcel and somebody else, can't remember. I didn't really take any notice of the other tables. I was quickly in and out. Spent most of my time talking to the Mjpt guys. So get a chance later to catch up with Cole. 10-2, 10-3. Sure, full pre-flop. It's unusual in heads-up game.
Very unusual.
say let the negotiate over the phone. Why don't you just, you know? Don't let it share this out.
So a little bit of banter between the players about the trophy. Yeah, you can't share the trophy, can't be cut in half. Both really wanting it for their children. So John on the button, ace 6. The raise is coming in. It's raised. Johan makes the call. Finds the 9, second pair. John will continue having raised pre. Quick call by Johan with the 9. Eight, no hold for John. 9 still ahead. Check, check. 6 now hits John.
He makes a pair. John calls him instantly.
Because he hit the pair. He sees the 9. Pushes his cards away. So more chips going across to Johan. Every pot is huge now. A couple of million. There it is. 14 million plays 4.6 million.
3-1 chip count. Over actually, but in round numbers. That's pretty huge.
Yeah, it's swung significantly. Johanna has been getting the better of the flops, to be fair to Johnny, but it's the way it goes. And Johanna is showing good aggression. He's not folding. He's putting pressure when he's on the button. Nice to see heads up battle, Gary.
Yeah, it's fairly unusual in poker in South Africa.
It's raised. John's a snap caller. Jack 6 suited versus Queen 8.
There's a queen for Johan.
And a flush draw for John. And they both checked it.
Jack for John.
Oh, he's going to, fireworks is now going to come. He's going to bet on the Jack. Johan is sitting with the Queen. And John has the redraw to the flush. So Johan slow playing with the top pair. Trying to get more chips into the pot. So 14 outs for John. Johan's still in front of his Queen. That is not a help.
Not one of them. John shakes his head. I had a bloody Jack.
Jack and a flush draw.
The chips are just flowing to the other side of the table from Johnny here.
Yeah, the momentum is big time in Johan's favour at the moment.
That's almost 4.5 to 1 though.
It's been one-way chip flow to Johan at the moment. He's got the majority of the green chips now.
So the stream is just finding out when the deal was done, I think.
Yeah, I think it's out there on the stream now when the little fist bumping was done all the way around. John raises with 9-8.
Jack 2's the call.
Jack high still ahead.
Yep.
Cut shot for John,
Jack High still ahead.
and he bets it.
John looking for the gutty.
Comes along.
Needs an 8, 7 or a 9. No good.
No help for John. Is this where John can now actually take one away with a river bluff? And he does. So a few chips back to John.
Good for him.
Nice bet on the river. Still over well, almost 3-1 to Johan.
Oh yeah. Massive chip lead. You know, I was reading an article that said if you get up to a 4-1 chip lead, you should be all in at least twice blind, because you're going to put him to his test for his chips.
And if he calls you, you've got equity to suck out on him.
Yeah, exactly. The chances are you're going to win one of the two hands. I don't know. I like a gamble like that, but that was one of the more educated poker players' philosophy. Who knows? So John Ambrosie's going to raise this up.
Yeah, it was raised by Johan from the button. It's now 3-bet by John and folded by Johan. He gives it up.
First real weakness Jan has shown in this heads-up battle. Every time he's been re-raised or whatever, it's always been a call, you know.
Yeah, so John's starting to chip back a little. You know, I've always seen with heads-up matches, I've played a lot of heads-up matches, especially online, and it almost goes in flows. It sort of goes one player's way for a little while, and then the flow goes the other way. You find these ebbs and flows, and it flowed in Johan's direction for a while. Now the last two hands, the ebb has gone back to John, so we'll keep an eye on this.
We'll have a look, see if that happens.
I don't know if that's been your experience with heads-up matches, Gary.
I haven't had that much experience. I've played a bit of heads-up, but I don't have a recollection of a thing. And you know, I don't play online anymore. I stopped years ago. So, to be honest, you know me. I don't think that heads-up, any form of poker online, is fair poker anymore with algorithms and all that stuff. You know, I like the raw, look him in the eye. You know.
Yeah, you must have played a good few matches heads up in club games and things like that.
Yeah, I've got that a few times, but I don't recall any momentum shifts. I seem to remember getting a hiding a few times. So John flops big here. Maybe you're right. I mean, 2 hearts here, of course, for Johan, which is he might be reluctant to let go of this. Wrong colour. Right colour, wrong suit. So any 10, any heart. Straight draw, flush draw. So Jan's going nowhere.
No.
He might even repop this.
John's still got the king. So a lot of chips in that pot now.
Another 9. So king high for a pair of kings for Johnny is good.
He bets it. Johan shows him the draw. Momentum swinging back a little, like I said, to John. I reckon I've played about 5,000 heads-up matches at least.
5,000?
Yeah.
Holy jeez.
Online over the years.
I mean, I recall maybe 5 or 6. 5,000!
2010 I did at least 1,000 because I won 374 tournaments that year online.
Sure.
So that's nearly there, and I came a good few seconds, and that. So I reached heads up around about 1,000 times just that year alone.
That's impressive. I think I've won about 10 tournaments. Oh dear.
That was my big claim to fame, 2010.
Sounds like it. Jeepers.
Chess was famous once long ago.
Still an achievement. Well done. Ace 2, 3-bet to 2 million. Johan folds. Well, Johnny's on a roll here.
Yeah, you see the momentum. Like I said, I have found that dynamic, and it went one way and it's swinging back the pendulum the other way. Doesn't always happen, but I have noticed a trend of that.
So dealer has to work doubly hard when we're playing heads up. Ace Jack for Johnny. Raise to a million. Raise to 500. What is Johan got here? It's a raise, so
Let's see.
10-8 suited, so one gapper suited.
Calls. Go to the flop and see what happens. Oh,
Well,
big flop.
What a big flop.
Gut shot for John.
Here you go, all in and you watch.
Yeah. Been all in and call. So a 9 or a 9 only for Johnny. Or running ace jack. No help for John. And that is a full house for Johan. And we have
a winner.
A winner. So well played, sir. Well played to John as well. Very well played, Johan. You asked me this morning on the feature table who my pick was there, Gary.
Yep.
And I did
Well done.
take out Mr. Butcher Friend.
Okay, I'm going to disappear because we're going to go set up for the presentation. Be back shortly.
Monster Jam main event is upon us. 15,000 Rand gets you in with a 50,000 starting stack with 60-minute blind levels. Kicking off on Friday the 5th of March at 4 p.m, this is the event that everyone wants to play and the trophy that everyone wants to win. Day 5 includes 5 levels of play, with Day 2 returning at 10 a.m. on the 6th of March. Late Reg is available until approximately 2:15 p.m. Plenty of time to get in on the action with us at Carnival City. Monster Jam main event is upon us. 15,000 Rand gets you in with a 50,000 starting stack with 60-minute blind levels. Kicking off on Friday the 5th of March at 4 p.m, this is the event that everyone wants to play and the trophy that everyone wants to win. Day 5 includes 5 levels of play, with Day 2 returning at 10 a.m. on the 6th of March. Late Reg is available until approximately 2:15 p.m. Plenty of time to get in on the action with us at Carnival City. Monster Jam main event is upon us. 15,000 Rand gets you in with a 50,000 starting stack with 60-minute blind levels. Kicking off on Friday the 5th of March at 4 p.m, this is the event that everyone wants to play and the trophy that everyone wants to win. Day 5 includes 5 levels of play, with Day 2 returning at 10 a.m. on the 6th of March. Late Reg is available until approximately 2:15 p.m. Plenty of time to get in on the action with us at Carnival City. The Monster Jam main event is upon us. 15,000 Rand gets you in with a 50,000 starting stack with 60-minute blind levels. Kicking off on Friday the 5th of March at 4 p.m, this is the event that everyone wants to play and the trophy that everyone wants to win. Day 5 includes 5 levels of play, with Day 2 returning at 10 a.m. on the 6th of March. Late Reg is available until approximately 2:15 p.m. Plenty of time to get in on the action with us at Carnival City. The Monster Jam main event is upon us. 15,000 Rand gets you in with a 50,000 starting stack with 60-minute blind levels. Kicking off on Friday the 5th of March at 4 p.m, this is the event that everyone wants to play and the trophy that everyone wants to win. Day 5 includes 5 levels of play, with Day 2 returning at 10 a.m. on the 6th of March. Late Reg is available until approximately 2:15 p.m. Plenty of time to get in on the action with us at Carnival City. The Monster Jam main event is upon us. 15,000 Rand gets you in with a 50,000 starting stack with 60-minute blind levels. Kicking off on Friday the 5th of March at 4 p.m, this is the event that everyone wants to play and the trophy that everyone wants to win. Day 5 includes 5 levels of play, with Day 2 returning at 10 a.m. on the 6th of March. Late Reg is available until approximately 2:15 p.m. Plenty of time to get in on the action with us at Carnival City. The Monster Jam main event is upon us. 15,000 Rand gets you in with a 50,000 starting stack with 60-minute blind levels. Kicking off on Friday the 5th of March at 4 p.m, this is the event that everyone wants to play and the trophy that everyone wants to win. Day 5 includes 5 levels of play, with Day 2 returning at 10 a.m. on the 6th of March. Late Reg is available until approximately 2:15 p.m. Plenty of time to get in on the action with us at Carnival City. The Monster Jam main event is upon us. 15,000 Rand gets you in with a 50,000 starting stack with 60-minute blind levels. Kicking off on Friday the 5th of March at 4 p.m, this is the event that everyone wants to play and the trophy that everyone wants to win. Day 5 includes 5 levels of play, with Day 2 returning at 10 a.m. on the 6th of March. Late Reg is available until approximately 2:15 p.m. Plenty of time to get in on the action with us at Carnival City.